Championships of Wheelchair Rugby. And we've got another 4 brilliant matches for you today. Yesterday's action was thick and fast. The 4 big teams, if you like, the 4 favourites, all came through their contest yesterday. This was Great Britain, led by Stuart Robinson, beating Israel, who we'll be watching shortly. Britain winning 55 points to 32. France, who are the defending champions and who have a Paralympic Games to look forward to in Paris next year, they saw off the Netherlands 52-43. Then it was the turn of Denmark here, with Christensen crossing the line. Denmark seeing off Switzerland 60-46. Denmark, many people's dark horses for this tournament, and Germany finished the day off also getting to the 60-point mark in a 60-44 win over the Czech Republic. So that leaves Pool A looking like this as we start day 2, and you'll see our 2 matches in Pool A today: Czech Republic against France, and much later on at 5:30 local time, Netherlands against Germany. Germany currently topping the table just because of their better points differential, but France very much the favourites in Pool A. And our 2 matches in Pool B today down at the bottom of the screen: Israel-Denmark in a few moments' time, and then Great Britain in action again at 1 o'clock local time against Switzerland. And it's Great Britain and Denmark, unsurprisingly, I think, leading the way in Pool B at the moment. So this was Israel in the blue against Great Britain yesterday. A really spirited performance by Israel, and this man here, Karasenti, one of the stars of the show. Look at the speed and the manoeuvrability that Karasenti shows there, and into their other star man, Zidkiao, finishing off there. Israel very much a developmental opportunity for them this tournament, whereas Denmark are coming here to win, make no doubt about that. Denmark 4th at the World Championships last year, and Frederiksen very much running things for the Danes against Switzerland yesterday. So it means that Israel-Denmark this morning, which starts in just over 10 minutes' time, is an intriguingly set-up match. Denmark heavy favourites, and Drew Lilly has been speaking to players from both sides.
Sebastian Frederiksen, welcome to Wales, first and foremost. I know you were all very keen to get here and see what the conditions would be like in this huge venue. How have you found it?
It's amazing. It's really huge. It's just looking up right now, it's like, whoa. And we played the first game yesterday, and you're always excited. And just the entrance when you have all the fires, and you just get into the right mood. So, and honestly, people have just been so kind to us. So it's been really, really nice. And now we're just looking forward to this game. And of course, tomorrow against GB will be extremely amazing. So far, really good.
You had such a wonderful performance in the World Cup on home soil, beating France in the quarter-final. Does that mean now that the weight of expectations is on you and there's even more pressure?
Maybe, but we have always been really hard on ourselves. And to be honest, if we look at Great Britain and France and us, it's a really equal competition, very 50-50 always. So I think the expectation for myself is the most important, and they as high as normal. I want to win all games. The entire team want to do that. We believe we can win this tournament, but we know both France and Great Britain think the same. So it's going to be exciting to see who actually perform best.
Shabtai, first and foremost, welcome to Wales. This is probably the biggest venue that you've ever played in. How have you found the conditions here?
It's absolutely amazing. The venue here is beautiful. I've never been in such an experience like that. It's beautiful, so it's like very high level.
Speaking of very high level, you qualified for this tournament. You went through the qualifying tournament to get here, and now you've really stepped up a higher level, and you would have found that yesterday in your opening match. What's it like suddenly playing at a really higher level?
That's breathtaking. Okay, because until this event, we saw them on TV, we saw them on other tournaments, It's like watching a Champions League, and then coming here and be a part of it. It's like fulfilling a dream. It's amazing. It's amazing. Very exciting. I'm excited. So I think that all of the team is excited as well.
You're going to be playing Israel, which is a team that I presume you've seen very little of. What's it like when you come up against opponents that it's difficult to prepare for because you don't know what to expect?
Again, it can be difficult, but we just have the same procedure as every team. We have a scouting team that's looking at them, and we take every team as equal serious because we can get surprised. We don't know what they bring, and in this sport, it starts 0-0, and if they have the right day, every team can win against every team. So we have to make our best performance. So I know we're playing Great Britain, and a lot of people talk about that tomorrow. But this game we have to win that too. So we have to be as prepared today as we are tomorrow, and as we was yesterday. So the same way.
Good luck for today and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Lovely to hear from both Sebastian Fredriksson of Denmark and Shabtai Nitzahon in particular of Israel, speaking really warmly about the welcome they have received and talking about how they are having to up their level. They are not used to playing at this European Championship A grade level, so it's a real learning experience for the Israelis. There's actually only one team in Israel. It's a club team called Spivak Ramat Gan, and this international team is essentially that club side. Here is their Israel squad. Shlomi Spivak, their head coach. The 4 players highlighted in gold there are the 4 that will start the match, and the numbers next to every player's name, that is their points classification. Every player is given a points classification according to their level of impairment. The higher the points classification, like a 3.5 there, Dan Lahat, means that their degree of impairment is less severe, and it means they're more mobile out on the court, perhaps quicker, perhaps more agile. The 0.5 players tend to be the defensive players, the blockers, and it all comes together in a team effort. A bit like the standing rugby game where you have a combination of backs and forwards and it all comes together nicely. Same with the Denmark lineup here. Again, the 4 players highlighted are the 4 that will start the match. Look out for Leon Jorgensen and Mark Peters, who look quite similar actually. Jorgensen distinguished by the red sleeves he wears, thank goodness, that helps us commentators out. But this is a very solid Danish squad, and Sophie Skaubo there is the female player in the Danish ranks. We'll get into the detail, but having a female player enables you to put a slightly higher points total out on the court. You essentially add all those player scores together in the 4 players you have out on court, and it can't go above 8 in total, but having a female player out there means it can go to 8.5. But we'll get into the finer detail for you as we go through the match, because it's time to get ready to bring the players out onto court inside the Principality Stadium. And we begin with Denmark, led by their captain Leon Jorgensen, 38 years old. There are the red sleeves I was talking about, and the headbands. Number 2 is Morten Elmholt, plays for the fantastically named Aarhus Burnout. 4 is Jakob Mortensen, 26 years old. Kara Momma Nielsen, to give him his full title, 31. He's a 1.5 player. Here is Sophie Skaubo. Kurt Busk is very much worth a mention. 56 years old, Kurt Busk, young at heart. Jesper Kruger is then followed by the number 9, Kristen Bak Eriksson, plays for FHI Falcons back at home in Denmark. Big character in the squad. This is the man we've just been hearing from, Sebastian Fredriksson. And Mark Peters, the lookalike, with the black sleeves this time and the headband. Poster boy for Wheelchair Rugby in Denmark. Mikael Schutel wears number 12. And Christopher Christensen making his debut in a European Championships. Worth mentioning too that Denmark have an American head coach, Jason Regier, former American wheelchair rugby player, now a coach with the Danes. This is the Israeli lineup led by their captain Adi Guetta. Number 2 is Alon Nigri. He's been playing wheelchair rugby for 12 years, owns a pizza restaurant as well. Shir Teresa, 44 years old. Dan Lahat only started playing wheelchair rugby 18 months ago. Ofer Gips, he competed at the Euro B Championships with this Israeli side, as did Yosef Koren, 44 years old. Keep an eye out for this guy. Neria Karasenti was absolutely brilliant against Great Britain yesterday. Youngest member of the team here, 19-year-old Ziv Ben Ishai. The man we heard from in the interview, Shabtai Nitzahon. The best eyebrows in the tournament, no doubt about that. And probably Israel's star player on yesterday's showing, at least, Mordecai Zidkiyahu, 35 years old, and he was the most valuable player at those B Euro Championships in 2021. Zidkiyahu can absolutely motor. So before we get underway with the match, of course, we will pause for the national anthems of both Denmark and Israel.
And now please stand if you're able for the anthem of Israel.
Well, a stadium like this deserves the anthems to be sang loud and proud, and that's what we had there from both teams, Israel and Denmark. So I'm delighted to say I'm joined for this match by wheelchair rugby referee Nigel Goddard. Morning, Nigel.
Hello, Andy.
Looking forward to this one?
Certainly am, yes.
Well, we had a great day of action yesterday, and there's some intriguing fixtures to look forward to today, but Denmark are the real deal, aren't they? I think I was with Simon Starr yesterday, your refereeing colleague, and I described Denmark as dark horses, and he said, well, actually, to be honest, I think they're more than that. Where do you stand?
I think I'm with Simon on that one. They're amongst the favourites of the tournament with Great Britain and France, and after their amazing display at the World Championships last year, they've got every chance of going away. Those games between those nations are so close that nobody could call them.
We'll take another quick look at the lineups. Remember, the 4 players in gold are the ones that will start the match, but substitutions are essentially rolling. And you would imagine certainly all of the Israeli players will feature at one point or another in the match. The Danes with plenty of quality players to choose from, and you can see the Danes have a good few players with 3.5 or 3 next to their names. That means those are going to be the attacking players with the most agility and speed, and are likely to be the biggest point scorers. Sophia Schaubel being out on the court enables Denmark to put players of a total of 8.5 out on the court rather than the usual 8. Good sportsmanship, of course, between all the teams here, and the match is played in a good spirit. So we're nearly set for the first match of day 2 of these European Championships, and it will be Zidkiah of Israel up against Ofer Gibbs at this tip-off. Zidkiah wins it, but knocks it straight to the Danish captain, Leon Jorgensen, and Jorgensen to Fredriksson, and Fredriksson has taken 7 seconds to score his first points of the match. I think it's fair to say that Denmark almost certainly will win this match. I think it's a question of how much they win by. Israel new to this level of wheelchair rugby, but it's great to see new nations competing at this level, and Zidkiah replies quickly. He's been around for over a decade in wheelchair rugby. Israel have one 3-point player, but other than that they don't have any 3.5, so there is an imbalance there straight away. But Jorgensen, what an absolute star of this sport he is, Nigel. Leon Jorgensen. He
is amongst the 3 high pointers in Denmark. They switch in and out, so they can stay fresh during the game.
So teams have a shot clock of 40 seconds to score a try. They actually have, it's 12 seconds, isn't it, Nigel, to get out of their own half?
Yes.
But it doesn't normally take that long, and Zidkiah is showing that the scoring is going to be fast and furious, as it is in every wheelchair rugby match. A couple of teams managed to get to 60 points yesterday. That's pretty good going. Something in the 40s or 50s is more the norm. But you suspect that Denmark, and look at Fredriksson go here, could rack up a big points total this morning. And a sign there of just how much acceleration and speed Fredriksson has, the number 10, when he gets going, flying down the wing. So we've not even played a minute yet. The clock does stop and the ball goes out of play. So it's 4 8-minute quarters, but with the clock stopping and the breaks in between quarters and the half-time, the game usually takes around 90 minutes. Carasenti with the flowing hair has Nigri there, and Nigri, it's a shame for him, couldn't take the pass. Nigri more of a defensive player ordinarily, but he found himself in a really forward position there, and this was agonising, wasn't it, for Nigri?
A good play by Denmark to keep the high pointers back, so the pass had to go to the low pointer.
And these are some of the technicalities of the sport, where the different pointed players do have, there is quite a significance to the points total that you can put out there on the court. Zidkiah, usually the playmaker for Israel. And if he doesn't go by himself here, he'll be looking for Carasenti. Carasenti comes in and forms the block, and that's good positioning from Carasenti. Knew exactly what he was doing there. And I said a couple of times yesterday, I think it's a good thing actually if you're watching at home, particularly if this is the first time you're watching wheelchair rugby, or you're still getting into it at this tournament. Or a chase here for Fredriksson, and he'll get there. But I think it's worthwhile not always watching the ball. I think it's quite useful to watch what's going on off the ball as well, to see the action of the defensive players, the blockers, Nigel, who are doing just as an important job and as a valuable job as the players who are scoring the points.
They allow the player to go through the middle without being stopped by anybody. They just keep them out of the way, keep the defenders out of the way.
So play restarts with an inbound from the try line, and immediately they look to give it to their 3.5 players. Like Zidkiah here. And what's the infringement? It's a timeout, isn't it, Nigel? So each
Timeout called
team
there.
have 4 timeouts, don't they?
Yes, and they use that at any time. In that case, we can see that Denmark had tied up the high pointers in the backcourt, so that Zikaya had nobody to pass to, or rather, he only had the low pointer to pass to in the front line, and he decided not to risk that, so they went for the timeout to keep the ball. At the timeout, they had 30 seconds, and then it's restarted on the opposite side to the bench.
And it gives them a bit of extra time now, doesn't it? It's a sort of strategy, isn't it? It's a
Yes.
clever little tactic to buy yourself a bit more time with Zikiao blocked in, as you were saying.
Yes, they're free to return to the bench then.
So the ball's back in play. We've played 2 minutes of this first quarter. Zikiao looking for a bit of room here, trying to go all the way around the outside, and has he made it? Well, that's great skill from Zikiao. Think about the skill involved in holding the ball in your lap, or potentially bouncing it as well with one hand and manoeuvring the chair at the same time.
Great blocking by Nigri there to keep the Danes away from the corner so he could get past them.
Here comes Fredriksson. Fredriksson up against Zikiao and then Carasenti. And neither of them can stop him, can they? Has he just managed to squeeze in? I think he has, yet you have to be between the 2 cones, and 2 wheels have to go over the try line. So Fredriksson did incredibly well there. Zikiao again, showing great strength. And has he got the right angle here? He has. Jorgensen couldn't quite force him wide enough from a Danish point of view. Fredriksson, a nice little shimmy from him, and a big long ball forward for Jorgensen to wheel onto, making it look easy, Denmark. Jorgensen was part of the silver medal winning Danish side at the Euros back in 2013, 10 years ago now. Jorgensen has muscular dystrophy, always wears that headband, and when we do see Mark Peters later on, you'll see the similarity between the two. Carasenti, again, you see there with the ball in his lap, but he has to bounce the ball or pass it at least once every 10 seconds. And it's a breathless sport, isn't it? There's not much time to stop and think.
Yeah, the referee gets the ball in again within 2 seconds at most after the try is scored.
Here comes Fredriksson again at the other end. Do you know at all? I mean, you as a referee out there on the court, you must cover some ground over the course of a match, because you're up and back. You know, it's very much like a basketball match.
If you watch the referees, they don't actually go that fast, because if you understand what the game is doing,
Yeah.
you can anticipate where you need to be. Though you do need to run occasionally, particularly with fast players like these on the court.
As you say, they know the phases of play, don't they? They know what's to come, really. Carasenti, that's a good pick-up on the turn. And he's got away from Jorgensen. And there he goes. You see the blocker in front of him. It was the man with the Mohican, Sheer Teresa, on the block there, allowing Carasenti to come through. Not quite a Mohican, I think I'm overselling it, calling it a Mohican, but you'll see what I mean when we get a close-up later. And Fredriksson, meanwhile, goes through at the other end. So Denmark 9-7. Israel actually started like this against Great Britain yesterday. Their first quarter in particular was really strong, and actually they held Great Britain to a small lead for the entirety of the first quarter. And they're doing the same here. Good to see. This is
Denmark have 2 substitutes waiting. Went for an opportunity to go on.
Look at that, almost triple team there and almost out the back of his chair. The ball goes loose for Jorgensen to collect for Denmark, so there's a turnover and a transition of play, and Jorgensen has nobody to challenge him. So the lead moves to 3 points. Look at this again. Zikiao almost goes over backwards. Look at that flexibility. I'm sure I could do that. Bit of yoga required. So Carasenti here now. You can see that Carasenti and Zikiao tend to dominate possession and scoring, but as Nigel said, the blockers are doing just as valuable a job. So the Israeli number 11 goes across again, Mordecai Zikiao. But it's a Danish Number 10 who comes forward this time gives it to Jorgensen, and another easy score for Denmark here. Later on in this quarter, I thought he was about to start doing it now, but certainly once we get within 2 minutes or so, players will slow down a bit and not necessarily cross the try line as quickly as you might think, and we'll explain why when we get to that point. Some good blocking going on there in the centre from Denmark. Sophie Schaubo right in there as well. They've got to be, oh, they left a gap though. Karen Mommer over there on the right-hand side, number 5 for Denmark, not quite getting across as much as he should have done there, arguably. Fredriksson, meanwhile, he's absolute lightning, this boy. Fredriksson, 29 years old, just brilliant. Sure.
One of the reasons they might delay, Andy, is that they want to get their players coming from an attacking position into a defensive position.
To sort of reset their formation, if you like.
Yes, that's right.
So here is Carasenti. Jorgensen quickly on him, as is Fredriksson. Good block in there again from Nigri. You saw Nigri very clearly there, locking wheels with Fredriksson, but Fredriksson's coming back. But that's a great team move, isn't it, from Israel? Nigri, who back on the centre line was doing great blocking work. Sorry, Teresa here was doing great blocking work. Ends up scoring the try, so that was a great team move from Israel. But Denmark, again, too strong. So it's back and forth, the scoring much more like a basketball match really than a standing rugby match. The scoring never stops ticking over, and as you've seen, it's 1 point for a try. No kicks of any kind in this wheelchair rugby. Teresa here should finish again with the shaven sides of his hair. The Wheelchair Rugby League competition that some of you may have seen in the autumn, there were kicks in that sport, but it's all about tries in this Paralympic wheelchair rugby. Fredriksson showing great awareness there, knew exactly where the space was. And he's always talking as well, he's always communicating with his team. Nigel, how much, I mean, is there a lot of chat between the players out there? Do you hear it as the official?
They're talking all the time, they're calling to each other all the time. Which way to go, who wants it, go left, go right.
And I guess like in any sport, there are players who are more vocal than others. I bet there's some characters out there.
Quite often the defenders win the score, sorry, the attackers, they say the corner is free, but as we've seen, Sid Kayo has gone through the corner several times with a blocker next to him.
It was a nice try for Denmark with Karat Momma crossing the line. Referee may be telling Nigri to wait for her whistle, would you say there? She seems to be
no, at that time she wanted the inbounder to say that he was coming to the inbound. Otherwise, she may decide to put to call the inbound early. We might see that later.
Yeah. So as we tick into the final 2 minutes of this quarter, this is where we might begin to see players thinking strategically about when they score, and that's because the final team to score in a quarter start the following quarter with possession. And possession is everything in this sport. That was a great try there from Teresa. Yeah, possession is everything. So starting the next quarter with possession.
That's not quite, they start according to the arrow.
The arrow, yeah. So explain that for people watching.
The arrow is alternate possession. In this case, because Denmark took the possession first, Israel will get the next possession, and the next possession is the start of the quarter, or if there's a held ball, and then we can explain that if one happens.
So into the last 90 seconds of the quarter, Denmark here with possession. Fredriksson just inside the Israeli half.
They might choose to wait to between 50 and 55 seconds, so that Israel score and Denmark get another chance to score afterwards.
So So slowing down slightly, but Frederiksen will go for the line now.
Yeah, 58 seconds. So even if Israel leave it to 40 seconds, use up all their 40 seconds, Denmark will still have 18 to go to score. Unless Israel score quickly, which doesn't look like they're going to.
So it's all to do with the shot clock versus the match clock, really. So the shot clock counting down to 30 seconds, and we have 46 seconds left in the quarter.
Yeah.
So they want to score as late as they possibly can.
That would still leave at least 18 for Denmark to score another goal. Another try, rather. Sorry, he's calling goals.
Here's the Kian. There is space there for him, but chooses to just turn back and hold play up a little bit, and now go for the line. Yeah. So he only had 4 seconds left on the shot clock there, Zikiao, so clever play. Experienced old head, and now Denmark have just over 20 seconds to score again if they can before the end of this quarter. So the arrow now, so Israel will start with
Israel will start in the next quarter, yeah.
Regardless of what happens here.
Yes.
So he's only left Israel 3 seconds to do anything here.
Yeah.
It's clock doesn't stop right at the point of the ball going into play. It's as soon as another player touches the ball. But time runs down. So at the end of the first quarter, Denmark have a lead, but it is only 4 points, and Israel have played out of their skins there, really, in the first quarter, haven't they? I think that's fair to say. And so work for the Danes to do in some ways, really.
Yeah, Israel have played well. That was Denmark's, well, first team was on there, and Israel kept them to a 4-point lead.
There are 1 or 2 Danish players waiting in the wings who can make a big impact, most notably Mark Peters. But as Nigel says, that quartet out there that we've been watching in this first quarter is probably their strongest for it. It certainly seems the 4 that Jason Regier, the coach, wants to start with at these championships. But it's not been one-way traffic at all.
No, they played very. Israel have put some good attacks together.
That was a shame for Nigri early on. I think you know, Denmark will have one eye on what coming into this tournament was always going to be the big match for them, which is against Great Britain tomorrow night at 7:30. That will be a great atmosphere in here for that one.
Yeah,
but
they will.
They of course need to do the professional job and get past Switzerland and Israel first before they can really start focusing on Great Britain. But no doubt about it that Denmark GB will go a long way to deciding how this tournament is going to go. The top 2 in each pool make the semi-finals on Saturday. And there is this extra carrot. The top 2 teams at this tournament will get automatic qualification for the Paralympic Games next year, but France obviously get a spot in the Paralympic tournament because of being hosts. So if France make the final here in Cardiff, then the 3rd place team at this tournament would take the automatic qualification spot.
I was looking into that, Andy. I think actually all that will do, if France are in the top 2, that an additional spots will be given to the Paralympic qualification tournament and not awarded here.
Okay, that's different to
a number of. There's been 2 opinions on that so far.
Okay.
I think I spoke to several people, and they seem to think that's the one that's going to happen. 2 qualifiers here, and then there will be 3 from the Paralympic qualification tournament.
And the Paralympic qualification tournament would be later this year or early 2024?
Sometime. It's not been decided yet. I don't think where it is or who's going to have it.
Okay. Well, that at least keeps things more straightforward.
Yes. I might be wrong, of course, but I think a consensus seems to be. Be good to ask the technical delegate, perhaps.
Just at the bottom of the screen there, you can see one of the table officials holding up the arrow. But Denmark have already got a quick turnover at the start of this second quarter. Israel on the attack with Nigri in possession, gives it straight to Nikiai. Nikiai, big hit in on him from Schüttel, and Denmark have change their lineup, then that's Mark Peters. Do not adjust your set, that's not Leon Jorgensen. Peters wearing the black sleeves, but very similar physique, and obviously the bald head and headband as Jorgensen. That's all very tight in there. And what's the referee spotted there, Nigel?
Is that 4 of the defensive players were in the key area, the red area, and that's a foul. In this case, because Israel are about to score, she awarded a penalty try.
So penalty try given. Yes, I suppose, I mean, it's an obvious rule, I guess, to just prevent 4 players just sitting in there and forming a line across the try line. Schertel. He was very good in the game yesterday against Switzerland, as he is now coming on in the second quarter and throughout the match. And there is another timeout called. Good and again, was that a situation again, Nigel, where it was looking tight in terms of getting out of their half in the 12 seconds?
You can see the shot clock's on 27, 40-second clock's on 27. So Denmark were just about to be called for a backcourt violation, exceeding their time. Timeout can be called by any player on the team, as long as one player on your team is holding the ball.
This is the man I mentioned in the player lineups, Kurt Busk, Denmark's most experienced player, 56 years old, and it's one of the great elements of this sport. Like so many Paralympic sports, actually, that different ages can play together. We've got teenagers playing here, and then players in their 50s as well. Mark Peters just burst through there with a little surge of acceleration. You can see Israel's resources are arguably a bit thinner than Denmark, so Israel will probably stick with the same quartet, or certainly the same 5, 6, perhaps 7 players as much as they can through the match, where Denmark will make wholesale changes throughout the match. Back Eriksson down to Schertel. Schertel just dinks it forward for Back Eriksson to get onto again. And I'm told he is a big personality within the Danish squad. Bit of a joker. So 21-16. Early stages of this second quarter. We will have a half-time break at the end of this quarter. And the players, you can imagine, must be exhausted. Oh, that's a big hit in there from Peters, but Karasenti stays on both wheels and gets it forward to Nigri, who scores well. So some pretty ferocious chair-to-chair contact, absolutely allowed and encouraged in this sport, Nigel.
Yes, as long as it's in front of the wheels, front of the axle of the rear wheel. Anything after that can be called a foul. Because it's unsafe, because it spins the chair around.
And body-to-body contact, not allowed.
That's definitely not allowed, no.
Again, a little bit like basketball, really, isn't it?
You're not allowed to hold the chair or touch the person.
We saw a few examples yesterday where the ball can be flicked out of another player's hands or knocked out of another player's hands as long as you don't actually hit the player's hand.
Yes, that's right. Quick reactions like that, the players there.
You can see the ability that Peters brings to this Danish lineup, and the strength and depth of Denmark is one of the reasons why quite a few people fancy them for this title. But again, Karasenti works his way free and nobody's going to stop him. Israel still, you know, approaching the halfway point of this second quarter. They're still keeping the scoreline respectable, only 5 points difference. Do we have a little repair of some kind? I think, is it the glove? It's the sleeve has come down on Back Eriksson's arm. We do often see stoppages, don't we, for wheel replacements or tyre replacements, that kind of thing. But in that case, that was a sort of sleeve adjustment.
General equipment call, yeah.
As you can see, the players all wear these pretty heavy-duty gloves to help them with the grip on the wheels and also to protect their hands, of course. Peters blocked off by Karasenti. Oh, twisting and turning, doing a bit of a pirouette and getting over the try line.
One of the Israeli players crossed the try line, so the referee awarded a penalty try there.
Israel quick to get things underway again. Zinkiao picking the ball up, but good play from Back Eriksson and Schertel. Look how quickly they've got across to him. And a timeout called there to stop stop an infringement with Zikia going out of the court, wasn't
Yes, the Denmark had pushed him around, so he was facing the line. At another moment, he would have been over the line and a turnover.
So an opportunity to have a drink and a bit of a break, but also a tactical chat as well. Shlomi Spivak, the Israeli coach, will be giving out some instructions, and it looked to me as though Shabtai Nitzahon as well, the vastly experienced player we heard from before the match, he was also giving some instructions as well, or at least encouragement. Teresa with the put in here. Straight to Zikia. Looking for space. Nigri's a little bit in his way actually, but he's just trying his best to open a pathway here for Zikia to go round, and Back Eriksson did his best to try and stop him, but he's over the line. And a bit of miscommunication there from Denmark. Back Eriksson went for the long ball down court, looking for Peters, but Peters wasn't ready for it. So Back Eriksson, that's a determined play from him, trying to get the block in quickly. Big hit from Schüttel as well. Double teaming Zikia and trying to make up for their mistake a few moments ago. Big hit from Peters. Good to see some aggression out there. They know that Karasenti and Zikia need to be stopped. Teresa locked onto by Busk. That's great defensive play by Busk. Oh, but Karasenti's there. Tremendous bit of passage of play from Israel and Denmark, in fairness. The defensive play was good as well, but Israel finally making it through. Peters this time picking the ball up deep. He's going to take on all comers here and through the middle, and that's a great bit of play from Mark Peters. He lost his legs while serving in Afghanistan in 2009. He found wheelchair rugby through the Invictus Games, and he is very much the star man back home in Denmark in terms of being an ambassador for this sport.
Yes, he played in the inaugural Invictus Games in 2014.
Were you officiating at that? Or
yes,
were you
I was a
watching?
referee there at that tournament.
And there's plenty of ex-military influence on this sport, isn't there? And it
yes. Stuart Robinson for Great Britain, of course, is ex-RAF.
The sport was created over in Canada, wasn't it, in the late 70s?
Yes.
Men, I guess it was really all men back at that stage, sort of coming together and finding a sport that they could play during rehab. There's quite a few people as well, I think, players at this tournament who maybe tried other sports as well, perhaps wheelchair basketball. I'm sure one or two have tried athletics, wheelchair tennis, etc.
Yeah.
And then settled on wheelchair rugby, so something for everyone.
Quite most of these players are probably too disabled to play a lot of other Paralympic sports, disabled sports. Only the really high pointers would be useful in basketball.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very good point actually, that it's important that the Paralympics continues to offer a diverse range of sports where it's not all about sort of elite performance.
Yeah. And we see the skill of these players, and we forget that sometimes, well, we do forget that these are amongst the most disabled people playing a sport at Paralympics.
Mark Peters again. Oh, he's nearly tipped over by Karasenti, but he gets through. Actually, Peters not particularly happy with Karasenti, but they sort of tap hands, and I think it's all forgiven. But let's watch these two for a little bit as Israel go on their next attack. Karasenti not happy with Peters not happy with Karasenti, just flicking him from the side, but I think they're okay. They're friends again. Peters will just give him a bash later on, won't he? Teresa to Karasenti, and guess who is looking to chase this down? Peters nearly intercepted that. Oh, and that is a great score by the Israeli number 11. It'll be some show reel at the end of this tournament of just Zikiao scores just as an individual. He scored some brilliant tries. This is an easy one for Jakob Mortensen, who we're seeing out there, I think, for the first time for Denmark.
That last one was made by his mate Karasenti, keeping Peters away from him. The more you see it, the more you realise those blocks are really important.
It's a great individual battle in it between these two. So Mortensen in early on Zinkiao. Oh, and there's a bit of a fumble there from Nigri, and you don't want it to go to this man. Mark Peters will easily score. So the lead is just beginning to creep up, now a 6-point gap. A bit unlucky there, in fairness, Nigri. Very difficult
Again, like I say, a good play from Denmark, keeping the higher pointers away from the pass. So he's forced the pass to the low pointer.
And if you're not particularly agile, for example, when sat in the chair, it's much more difficult than it looks to catch a ball whilst you're in the chair.
Yes.
It could bounce off any element of the chair. It could bounce off your hand or your arm. As Peters, almost up on one wheel there, but he cuts inside. And again, the strength and the low centre of gravity he has help him through. He was almost over here, watch this. Just clipped, but he managed to keep going. Caricenti had a little nip at him as well. It's great to see. It's good to see some needle out there, actually, I have to say. It's all very sporting and friendly, but equally you do want a bit of aggression out there as well. It's an aggressive sport. Oh, he's got a gap here, chooses to be unselfish and give it to Caricenti, who goes over backwards, perfectly allowed. And the rule about 2 wheels being over the line, can that be the 2 kind of coaster wheels, if you like, at the back? Does it have to be any of the wheels?
They don't count. Only the 2 front wheels and the two big wheels. The rear wheels don't count for any purpose at all.
Peters over again.
They're just for safety purposes.
And you can see different types of chair, can't you? The attacking players have different chairs to the defensive players.
They're much stubbier. They don't have the long push. Long nose in front.
Nigel Goddard with me, Wheelchair Rugby referee. It's over the top to Reza. So they're not allowing Denmark to go off into the distance too much. How did you first get into refereeing wheelchair rugby, Nigel?
We as a family, we watched the Paralympics in Sydney in 2000, and we looked at them and thought, oh, it's in Athens next time, we could go. So we went for a week, and on the programme, we never heard of the sport before, on the programme we saw, oh, wheelchair rugby, wonder what that is. Great Britain playing Canada, let's go. So we went over there, and it was great, and we've loved it ever since. We went to, since then we've been to Beijing, and I was official in London, and we went to Rio. We would have gone to Tokyo, I think we were not allowed, it was a sure shame. Well, we won it. Yeah, so that was, I just took up the sport at that time.
So you've been in and amongst it for a long, long time. Let's have some of these players, actually. Later on, we'll be seeing players who made their debut in Athens in 2004.
Yeah.
As we have a bit of running repairs. They are not live electric screwdriver noises, by the way. They're being played in by the tannoy for a bit of a laugh. But we do have a full sort of welding kit in front of us in the commentary box, and all sorts of tools down there to repair wheels and tyres. So under 2 minutes to go to the half-time break. Cutting through like a knife through butter there, Zinkiao. And the gap's down to 5. So in terms of possession here, Nigel, who will have possession at the start of the second half?
Denmark, because Israel had it at the beginning of the last half. We can see the arrow on the bench, and you probably can't see it on the TV.
From the wide angle, I can't think occasionally we can with the table stand at the bottom of it.
Away from Denmark, direction Denmark are scoring. So
and can that be altered in any way? Can anything happen out there on the court to alter that?
If there's a held ball, that is the possession of the ball is contested, so that neither team has it. That then possession is given according to the direction of the arrow. Then the arrow is changed after that's done.
So
You don't get many of those in this because a lot of these players are so quick that it's very hard for them hard for an opponent to actually get their hand on the ball sufficiently to stop it.
So very similar to the first quarter here. We've got 58 seconds on the clock, and the shot clock is 40. So you'd imagine Denmark would either try to score very quickly or very slowly, but they've done neither in the end. They've given it away to Carasenti. Nice hit in on Carasenti from Peters, who knocked Carasenti into touch. But there's a timeout called.
Carasenti knew it was going to happen, so he called the timeout to keep the turnover.
So just to further clarify that, because obviously we can't hear the call from up here, but Carasenti knows he's about to be pushed out into touch, and he literally shouts to the referee timeout as he's crossing the line.
Yes, and we can see the referee signals all that.
Got to be very alert to just be able to think about all that whilst you're out on the court, but of course these guys know what they're doing. And that's that water bottle, isn't it? Like a weight you'd lift in the gym. But still only a 5-point lead for the Danes, and Israel have been...
Well, Israel have just got a turnover, and with the shot clock, they might well be able to get another goal after Denmark score their next one if they do. So this is like the last quarter, but this time Israel have got the advantage of the last goal.
So quite a significant moment here in
it was.
match.
That turnover that Denmark gave up has given Israel a chance to get back within 3 points, I think.
So 25 on the match clock, about 15 just under on the shot clock. So Zikia just waiting.
Go now.
Oh, there was a bit of a gap there. I thought it was closed off perhaps, but
come on.
Zikia thinking again. Only 3 seconds on the shot clock now. Oh, and he's held up. Goodness me. Well, you have to say that was a mistake, wasn't it, from the Israelis?
Great defence from Denmark, keeping them out.
So Fredriksson, look at that, he's put the afterburners on into 5th gear. Oh, that is a tremendous score.
That's pretty good, getting up length of the court in less than 6 seconds.
Especially with the match the way it was, with now only 3 seconds to go. As soon as a player touches the ball, the clock will start again, and no point in trying anything. Flash, so Israel 27, Denmark 33 at half-time. And Israel again, like they did against Great Britain, more than holding their own.
Pretty good, and he lost that by 2.
We'll take a look at the story of the half so far. Fredriksson again, the star man really for Denmark, and Zikiao and Carasenti doing great attacking work for Israel. It felt to me, Nigel, like there was a bit more impetus about Denmark when Peters came on, actually, and I think Schüttel played well.
Yes, in that team, Mark Peters was the only high pointer, since Fredriksson and Leon were off. Leon Jorgensen, rather. He goes pivotal in Leon. So he had a lot of the attacking work to do.
But Israel holding their own, as we say, and this was a nice moment with Carasenti being pushed over the line, but managing to shout timeout just in time. A reminder, this is how the Pool B stands before this match, so every team had played once on this table. Great Britain and Denmark leading the way, as you might expect, and a reminder that Great Britain's next match starts at 1 o'clock local time here in Cardiff. Great Britain against Switzerland. We'll have that one live for you on this Channel 4 Sport YouTube channel. 2 matches from Pool A later on as well. Czech Republic against France at 3:30, Netherlands, Germany at 5:30. And although Germany top the group at the moment, that's really only because of their points differential from yesterday. You would imagine that come the end of play today, it will be the French at the top of Pool A. So we will have a short break for this half-time period. You can see the volunteers wiping the court, and players staying warm by circling their half, and that's the table down in the foreground there where the officials sit, and occasionally you'll be able to see the arrow down there that Nigel and I have been talking about for who's going to have the next possession at the start of the following quarter. You can see the school kids over on the far side there having a good old time to Status Quo. I'm not sure the children will know Status Quo, but
their
they get some
parents
dancing anyway. Their parents, I'm thinking their grandparents maybe for Status Quo. But it's been a great atmosphere here inside the Principality Stadium, and I mean, you've officiated all over the world, haven't you? I mean, have you ever seen a setup like
Europe,
this?
but then the biggest game I did was the Invictus Games final in 2014. 6,000 people inside the copper box, and that was really special. But this is a very special tournament here, and very special place, and it's really worked. This really works, hasn't it? Putting the courts here.
And you were telling me earlier about the Paralympics you've been to. What was your favourite of the Paralympics you've attended or worked at? Can you pick one?
London was my favourite, because I was an official there as well. It wasn't my favourite as far as Great Britain I'm concerned. I was finished as disappointing 5th. But they're all different. Athens, there was nobody there. Beijing was really crowded, but not many spectators. London was great for everybody. There's a big, great atmosphere in that stadium in London. And in Rio, there's a big atmosphere in Rio as well. And the final in Rio was one of the best games I've ever seen. Australia, USA. Australia won in 2 overtime periods. So it was a fantastic game to watch. It's a shame we weren't in it, because we went out in the semi-final, sadly, to USA.
And do you know yet whether you'll be officiating in Paris, or is that not decided yet?
I'm not a Paralympic official. There's a couple of up-and-coming British officials which might not make it to Paris, but they must be in line for Los Angeles, I would have thought.
Oh, that'd be a nice trip.
Yeah,
well,
we're
enjoying the European Championships here currently in this match, going in Denmark's favour at the moment, but we're also building up with one eye to the 1 o'clock tip-off between Switzerland and Great Britain. Okay. Well, hopefully that's got you excited for Switzerland, Great Britain to come at 1 o'clock. Let's hear from the Great Britain head coach, Paul Shaw.
Paul, you've got Switzerland today. They gave Denmark a good game yesterday. What type of match are you expecting from them?
Same again. They're a very, very, very good technical team. But we've been working hard. We've got a plan for them, and hopefully that will be able to execute that this afternoon.
You're top of the table after day one, a convincing win over Israel yesterday. How do you reflect back on that match?
Again, we played well, but also we always want to improve. So in our meetings today and yesterday, we just talked about executing the plan better than we did yesterday. So,
are there any areas in particular that you're looking to change or improve on?
Well, we're always looking to improve every little facet of our game, and I think we will hopefully be able to execute that today.
You were obviously hosts, and great to have that atmosphere yesterday. Was it quite a special moment for the team to come out here at the Principality Stadium with the home crowd?
Yeah, absolutely. It was. It's such a privilege to be here, and I think Wales have taken us to the hearts, and it's such a privilege to be here. I'm so pleased.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time. All the best for today. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So Paul Shaw speaking to Sian Price there, and Paul Shaw hoping to lead Great Britain to Paralympic glory a couple of years ago and follow it up with European glory here in Cardiff, but it's fair to say that Great Britain had a disappointing World Championships in October last year. A few new players have come in to the mix, and actually Stuart Robinson missed that World Championships. That was quite a key pull-out for GB. And Gavin Walker, I saw in an interview earlier this week, admitting that that did throw the squad off a little bit, not having Stuart Robinson with them.
I think he withdrew just a week before the tournament, COVID, I think.
But Great Britain, I think, are hoping obviously to bounce back here, aren't they? And they look strong against Israel. We can't read too much into it, I don't think, the Great Britain performance yesterday, but they do look a good unit again now, don't they?
Good plan. They've got new with Coral, Beatty and Kieran Flynn coming in. David Ross, three new players.
You can see now this red arrow just down by the middle official there, with the word official on her back, and there's a sort of red horizontal line going into her head, unfortunately, but that is an arrow pointing right to left. So remind us what that means there, Nigel.
It means that's going to be the direction of play for the next time it's the next possession, in this case the next start of the quarter. After the inbound, the arrow will be switched, so the next direction of play will be towards Israel if there's a held ball or at the beginning of the fourth quarter.
And there's all sorts going down on that officials table, isn't there? Simon Starr was telling me yesterday that you've got all the timers down there and everybody.
Yes, there's a clock, 40-second clock, a score sheet, and a game commissioner who's not actually in charge of the officials, but who's there to see that everything is done properly.
It's a lovely title, isn't it? Game commissioner.
Game commissioner. It used to be called the technical commissioner, I think. I can't see from here.
What do you do? I'm a game commissioner.
That's one of the new referees from Great Britain. I think she's hoping to qualify as a European referee next year.
Well, we can feel the crowd numbers steadily increasing as we go through the morning, building up to the Great Britain match at 1 o'clock. I'm sure there's going to be a really noisy atmosphere in here for the British match. But meanwhile, we are close to getting back underway in this one, with Denmark leading 33 points to 27. And there's the arrow lifted by the official on the table, lifted into the air to show the direction of travel, and here comes Fredriksson. Straight away, nice sort of skidding to a stop there. So into the third quarter, another 8 minutes. Denmark score first. Mikkel Schüttel, 30 years old, a 2-point player. I don't know where Carasenti gets his energy from, to be honest. He did this in the Great Britain match for the entire match, and he's going to do it again today here. He looks a little bit fortunate there. He seemed to fumble the ball, but did well to recover. But energy-wise, he is off the charts. It's another easy score coming up for Fredriksson. But Carasenti's been one of the standout sort of new stars, I think, at this tournament.
These are great athletes. There's so much stamina. You see them going all the time.
Zidkiau with Nitzahon alongside him. Zidkiau with a gap trying to be made by Ofer Gips in front. Instead, just dinks it across to Carasenti. Good score. Carasenti, I believe, has arthritis from a very young age. Fredriksson, oh, good little swerve as Nitzahon came out to block him. Some of the Welsh rugby greats that have played here at the Principality Stadium would have been happy with that. Whatever the wheelchair equivalent of a sidestep is, that was it. So again, Denmark with a really high press here. Saying good luck to you if you get round us, and they do. Fredriksson's speed is just absolutely incredible, isn't it? And actually, when you're here and he whizzes past you, it really brings it home to you.
Yes, he picks it up and is away.
I'd love to see what the speed gun would show as he whizzes by, or how long he would take to cover 100 metres, for example.
Watch him play against Aaron Phipps tomorrow, see who's quicker.
That's a very good point, yeah. Phipps, one of the quickest around. One of the important things here to look out for as well, with Israel keeping this score tight against Denmark, is that Denmark were beaten by Great Britain. Sorry, Israel were beaten by Great Britain yesterday by 23 points. So there's a 23-point margin between the two of them yesterday. And currently, there's only, what, a 7-point margin here. So that all could be pretty crucial in the shakedown tomorrow.
This is a held ball, like I was describing, where the player was holding the ball and Ferguson got his hand on it, so the player couldn't actually move it. So
is that sort of a stalemate situation almost,
yeah,
really?
the possession continues with the arrow. In this case, because White already had possession, the arrow now switches. So the next possession will be Denmark. You explained that very well.
No, you did. You absolutely did. Crystal
And
clear.
now it's going to be, and now in that case, the held ball meant that Denmark couldn't score in the 40 seconds, and so the turnover.
Do we think Sinkiao didn't realise about the shot clock there? Because he sort of turned to the bench and was muttering away to the bench as if, like, why didn't somebody remind me or something like that? But that would seem likely.
I think he should have looked at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was only 13 seconds left on the shot clock, I think. Foul.
So sin bin situation here, Nigel. What kind of things can send a player into the sin bin?
That's the most common one. Illegal use of hands, where you're in fact touching another player, impeding another player. Another common one is where you leave the court over the goal line.
So Denmark score, which brings Karasenti back out into action. I mean, we've seen how some teams, some of the tries can actually appear to be very straightforward, easy scores when it's 4-on-4. So when it's 4-on-3, the team with 3 have got very, very little chance, haven't they?
They have. Sometimes you have there's a high point have gone off, a low point have gone off. It doesn't really, not a lot of difference. In that case, there was, with their 3-point player was off, wasn't he?
Oh, that is a great steal, isn't it, by Shuttle? That was a fantastic example of where he managed to get the ball away without touching Sinkiao's hand or arm. Watch this.
That's it. Keep his eye on the ball. That's it.
Absolutely
Great.
perfect. Exactly as you might see in basketball with a block. Israel back on the attack pretty swiftly. He's so manoeuvrable, isn't he, this man? Great skills in the chair. And are there any cards? Can cards be given out in this match in the same way we might see in football?
No, it's not a thing. There's 3 types of foul. A common foul, you go in the bin, and what's called a flagrant foul, where you have a particularly dangerous or egregious foul, which is pretty rare, and a disqualifying foul, which I've never seen played awarded internationally.
So Karasenti just holding onto the ball here and now calling a timeout.
I thought we used them all up. Oh no, obviously not.
The final one. And again, that's been used tactically because he knew he was in a bit of a fix there, not able to get out.
Good
of that
play by
situation.
Denmark, keeping him faced the wrong way, so he couldn't pass the ball forward. He could have thrown it over his head, but that really goes well.
I imagine we do see some flamboyant players go for some pretty special moves occasionally, do we? Round the back or something like that.
Or bounce pass it low.
Oh, what happened there, Nigel?
He caught the ball and as turning, he hit the line. Unforced error, I'm afraid. And as you see this, there he goes. Oh no, Fredrickson hit him, so that put him off the balance. I was wrong. I misjudged him.
Here's Peters with the black sleeves, Jorgensen with the red sleeves. I don't think Jorgensen's out there at the moment, but this is now the Peters and Schaubo combination, actually. Sophia Schaubo out there.
Back to their first team.
They are locked in to Carasenti. Nitzahon doesn't get very far either with Fredrickson. Off air Gibbs. Oh, that's a big hit from Peters. And a good turnover for Denmark. And Fredrickson. The move we've seen all too often, all the way around the outside. Here we go, poor old off air Gibbs in. Bosh, take that. Zikiak in his own key, doesn't want to be there. Oh, Nitzahon almost fumbled that. Another big hit from Peters. Good pass to Carasenti, and Israel have done really well to get out of that.
Great stuff.
Oh, but Peters does a brilliant block on Zikiak and knocks the ball out of his possession. Superb passage of play here. Carasenti has Gibbs over there if he wants him. Instead goes for the easy, almost literally passing the ball to Nitzahon.
Great stuff by both teams there.
Well, we had a bit of everything there, didn't we?
Yeah.
Encapsulating why wheelchair rugby is such an exciting watch. The long ball bypassing all of the blockers this time to Fredrickson. And that score gap has moved on to 11 points now. Exactly the same way that the Israel-Great Britain match went, actually. Just gradually, Great Britain sort of turned on the gas, and I think Israel, quite understandably, began to get a bit fatigued. Feels like the same's happening here, Nigel.
Yeah, is this the same four that Israel had on to start? No, it's not, is it?
Not quite, no. It was Carasenti and Zico, definitely,
yeah.
And they started with Teresa and Nigri.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Carasenti and Zico have played every single minute, as far as I can remember. They've not been off the court once.
No, I think they played the whole game yesterday
Yes.
against Great Britain.
Fredrickson. Oh, nice. Weaving run.
Actually, there are other high points. Lahat, he went on as well, didn't he, yesterday?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Dan Lahat so far.
No.
Only started playing this sport 18 months ago. Carasenti in his own half still. In his own half, needs to get rid of the ball and does. To off-air Gibbs. Oh, he can't quite lean back far enough to get it. He moved his chair ahead of the ball there. And Fredrickson, like grease lightning. I'm always very relieved when he stops, because if he carried on at that pace, he would crash through the advertising boards and stand behind the try line, leaving it just a trail of, like the DeLorean in the Back to the Future film, just leave a trail of fire behind him. Here's Carasenti. A couple of decent options here ahead of them. Zikiak gets into Fredrickson. Behind the head pass. Oh, that was exactly what we were talking about a few moments ago. A little bit flamboyant from Carasenti. Shame it didn't work. Watch this. Not on this occasion. But good to see them trying that kind of thing, and Carasenti's just having a replacement wheel put on.
I don't know if the coach would agree with you there.
No, yeah, I know, but it's all right for me as a commentator demanding these sort of showboat moves, but yeah, I can imagine the coach wasn't particularly chuffed about that. Peters just showing that bit of acceleration, his trademark really. Zikia's going to come back at him. Good defence, but Peters should now be able to turn, and in fact he's just hanging on to the ball, isn't he? We've seen this kind of thing before. But what's the referee spotted there, Nigel?
Foul by the number 8, and because he was about to score, she gave a penalty try.
So Denmark edge further ahead, 13 points ahead now, 47-34 coming into the last 90 seconds or so of this third quarter. Good long ball to Gibbs. If Gibbs can hold it, he can. And Gibbs can either score himself or try and give it to Carasenti, the higher point player. Really struggling for the ball, does really well to get it to Carasenti, who should be able to go round. And that was all really made by off-air Gibbs. He did so well to tussle for the ball and then get it to Carasenti. And a prime example there of how these teams work together despite their differing abilities. Fredriksson.
Denmark are likely to wait now for the 55, 59 seconds time.
Yeah, there's 25 seconds on the shot clock.
Try and score now, probably. Yeah, well done. And
Puts
then
on the brakes and then in it
51
goes.
seconds left.
Yeah, so Denmark obviously wanting Israel to try and score here, giving them as much time as possible to reply before the end of the quarter. Oh, great block by Fredriksson. He can do everything, that boy. And it falls to Peters, and now Peters will slow things right down because the shot clock and the match clock pretty much identically matching.
Oh, is it? Oh, yes, it is. No, it's gone off now.
But either way, Fredriksson will just hold on to this and I imagine have one burst of acceleration. The shot clock has actually disappeared from the scoreboard.
Change of possession was when there was less than 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, just about. Into Peters. He stops on the line and goes over with 4 seconds to go. So Israel will go some to score in 4 seconds. No chance really. So the quarter is over. Israel 35, Denmark 49. So it's a healthy 14-point lead now for the Danes. Israel don't have any timeouts left either. And we'll take a look at some moments from that third quarter where really the Danes have been on top more than at any other point in the match. They are asserting their superiority here, but Israel have still had one or two memorable moments. Look at that steal from Schüttel again. That was a highlight of the quarter. And this was at the very end. What do we think, Nigel, Great Britain will be thinking about Denmark then? Paul Shaw and his players, they're preparing for their own game at 1 o'clock, of course. Not even sure whether they'd be watching this somewhere, but is there a lot to scare Great Britain here in the Danish lineup?
Oh yes, it's such a talented team. They've beaten Great Britain recently.
They have, yes, they have, yeah, and France as well.
So
actually.
you know, so they've got, as well as their big hitter high pointers there, they've got some talented mid-pointers. So as we've seen here, as well as playing a high-low lineup, they've also managed to play with one of their high pointers on and a couple of mid-pointers, Schüttel and Christian Bak-Eriksson. So Great Britain have to consider, what Paul Shaw has to consider, is does he go with his big high pointers on, Stewart and Aaron, and the two low pointers? Does he match there, have put one of those on, and a midpoint lineup? And that's what makes the tactical part of the game so fascinating.
Yeah. And Denmark's 4th place at the World Championships really did shake things up, didn't it, last year?
Yes, they beat France in the quarters, yes, and against Japan, which they lost in the
France medal match.
Yes, that's right. They lost. They went down 4 down. I watched that game. They went 4 down in about the first 90 seconds and lost the game by 4. But in that game, Japan nearly always play 2 high pointers against rather than what fixing them up like Denmark are here. So Denmark played well, cheered on that fantastic crowd in where were we, Baylor, but they just couldn't quite get the points back that they lost. So hopefully Great Britain come out strong tomorrow and put those points on the board early.
It's great for the tournament, though, isn't it, to have not just Great Britain and France above the rest, but also Denmark in there as a third team who could really win this. As we enter the fourth quarter, and we're seeing Morten Elmholt come out for a bit of game time, and actually Denmark ringing the changes here. Elmholt's out there, Kruger's out there.
So they've taken all their high pointers off now, just gone to a midpoint lineup.
We can see Kara Mama Nielsen out there as well. And it's Elmholt that scores the first try of this final quarter, 50 points to 35. So the lead beginning to get quite big here. 14-point lead, 14-point win, in fact, they had over Switzerland yesterday, wanting to improve on that. But Israel will fight to the finish, showing off their own skills. And Karasenti, my goodness, this man is talented. It's brilliant to actually see players like Karasenti having this big shot window to show off their skills on a, European, but international level, really. Kara Mama gets another one for the Danes. And the high press from Denmark allows Israel to lob one over the top to Zilkayu. He's a very cool customer, isn't he, this chap? 16 goals in this match.
That's such a lot of responsibility on him.
He must be high up in the individual point standings, I imagine.
Yes.
Zilkayu. Just some running repairs, I think, to a glove, is it, or a finger? Certainly nothing to do with the chair here. It's something to do with Karasenti's hand. It's one of the fingertips on his glove. We can see it here from the commentary box in the corner of the court. Pretty heavy-duty gloves, those. So we're underway again, and Elmholt sees a little gap. Burst through and a foul there. Yeah, that was body-to-body contact, wasn't it, on the arm?
Yes, reached in for the arm, try and flick the ball off, and caught the arm on the way in.
I'm surprised, actually, that kind of thing doesn't happen more often. You know, is it because the players just know the rules and are very disciplined, or is it something else?
The players do it because they know that a good flick will actually create a turnover for them. And maybe I shouldn't say it, but the referees won't see it all, see them all, right?
What? you surprised me there, Nigel. No, of course, referees can't have eyes in the back of their head. They can't see absolutely everything.
They look one way.
And there's no video referee system. So Tireza in his own half. Karasenti trying to burst through for him, and he does. That was almost like a move you might see in football, with Karasenti breaking the offside trap.
You see, in these international referees, they always try and be in front of the player who's holding the ball, so they can see that.
So Elmholt coming forward for the Danes. Mama just went in with massive momentum to Zilkayu.
Yeah.
And Elmholt gets through, but there was real force in that shunt. So here's Zilkayu. And he loses possession once again. There was a hand in there from Elmholt, I think, flicked the ball away.
Must have bounced off his chair on the way out, so...
Possession changes hands again.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous pass to Elmholt, wasn't it? He's taken a bit of a bash on the face there, I think, Elmholt. He's locked in there. But he gets the ball away brilliantly. That was great play. Great play from Elmholt. Mortensen to Mama. And that's a good score for Denmark, because Elmholt was... I'm sure I saw him sort of flinch as if he was bashed in the face there earlier on. Completely accidental, of course, but he did very well to get the initial pass away. Tireza, just outside his own key. Sees an opportunity to come down this wing. Tireza. He's a two-point player. He's a two-point player, and he's going all the way, is he? just held up slightly, but gives it to Carasenti, who Carasenti should almost feel embarrassed to get that try, really, because Teresa did all the hard work, but they all count the same. And Elmholt, 35 years old, again, sees a gap, bursts through, has Mortensen to his left, doesn't need him. And he's been brilliant since he came on at the start of this quarter. And what a luxury this is for the Danish coach to be able to just completely change the quartet out there, probably for this entire quarter.
He's giving some of his some of the teams some minutes on court, keep them fresh. You've got to remember these are disabled athletes, and they can pick up an injury fairly easily. So you need to have people ready to play.
Well, when we look down in front of us here, Nigel, in the corner of the court, you know, we can see Fredriksson, Jorgensen, Peters, you know, 3 of their star names. They're all sat here now resting.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if we see Fredriksson again, perhaps in this match now. So that is a great luxury.
It is for the coach to be able to, and I say, because these midpoint players, they're keen to play well, aren't they?
Yeah, and Great
Time
Britain
show that they should get some minutes on court.
Exactly. Great Britain lie ahead for Denmark tomorrow night at 7:30. That's going to be a blockbuster. Corinth, the pass goes a little bit skew-whiff, but Carasenti
way down
gets it. Manages to stay in touch. He can obviously use Ike out if he wants him. And in the end, Ike out becomes the blocker. Well, again, a spirited performance from Israel, and they can only get stronger for this experience at the European Championships. And hopefully people watching this back in Israel, maybe more people will get involved with wheelchair rugby in that country. As Elmholt goes across, it's all about participation ultimately, isn't it? You can only get better if you're bringing through more and more players.
I think, yes, the most important thing about wheelchair rugby is giving disabled people an exciting sport to play.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the bottom line, isn't it?
At any level.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's all very well us watching here the European Championships, but the participation event the participation element at all levels of the game is vital, isn't it? That's what it should be all about.
That's the London 2012
Time out. Wide 60 seconds.
Boosted the number of participants, teams in the UK from 6 to 25,
yeah,
24, so tremendous.
And I'm sure the French will see a similar snowball effect after the Paris Paralympics next year.
They have several teams already, but they probably have a similar sort of a boost.
Yeah, it's such an important part of not just this sport actually, but lots of Paralympic sports rely on the little windows of exposure they get.
They do.
And you see a huge spike in interest, both in terms of people wanting to play, but also, just as importantly, people wanting to come and watch, and the crowd beginning to file in, I think, for the Great Britain game that starts at 1 o'clock. Meanwhile, Denmark score again, thanks to Christian Bak-Eriksen, a big smile on his face. I told you he's regarded as the character of the Danish squad, big personality, and he's enjoying himself out there. Shabtai Nitsahan with the inbound. It was lovely to hear from Nitsahan before the match with Drew Lilly about the warm welcome Israel have received and just what this means to Israel to be playing in this championships in this venue and having to up their game to play with these A-grade teams like Denmark and this man Fredriksson, who has got back out there for a few more minutes before the end of the match, so his work not done. 25 tries for Fredriksson in this match alone, with 4 minutes still to go. It's not quite able to reach the ball, and the ball had got stuck between the wheels for a moment there. Bak-Eriksen fighting for it. And how do the referees decide this one, Nigel?
The referee has given a penalty try there. One of the low pointers fouled Christian Bak-Eriksen as he was holding the ball there, so she gave a penalty try there.
Adi Guetta, the Israeli captain, out on the court now, gives it to Nitsahan. Nitsahan, 49 years old. We talked about the age differentials out there, and that's, I'm afraid, a mistake from Nitsahan. bit reckless with the pass, and Fredriksson is absolutely not the player
It's
you
got to
want
be dangerous.
to give it to.
Got to be dangerous passing the ball in front of Sebastian, isn't it? Sebastian Fredriksson.
Absolutely, and it's
So
on in
quick on it.
similar position here. Safer hands this time, goes towards Gibbs. Gibbs does really well to collect that ball on the move. The momentum of his chair was taking him away from the ball. So good hands from off-air Gibbs. He's an electronic engineer by day. And he was one of the Israeli players that competed at the B Championships not that long ago.
Thank you.
So it is now an 18-point margin. Great Britain beat Israel yesterday with a margin of 23 points. Now, why would Fredriksson be slowing things down here? Is he waiting
He wants
for
to
his...
make sure that the players over by the other referee are trapped. Now somebody has to come and inbound the ball. Not doing it. The referee's put the ball down and blown the whistle, which means he's giving 10 seconds to come for somebody to come and get it.
10
Now,
seconds, right inbound, that side.
no Israeli player came within 10 seconds, so now it's a turnover.
So turnover
We've
ball.
seen that several times, the referee do that, but that time the inbounder was trapped up there, up court.
Your hands up.
It changed again.
So more substitutions coming on. Shuttle to Mortensen. Mortensen twisting inside and getting over.
That is a rarity.
And not long to go now into the last 3 minutes. 20-point gap now all of a sudden. Israel just beginning to flag, you would say, and also Caricenti and Zinkiao have both gone off. They've put in quite the shift.
That's an unusual call by the ref there. She called out and in. What that means is that one wheel has gone over the line, but then the wheel came back again before a second one went over. So that's not a. You have to get two wheels over to score.
When I've been sat alongside you, Nigel, and with Simon yesterday, our other referee, there is so much for you guys to be looking out for out there. I know there's more than one of you on court, but there are so many little intricacies, aren't there?
Nearly all of it is just dialed in fact. So what you're looking for is the exception of circumstances.
Right. So 21-point lead now for Denmark. So 23-point win for Great Britain against Israel yesterday. So this all could be, could all turn out to be very important as we head into tomorrow's match between Great Britain and Denmark, and who's going to finish top of the group, who's going to finish second. It will affect who they would play in the semi-final. Both teams would want to avoid France. So we will see how it all pans out. Dan Lahat coming on for Israel. It's the first time we've seen him. He's just getting over there. I think his teammate helps him out with a bit of a shove from behind.
15.
And there are people coming into the arena all the time with Great Britain, Switzerland ahead at 1 o'clock, but that's a nice move from Bak Eriksson. Bak Eriksson, a 2-point player. So again, the margin, 21 points. Now that's a different kind of inbound, isn't it? Using the hand to bunt it in, if you like. Oh, and that's a shame. Gibbs behind Nitzahon. Not every player does that.
No, only the low pointers. If you watched the Paralympics last year, Ryan Cowling of Great Britain, he used that inbound a lot. Because again, he's a one-point player, so he wasn't able to throw the ball very far, but he can hit it quite a long way like that.
And in the Wheelchair Rugby League, that's the way that players essentially kick the ball. They use their hand to punch the ball.
Off a stalk.
Off the stalk for the conversions. But yeah, if they do little punts or kicks during the actual open play, they use their hand to kind of bunt it, their fist, and bunt the ball forward. So now it's 22 points the difference. And you can see Israel, a completely different outfit when they don't have their two high point players.
What we see there, the players have to come straight on, or they can turn to 45 degrees. What he did there is he rolled up the line a bit before coming on, and that's not allowed, so that's a line violation, which the referee called.
Shuttle squeezing through. So that now does give us the 23-point margin that Great Britain finished up with against Israel yesterday.
Still time, 1:23 of the game to go.
It's on. Oh, he tried to get over the halfway line, couldn't, and ended up going for another pretty desperate pass, which Denmark take on, with Mortensen here approaching the final minute of the match. Oh, it was a fantastic, brave effort from Nitsaon to take Mortensen out, but Mortensen wasn't having any of that. Look at this. In fact, I think Shutter was in there as well, just bringing Nitsaon onto one wheel into the last minute here. And the gap has increased very quickly, it has to be said, to 24 points now. Fair Gibbs was always going to struggle to get on that one. That's not really the strength of his game, the speed element. He's a wily old defensive player, really, off-air Gibbs. So we have 40 seconds coming up on the match clock, and the shot clock's down at 32, so Denmark will hold on to this. And this will look very odd to you at home, but they are just doing this to protect their big lead. They may as well roll down the shot clock and not allow Israel any time to score another point. Of course, if Denmark do score again themselves, which they'll try in a few moments, it will mean the winning margin could go up to as high as 25 points. They've called a timeout. And why would that be, Nigel?
That's to push the shot clock back up to 15 seconds. So that is into the end of the game now.
Clever. Very clever. That's all part of the strategy of the match. So Israel shouldn't now get the ball again here.
Yes, the strategy. It makes you look a bit silly if you don't score now, though.
And there
they are going to do that.
They are going to do that, but they're not going to do it right now. They're going to do it in about 5 seconds, I would say. Yes. Over he goes. And it leaves Israel 3 seconds. They're not going to be able to do anything with the ball now, so...
No, just going to throw it in.
This is the conclusion of the match. And Denmark have got themselves a 25-point win, 68-43 against Israel. You have to take your hat off to Israel again. They played really well and just ran out of steam a bit, particularly when Carasenti and Zidkiao had done all they could. But this Denmark team do look very strong, they really do. And they've now beaten Switzerland and Israel, and it's the perfect preparation for facing Great Britain tomorrow night. Do not miss that one. Here's the story of the match. So when Zidkiao and Carasenti were on the pitch, Israel were quite the attacking force, but towards the latter stages of the match, Denmark had things more and more their own way. Some big hits in from particularly Mark Peters. This was a good one. Peters just shoving Carasenti out into touch. Frederiksen again, one of the star men for Denmark. Great take that from Schertel. So let's take a look at where that result leaves us in terms of the Pool B table. Denmark 2 wins out of 2 and a points differential of 39 now. So that's something for Great Britain to be thinking about when they take on Switzerland at 1 o'clock. And that's exactly how the table, how Denmark, would want the table to look going into tomorrow night's match against GB. Israel, it's always a bit harsh, isn't it, to see them at the foot of the table, 2 defeats out of 2 matches. It doesn't tell the story of how well they've played or the spirit of the side or anything like that, or the benefit of being here, to be honest. Don't want to sound patronising, but the benefit of just being at this tournament for Israel is massive, regardless of how results go.
Yes, and to play all these experienced players, they're all gaining experience, going to be valuable for them later.
The Danish players looking pretty happy with life and in good spirits, and they should feel absolutely comfortable and confident with the way things are going. So let's hear from one of these happy Danish players. I'm sure he's got a smile on his face. It's Mark Peters.
Mark Peters, tough game against Israel. What do you think went well?
I think we're pretty consistent and made no stupid errors, no too many turnovers, so we played our game pretty well, so we're happy about that.
What do you hope to improve next?
Well, 0 turnovers will be excellent for us against GB, but you never know.
Massive showdown against GB tomorrow. How do you think that's going to go?
Oh, I think it's going to be amazing. The crowd is going to be packed, and we're going to do our best. Try not to be affected by it, but it's going to be awesome to play against so many people in here.
Thank you and best of luck.
Thank you.
Nice to hear from Mark Peters immediately after the match. And here we are now, the big one. We are building up to the 12:45 start on the YouTube channel. The match itself begins at 1 p.m, but don't miss the build-up to Switzerland against Great Britain. Can Great Britain respond to Denmark's win against Israel? Nigel, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks,
a really
Andy.
enjoyable match between Denmark and Israel, but Great Britain to come. Good afternoon and welcome to a very expectant Principality Stadium as we're about to witness Great Britain's second match at these European Wheelchair Rugby Championships. And yesterday in Great Britain's Pool B, GB beat Israel 55 points to 32, a handy 23-point margin over Israel, who are still making their way in this sport. It's great for Israel to be here, but then earlier on this morning, Denmark beat the same opponents by 68 points to 43, so Denmark better on the points differential against Israel at least. And it means that Pool B looks a bit like this, with Great Britain, Switzerland starting in just under 15 minutes time. So Denmark with 2 wins out of 2, as you would have expected at this point in the tournament, and if all goes to plan, Great Britain will beat Switzerland as well in the next hour and a half, and it sets up a Great Britain-Denmark clash tomorrow night, which everybody is looking forward to. But GB have to be professional, they have to get the job done here against the Swiss first. You can see that Switzerland lost to Denmark yesterday, but Pool B all set up to go right down to the wire tomorrow night. So this is a huge game, and the crowd are still filing into the Principality Stadium, everything gearing up for what could be a fantastic contest between Great Britain and Switzerland. So hopefully that has got your pulse racing as much as it has ours. Let's hear from both teams, starting with the Great Britain head coach, who's been there, seen it, done it all. We can hear now from Paul Shaw.
Paul, you've got Switzerland today. They gave Denmark a good game yesterday. What type of match are you expecting from them?
Same again. They're a very, very, very good technical team. But we've been working hard. We've got a plan for them, and hopefully that will be able to execute that this afternoon.
You're top of the table after day one, a convincing win over Israel yesterday. How do you reflect back on that match?
Again, we played well, but also we always want to improve. So in our meetings today and yesterday, we just talked about executing the plan better than we did yesterday. So,
are there any areas in particular that you're looking to change or improve on?
Well, we're always looking to improve every little facet of our game, and I think we will hopefully be able to execute that today.
You were obviously hosts, and great to have that atmosphere yesterday. Was it quite a special moment for the team to come out here at the Principality Stadium with the home crowd?
Yeah, absolutely. It was. It's such a privilege to be here, and I think Wales have taken us to the hearts, and it's such a privilege to be here. I'm so pleased.
You've got the host GB today. It's going to be a big game. It's going to be hopefully a great game. What type of game are you expecting?
Yeah, we expect a big, loud crowd, a lot of speed, a lot of power from GB, but we try to hold against them with our passing game, I think.
Great, and you are third in the table. You really gave it to Denmark yesterday. It was very close to half-time. Can you take some positives from that match?
Yeah, I think we got better as the game went on, but we think we need a better start today to really challenge GB.
And what's it like playing here at the Principality Stadium?
It's awesome. It's very big, very loud, a lot of fans. It's really cool.
Great, well, all the best for your match today. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the fresh-faced Yves Langhardt of Switzerland speaking to Sean Price, and this is the Swiss squad that Christian Hedi, the Swiss coach, has at his disposal here in Wales. And the numbers next to the players' names, if you're joining us for the first time, this is the first wheelchair rugby match you've watched, either at this tournament or ever. The numbers refer to the points classification given to every player according to the severity of their impairment and how they play out on the court. It affects things like their agility, their mobility, their speed, and it's the higher point players that are the more attacking players. You can see Jeremy Genal, for example, the captain of Switzerland, 2.5. Switzerland actually don't have any players who are higher than 2.5. It's 3.5, the highest point score an individual player can have, but the Swiss don't have any of those, and that actually does affect the way they play, which we'll get into later on. And the Great Britain squad features 7 players who won Paralympic gold in Tokyo 2 years ago now. Is it already 2 years ago since the Paralympics in Tokyo? But yeah, some familiar names there from the Paralympics. The British talisman, really, Stuart Robinson, the 3.5 player, ran the show against Israel in the first match. And as you can see, the flags and officials are on their way out onto court, and you can see in the background of that shot a healthy crowd in the stand underneath where the TV cameras are. And the people in here are going to make plenty of noise as we wait for both teams to come out. We'll of course have national anthems for you as well, which will be sung with gusto in this famous sporting arena. And all of the players unanimously saying they've never played in a setting quite like this. So this is the Great Britain squad coming out in the blue kit this afternoon. They officially are the away team for this fixture. So Stuart Robinson leads Great Britain out in those blue shirts with the Union Jack design down the side. This is Jonathan Coggan, 40 years old now, Jonathan Coggan. He's been to 5 Paralympic Games, and this is his 10th. It's his 10th European Championships. Jack Smith, another one of those who played in Tokyo, followed by David Ross, who didn't, 28 years old. This is his European Championship debut. Nick Cummins, he was a wheelchair basketball player before taking up wheelchair rugby. Kieran Flynn, one of a number of players who plays for the Leicester Tigers. Jamie Stead, big character, one of the best 2.5 players in the world, and followed by the big grin of Aaron Phipps with the trademark headband on. Daniel Kellett made his international debut at last year's European Championships, and I'm sure there'll be a big cheer for Coral Beatty, Great Britain's female player. And the GB women's team won the Women's World Cup in March, so only a couple of months ago she was part of that squad. So it is a very strong Great Britain lineup. Won the Paralympic title, but disappointed at the World Championships last year. And the lights go on for Switzerland, coming out in the white jerseys, led by Jeremy Genal, plays for the Fighting Snakes back at home in Switzerland. And he's enjoying the big welcome out onto court. This is Charlie Hanel. Roger Frey wearing number 3, making his Euros debut. Fabian Krauer with the balding head. This is one of their danger men, David or Dave MZ. He's a PE teacher back at home. Followed by the man we just heard from, Yves Langhart, and followed quickly by Patrick Gostelli wearing 22. 24 is Arno Dautai, who played brilliantly against Denmark, albeit on the losing side yesterday. Samuel Schwartz made his debut at those World Championships just in October that were held in Denmark. And that is their squad for today's match. 1 or 2 players sitting out this contest. So with both teams out on the court and the atmosphere building nicely, let's ramp things up further with the 2 national anthems.
Please stand at your right for the national anthem of Switzerland.
Both anthems sung with gusto, as it should be, and the crowd here at the Principality Stadium have been waiting all morning for this one. Another look at the Swiss squad, and the players highlighted in gold are the quartet that will start the match, led by captain Jeremy Genal. And I mentioned Armand Dautai, one of their other 2.5 players who really showed flashes of brilliance yesterday against Israel, but no 3 or 3.5 players in that Swiss lineup, which we'll discuss in a moment. Great Britain line up like this, with Robinson, Phipps, Jack Smith and Jonathan Coggan, the starting quartet. And that is a strong squad, a strong lineup. Great Britain disappointed at the World Championships in October. They did lose Stuart Robinson to COVID just a week before that championships, and Gavin Walker, who's not playing today, he has given an interview this week where he talked about how Robinson's late withdrawal really disrupted things, and the Great Britain squad never really got over that and handled that at the World Championships. But they are the Paralympic champions, and they are desperate to win this European title on home soil. Alongside me, Drew Lilly, and Drew, I think it's fair to say we'll get a much better sense of where Great Britain are from this match than we did from the game against Israel.
I certainly hope so. I've got to take issue with you. You said just before the teams were coming out that GB were expected to win today, should cruise past Switzerland. I've actually got 2 passports, one British, one Swiss. So I suppose that at least evens things up here in the commentary position. I do agree with you though. Britain, they should get a win today. If they don't, then serious questions will be asked, but they will have a serious test. As you were saying, we're seeing now that they're starting off with a high-low lineup. It'll be interesting to know how they perform against a team that hasn't got any high pointers, so he's going to play with a lot of mid-pointers, and how the Swiss defend against them, if the Swiss go in the key or go for a high press. So it'll be a very good test for Great Britain.
And just before tip-off, I'll introduce Hannah Aldridge, who's alongside myself and Drew. Hannah, you're a wheelchair rugby referee. It's great to have you with us.
Hi, it's great to be here today, so have a little bit of fun here and watch the game today with you.
Well, we'll bring Hannah in where things happen that maybe need a little bit of explanation on the rules side of things. All the players have been saying they've not played in an arena quite like this. I'm sure it's the same for you officials.
We've never had an arena like this in wheelchair rugby, so it's a big event and it's really nice. We love it, actually.
I bet. Well, everyone enjoying themselves, and we are just waiting for the clock to strike 1 o'clock local time here. It's 4 quarters of 8 minutes, but in reality the match will last around about 90 minutes. The clock stops when the ball goes out of play. Hey guys, and it's 4-on-4 non-stop action, plenty of collisions, plenty of skill, and lots of speed as well. Blink and you will miss it. So the ball goes up, and Stuart Robinson immediately tips it forward for Aaron Phipps, 2 of the most recognisable players in this Great Britain lineup. And Phipps scores the first try within 4 seconds, and those two will link up plenty during this match. And it's Yves Langhart with the inbound for the Swiss to his captain, Jeremy Genal. And Phipps is trying to chase him down, but Genal can easily pass the ball to Dave MZ, who is quite the character, big personality. MZ is actually a PE teacher back at home in Switzerland, and MZ is the Swiss player you would expect to score a lot of their points this afternoon. Here's Stuart Robinson, and the strength and speed on display straight away from the former RAF man. Lost his legs in Afghanistan, came to wheelchair rugby through the Invictus Games, and he has seen everything in this sport. A big hero to fans of the Great Britain side, and as I say, it was him who missed the World Championships, and it really showed for Great Britain. Hitting on there from Phipps, and then one from Robinson on MZ, but MZ has Langhart across, and Langhart gets over the try line. 2 wheels, isn't it, Hannah? 2 wheels that need to get across the line.
Yeah, they have to cross the 2 wheels, and it can be their cast to the front or their big wheels.
A good start from both sides. Great Britain back in possession. We've seen a couple of reasonably one-sided matches so far at the European Championships. This is one where you feel, as Drew was quite rightly admonishing me for, this is a match where Switzerland could spring a surprise. They've started brightly though, Great Britain, Drew.
They have. They'll be very keen, particularly the 2 out at the moment, the 2 high pointers, Phipps and Robinson, they will be keen to lay down a marker. There's obviously a big squad that Great Britain can use, and there'll be some personal battles for them out there, and they'll be wanting to make sure that they make the most of their game time, their court time today. And in particular, you can't get too far ahead, but they're going to face Denmark tomorrow, most likely to see who comes first in the group, most likely to see who avoids France in the semi-finals. So the likes of Robinson that we're seeing there and Phipps will be very keen to show the coach, Paul Tez Walker, whom we heard from earlier, that they're the ones who can be counted on when the time comes. And we have the first timeout of the match here, called by Yves Langhart, because I presume he thought he wasn't going to get that inbounded in time and over the halfway line within 12 seconds. Now we're looking at the referees here. Hannah, you will know these referees better than we do, but apparently that one we saw there was Diego Cervajos, and we have Mateus Campagna from Brazil, and I'm informed that it's the first time that it's an all South American pairing at an international tournament.
It is. So they came over, and it's a great pair, to be fair, and it's quite good to watch them together.
Well, the inbound is made by Switzerland using that timeout strategically, as Drew mentioned. And Switzerland with a bit of possession here, and that's a fumble from Langhart. You can see him sort of flick his eyes into the area. He's frustrated with himself there. And that will be British possession. So we showed you the player classification scores down the team lineup. So for any quartet that's out there, that points total cannot exceed 8 unless a team has a female player out on the court, which we'll get to later. But that is how you get the balance between the high point scorers, the low point scorers, and head coaches can put a different combination of players out there as long as it doesn't go above 8. So meanwhile, Robinson has got over the line again. It's a 5-3 lead early on for Great Britain. And when Robinson and Phipps are in full flow, they are very, very difficult for anyone to stop. Genau does well to get the pass away to MZ, and he takes that well over the line. Constantly talking to his teammates, Drew.
Yes, he's saying he's a PE teacher. He's also a motivational speaker. He's a very eloquent man, and he's going to have to be a leader out there. He's not officially, he's one of the co-captains, and he's going to be the one out there desperately trying to motivate his team there. A couple of points down, you saw that one ball, they obviously lost the tip-off, Switzerland, and then that one ball went astray about a minute ago, so that's almost like a break of service for those of you who watch tennis. They just need to try to live with GB, score on their possessions and not give it away. Commentators curse.
And that is going to prove costly if Switzerland keep on making errors like that. Switzerland lost 60 points to 46 against Denmark yesterday. It will be interesting to see how the result today compares, because points difference could be crucial between Great Britain and Denmark. Dave MZ in the sin bin, Hannah, and he has to stay there until?
He has to stay there for a whole minute, or when GB come down now, if they score on this one, then he can come straight in without doing his whole minute.
And you can go in the sin bin for a variety of offences, but most usually it's for body-on-body contact. You'll see plenty of chair collisions. Chair-on-chair contact is more than allowed and actively encouraged, I guess, for the spectacle, but you are not allowed to touch an opponent's arm or hand. And I think that's what MZ was in for. But Britain have scored and MZ is back out onto court. You will see steals and that kind of thing, where a player will be able to knock the ball directly out of an opponent's hand, but you're not allowed to pull the arm back or touch the arm in any way. This is the offence. Here we go, a closer look, and you can see there that MZ's left arm comes out, doesn't it, Hannah?
Yeah. So he's coming out to balance himself and get himself around.
So the rules are pretty clear-cut, and the officials have to be eagle-eyed.
Oh yeah, definitely. We've also got to be quick on our toes, so yeah, don't mind running those over, definitely.
Have you got any idea of how much ground you cover during
a
typical match?
Oh no, I would love to see that. Definitely something that we need to do.
So a 3-point gap currently, but Switzerland in possession, Drew.
Yes, they've had a couple against the run of play, as it were. It's got to be that. It's the combination. Usually it's MZ and Doutai trying to find one another. Jeremy Genal, the other co-captain. Yves Langhart is there pretty much to block and to inbound, and there he's coming up trying to put a block, and here we go. Almost getting the block on Stu Robinson, but that's easier said than done. And damned if you do, damned if you don't pick your poison. If Robinson gets it out to Phipps, then that's the advantage of having two high pointers out there.
Phipps plays for the Solent Sharks. He's been around for a long time, started in the sport back in 2008. Aaron Phipps there with a headband on. He's also done the London Marathon twice and climbed Mount Kilimanjaro as well, just for good measure. So quite the athlete. And here comes MZ for Switzerland with the ball in his lap. You have to bounce the ball as he did there or pass it, at least every 10 seconds. And MZ tussling with Phipps, who's trying to stick on him like a plaster, and MZ gets free. There is a shot clock as well. The shot clock is counting down. I can see in the corner of the court to 10 seconds left now, so MZ needs to do something with it here. With Robinson in his face, what a pass that is from MZ. That is a superb pass to Doughty, who finishes it off, but no doubt the architect of that try, Drew.
Yes, that's the combination I'm looking for, and it's immense patience from MZ for probably the best part of 25 seconds, persistence to get clear of everyone who was trying to mark him and block him, and then a wonderful pass to get it out. The only problem is it takes them 40 seconds to score. Great effort, gets them 1 point. GB go down the other end in the space of 5 seconds. They've just wiped that off. So it's very demoralising.
Blue team.
Another timeout called. And Hannah, what do the officials do during these timeouts? Will they be constantly talking to each other about how certain decisions have gone already, or is it just a rest? Yeah.
Well, it is a little bit of a rest for us. It's quite nice to have that rest, especially at a quick game like this. But if anything's happened that we're a bit unsure about, if there's anything that we need to look at, we'll be in constant communication. As you can see, the ref swapped over as well. So we have that trail and lead ref, we swap over, and then we're ready to watch. So the middleman there, Diego, you can see in the middle, standing there, he's watching both teams. The table will buzz at 10 seconds when there's 10 seconds left to go, and Diego will call the teams on so that we're ready to play in time.
And just while we have a moment, just describe the difference between what the two different referees are doing in terms of their position on the court.
So the lead ref will be right at the front. They're watching mostly the ball and mostly what's going on. Your trail ref is bringing up the back, really. They're in the trail. They're watching other people. They're watching what's going on around, any illegal hands, anything like that.
There is no video referee system or anything like that in wheelchair rugby. Simon Starr, yesterday said there's no VAR, we just have very accurate referees, which I quite enjoyed. Oh, what a actual tip-off by Robinson. It's ended with Janal on the ground, and Janal will be helped up, but watch this again. MZ looking for Janal, and Robinson just gets in there with his hand to tip the ball away, but meanwhile the front of his chair just clips Janal, and he's up and smiling. And that rough and tumble is absolutely part and parcel of this sport and why people take to it.
Well, yes, it was originally called murder ball, and then the Paralympics said we'll have you as part of the Paralympic movement. However, we can't call it murder ball, and we can't have people winning gold, silver and bronze medals for a sport called murder ball. So it's been termed wheelchair rugby, and a lot of you will be thinking, well, hang on, there's not a lot of... they're passing the ball forward and the ball's round as opposed to oval. But yes, it's murder ball is what it was originally called, and for good reason.
And here is MZ with the ball again, trying to just evade Robinson by smuggling the ball. He'd love to be able to put it up his jumper. But MZ wriggling away. Coggan is there. Coggan is one of the best at this, just being a nuisance and blocking and getting in the way, which is absolutely his job, the number 2 there for Great Britain. MZ evades Coggan and does really well actually in the end to get it across to Janal. As Drew mentioned though, Switzerland are taking virtually their full 40 seconds each time, certainly 30 seconds to score, whereas Great Britain have been scooting down the court and scoring in much quicker order. Here's another example, Robinson lobbing it forward, and there's a choice of 2 players there. One of them is Jamie Stead, plays for Leicester Tigers. He's just going to count down the clock a little bit here, and you might be wondering why he's doing this at home, but he's put the ball down now, and he's always thinking, isn't he, of how much time he's leaving Switzerland to come back down the other end of the court, Drew.
That's right, we're not quite on the time stamps yet that teams look for, in particular Great Britain. When you get into the last 2 minutes, they want to score at certain times to ensure that they get the final possession. There, the fact that Stead was taking his time was more to let his teammates set up, maybe try to block the likes of MZ and Dautai.
So Stead with it here, he's got a couple of options, and Stead's over, and that's an awkward one actually, because his body and his head have fallen in between chairs, but he looks okay. Here we go again. He's eventually tipped over here, I think. Yeah, it's by Dautai. The wheel of Dautai eventually tips Stead over. So Hannah here with Stead going down, holding the ball. What does that mean in terms of who has possession next?
So they will probably give it back to GB. The ball was on the floor as the opposition took it out of their hands. So they've called a fallen player because the ball was on the floor. So just for precaution and to keep everyone safe, they're going to... Oh, actually, they've gave it back to the other team. So they've done turnover, so Jamie would have lost that ball.
Jamie lost the ball as he went down, whereas if he held on to it,
he might have got the ball.
But Janelle calls another timeout with 2 minutes 11 to go. So Great Britain lead here, 11-9 in this first quarter.
White, number 9, 30-second timeout.
So you can hear the referee announcing to the crowd here that Jeremy Janelle, the number 9 of Switzerland, has called this timeout. So a tactical chat here, and I think, Drew, the Swiss will be very happy with where they are in this match at the moment, only a 2-point deficit.
They'll be reasonably happy, and they're in possession as well, so they can make it a 1-point game. You can see the player coach there, Adi Moser, giving out some advice to them. If they can get the final score of this quarter, then they can keep it very close. But GB will be looking, A, to get a turnover at some point very soon, and B, to make sure that they get the final possession. Switzerland, I think, have got the possession arrow, so they will get the ball at the start of the second quarter. So it's a game of fine margins at the moment. GB have been dominating, but they're only 2 points clear, and it could be a 1-point game within the next 20 seconds or so.
Phipps and Coggan in on Janelle, but Janelle manages to get away to Dautai, who tries to go out wide, and that's great defence from Phipps. Helped out by Jack Smith as well, but MZ is free, and that's a great take by MZ, leaning all the way back to grab that ball with both hands and then get the momentum to go forward again over the line. We'll take another look at this as he leans back, getting the ball, but still manages to get a hand on the wheel and force him forward. The dexterity of not just working with the ball, but working with the wheels of your chair as well is really what makes this sport so impressive, I think. You know, we all, I think, watch other wheelchair sports. Wheelchair tennis, for example, is another sport where a player's having to hold a racket and get themselves around the course as well. But the manoeuvrability is fantastic, isn't it, Drew?
It is. It's a sport that very much entertains in its own right. You don't watch it, or I certainly don't watch it as a disability sport or a para sport. It's got great technique and tactics to it. There's so much more you can watch. You can watch the players. Now, these are the timestamps that we like to talk about, and you think, well, why are they doing this? They're going to want to score at a certain time, so probably 1:15 was one of them, but he's taking even more time off the clock. He's got 13 seconds to go, and he's going to take all of those and then just scoot over now, trying to work out when they can get the ball back. And it's not just all about the high pointers. The more you watch it, the more you watch the lower pointers getting involved, blocking. There's so much to this sport.
Great Britain, a reminder, they've won this European Championship 7 times, but they were runners-up last time to France. A huge hurl up the court to Langhart, and Langhart should have the necessary space to get over the line, but that's brilliant from Phipps to get back. I thought Langhart was going to go over. I think he was looking at the clock as well. Langhart not happy with something. He's having a go at the referee here, Hannah. What would that be about?
So basically, Aaron Phipps managed to get his hand on the ball. That means it's a held ball because he's managed to stop the ball. So as you can see in this replay, he stops him and he's got his hand on the ball, so he's stopping the play. So it's called a held ball. We've got both our thumbs up and the possession goes to what the arrow is on the court, which was Switzerland this time.
Langhart wasn't particularly happy with the decision, but Switzerland in possession still. The shot clock counting down to around about 18 seconds. MZ decides to go over. So Great Britain have 42 seconds left in the quarter and they'll have a shot clock of 40. Robinson to Phipps, and Phipps gets away. So he will put the brakes on here because they don't want to score and allow Switzerland another opportunity to attack before the end of the quarter. They want to wind this clock down as close to 0 as they can, use their entire shot clock, which is on 18, 17, 16 seconds now, the shot clock in the corner of the court.
They might take a timeout, but I don't think they're quite going to need it because they could reset the possession clock.
Robinson goes one way, comes back the other, just needs to shuffle over the line, and he does so with 6 seconds left, and the clock will only start again once a Swiss player touches the ball from the inbound, so the clock won't start immediately here, it will start now. So down to 5 seconds, can Switzerland get back within 1? And Jack Smith blocks the ball, interception. It was a good effort though from the Swiss, and a big clap from Dave Emsey for his teammate. But the first quarter is over with Great Britain leading 13. Oh, right, we're carrying on for a moment. Was there a timeout call, do we think there? We thought the first... No, they're done. They're done.
Timeout there. That was just Jack Smith hitting the ball out of bounds, but because the clock was running down, the ball is not actually out of bounds until it touches out of bounds. So even though it's over the line, unless it's touched the floor out of bounds, it's not out yet, so the clock finished.
Hannah Aldridge with us, Wheelchair
we
Rugby
knew that,
referee.
didn't we? Yeah, we'd have got that.
That's why you're with
obviously.
us, Hannah. That is exactly why you're with us. End of the first quarter, Great Britain lead 13 points to 11, and it's been a great quarter, I'd say. Certainly from the matches I've seen, it's been the best quarter of wheelchair rugby at the championship so far, certainly the closest.
It has indeed been the closest. It was incredibly close right up until the end, and then there was that stolen possession almost when we had the held ball. It was a great shame. It was fired forward, but the only person who could pick it up was Yves Langhart, a one-pointer, and he hadn't quite got the wheels to get over the line. Aaron Phipps came back, got the held ball, and that meant that it was still Switzerland's inbound, but it now means that to start the second quarter, Great Britain will get possession, because you alternate possession at the start of quarters and also if there's a held ball. And so that means that Great Britain have stolen a possession and virtually stolen a point away from Switzerland. And we didn't think it would be that close. You certainly didn't, Andy. You got Great Britain winning this at a canter, but... I'm not going to let you forget that one.
I'm going to dispute the usage of the phrase "they will cruise to victory" because I don't think I said that, but I do remain confident. I do remain confident about Great Britain here at the end of the first quarter. And we saw the Danes earlier on. The Danes made it 2 wins out of 2. The Danes dark horses for this tournament, maybe more than dark horses. And I think that's only because really Great Britain had that sort of poor showing at the Worlds. I think had it not been for that, Great Britain as the home team would have been coming in here as favourites, but France and Denmark will both fancy their chances of taking this title. We'll take a quick peek at Pool B. This is not including this scoreline we're watching at the moment, so this is how things stand after Denmark's win against Israel earlier on. So you can see, I think the crucial thing here is that Denmark's points differential is 39. Great Britain only leading Switzerland by 2 points at the moment. So as things stand at the moment and as things look, it could be that Great Britain win this match against Switzerland by not by much, and it will mean Denmark stay at the top of the pool this evening.
Yes, overnight it will be nice perhaps for Denmark to look down on Great Britain, but tomorrow those two are going to face off, and it can't end in a draw. If they're level after the 32 minutes, then there will be another quarter and extra time, and we'll carry on until we have a winner. So points difference will matter today, but not tomorrow once they face one another head-to-head.
Everything finely balanced as Nick Cummins puts the ball into Stuart Robinson. Cummins there wearing the number 8, another Leicester Tigers player. He is one of the players that actually tried wheelchair basketball before trying wheelchair rugby, and this is the equivalent of a set piece in football. This is a move off the training court as Stuart Robinson comes round with his 3 teammates going the other way, and it makes the space for Robinson round the back. So as Drew was explaining, with the first possession of this quarter, that's a big advantage for Great Britain now being 3 ahead. Down tight, forward to Langhart, the man who couldn't quite get his chair over the line at the end of that first quarter, and that could prove to be a pivotal moment, but it's another nice pass to MZ.
It's tough for the Swiss at the moment. They're riding their starting 4, and I think they're going to have to do that for a lot of this match, and they are going to tire, whereas, as you can see, Great Britain have brought on some substitutes. Robinson back on, but there's no Phipps at the moment. So we've got the likes of Nick Cummins out there, number 8, Jamie Stead, number 12. Great Britain going with a more balanced lineup, just the one high pointer, and then the couple of mid-pointers I just mentioned, and Johnny Coggan as the low pointer.
Yep, no Phipps, no problem at the moment as Robinson went over, plays for West Coast Crash, and Robinson flicks the ball out of Jeremy Genau's hands. Legally, Hannah?
Yes. So as long as he doesn't touch anywhere on the body of the other player, it's legal. So as we can see here on the replay, he just gets top of the ball and flicks it out.
Just like a little jab from Robinson, jab of the hand, knocks the ball out of Genau's hands. And Langhart right down by his own try line, thinking about the kind of quarterback Hail Mary, goes for the shorter pass, and it comes to Doutai, who's been kept relatively quiet so far by Great Britain. He was one of the stars of the show for Switzerland yesterday against Israel. Different proposition this against GB. And perhaps Doutai's performance yesterday actually highlighted to GB that he was a man particularly to keep an eye on. Doutai with the beard there, turning 360 and trying to get away from the British blockers. Drew, you are gesturing.
Yes, timeout call there. I was counting down because the shot clock was down to 3, 2, 1 second there, and Armin Doutai realised that there was no way he was going to be able to get over the line. Absolutely wonderful blocking. I think Stu Robinson has decided to keep a very watchful eye on Dave MZ. He's the equivalent of a high pointer for Switzerland, and here we see Doutai desperately trying to get forward, realised he wasn't going to get over the line before the 40 seconds had elapsed, so took a second timeout for Switzerland, a third actually. Looking at the top of the screen there above the Swiss flag, you can see there's only one gold bar remaining, and timeouts can be worth their weight in gold. GB not using them at the moment, so they've still got 4 in the bank.
Doutai a 2.5 player, MZ a 2.0 player. Doutai blocked initially by Stead. What's the referee spotted there, Hannah?
So, as you can see, Jamie Steed left the court, so he went over the try line before the Switzerland player, so that means it's a penalty try, so they still get awarded the goal and the try, but it was Jamie Steed's fault.
So penalty try for Switzerland, quickly responded to by Robinson for Great Britain. It's intriguing, Drew, to think that somewhere out there in Switzerland, maybe watching this or playing wheelchair rugby, but not quite at international level, is a 3-pointer, a 3.5 player that they could have in the future.
What they need to do is do some recruitment. You were talking earlier about people being wheelchair basketball players, and a lot of low point wheelchair basketball players can convert to being high pointers in wheelchair rugby, and they don't have to give up the one sport. They can play both. So anyone out there who plays wheelchair basketball, whichever country you're in, come and join us.
Doutai using brute force to get over the line there, brings it back to 16-14. And the Swiss are making this a real contest for Great Britain. Stuart Robinson decides to go for the long pass down court. And this man is one of the best 2.5 players in the world, has cerebral palsy. And one of the heroes from Tokyo, 29 years old now. So 17-14. MZ picks the ball up deep, faced with Robinson, and Robinson has nicked the ball off him, and it's another try, a crucial turnover try for Great Britain, and more great work from Robinson. He's done that a couple of times already.
He's very clever at getting the hands in there and not giving away a penalty, and he realised that he could just get it, and he needed to have it in his possession before the wheels went over the line, and he just about managed to do that. And that could be big in the contest, in the context of this game. We saw there was only 1 point in it at one stage towards the very end of the first quarter.
He's certainly the main man, Robinson. And we're about to hear from the referee again. Another timeout being signalled by the Swiss this time. I think with that 4-point margin opening up, they felt like they needed a little powwow down there and talk about a couple of things. And some substitutions coming on for Great Britain, an entirely different quartet. So Kieran Flynn with the glasses, Jack Smith with the bald head. Phipps is back out there, and it's the first time we're seeing David Ross. David Ross, a tall man, wearing number 6. That's Jack Smith, plays for Leicester Tigers, actually broke his neck playing rugby. Did Jack Smith in 2008, the standing version of rugby, that is. So another set piece as Phipps cuts inside, then turns back. Can't find any space to push his way through himself, so he turns back, gives himself some time and some space and some fresh air in between him and the try line. The shot clock counting down below 10 seconds though, so he's going to have to do something quickly. And Phipps is being held up here by the Swiss. Key moment across to Flynn, and I think Flynn's fumbled it over there. Great defence from Switzerland.
Well, it's great defence from the Swiss. They have brought on some substitutes. We've got the number 3, Roger Frey, in there, and Christian Hanel, the number 2. They've come on for Yves Langhart and Armin Dautai, respectively. There we're seeing Hanel, one of the veterans of Swiss wheelchair rugby, and, well, he certainly justified his substitution with that first possession.
And Genal getting away from Flynn, who's got no chance of catching Genal up, so the Swiss captain makes it just a 3-point game again. Down to only one timeout though, Switzerland, which could be important later on. David Ross here, this is the number 6. He's got a sports science degree, has David Ross. Played in the Canada Cup last year, but this is his first time at a European Championships. Good place to start.
White, number 7, 11 for pound.
It will be Kieran Flynn wearing the wraparound glasses. We've got a sim bin. Who's that over there? It's MZ in the sim bin. Must admit I didn't spot the offence myself. Did you see anything, Hannah?
As Dave Ross was trying to push forward, he put his hands in, and as he's pushing, he's came across both his arms, so it's illegal use hands.
So MZ will sit there, well, not any longer. He was going to have to sit there for a while, but the score from Great Britain brings MZ out. We'll just have another look at this. And you can see there, yes, the left hand of MZ sort of snatching for the ball and coming into contact with the body of Ross, as Hannah describes. Hannah Aldridge with us, wheelchair rugby referee. And when we have a moment, maybe at half-time, I'll ask you how you got into wheelchair rugby refereeing, Hannah. Because there's certainly no time during the match, as there was a bit of an exclamation there from Hanel. He didn't like being sandwiched between two British players, and we have another timeout, so the game has got a bit stop-start in the last few moments, hasn't it, Drew?
Yes, Switzerland had a little bit of momentum. They took a coach's timeout. Adi Moser calling them over and getting them to getting them to give them some words of wisdom, and also to change the lineup. And when they came out with that changed lineup, they managed to get a turnover and steal a point. But since then, it's as if that has spurred Team GB into action.
So Switzerland on the attack with Roger Frey over there on the right-hand side. Tried to find MZ, it comes to Genal instead. Again, stubborn defence from Great Britain. Genal with a decision to make here. Can he find Hanel in the centre there, or MZ, in fact, over Hanel's head? And MZ the man to finish off, as he so often is. Here we go, look at this. MZ goes all the way round and is there on the spot. So much happens off the ball. Don't just keep your eyes on where the ball is, keep your eyes on the players around the ball as well and what they're doing, as Phipps gets another easy score here. Always tends to glance back just to make sure his team are forming behind him in a way that they would want to, ready for the next Swiss attack. And it's very, very difficult, isn't it, for any team, but particularly a team without the 3.0 players, the 3.5 players, to defend against Phipps and Robinson. So the Swiss at something of a disadvantage because they don't have that high-pointed player themselves. Phipps was trying to block MZ there, but in the end Roger Frey makes the score. It's his Euros debut there, number 3. And look at the oceans of space that Kieran Flynn has here, 31 years old. Joined the talent pathway in 2018, did Flynn.
I'm watching. No contact. No contact.
So the clock stops. Remember, there's no time wasting going on as such. The clock stops until the inbound is made and a player touches the ball. So MZ deep in his own territory with Phipps for company. Needs to find a way out. And that's a long pass, and Janelle makes it a good one by getting on the end of it. Phipps gives Janelle a bit of a side swipe, but Janelle stays upright into reverse, and that's great chair handling skills from Jeremy Janelle. And he is the one I think Switzerland go to for just a bit of order, a bit of experience, and MZ, the one with the flair. But MZ on that occasion, it was a tough pass to take, in fairness to Dave MZ.
It is tough for him. He's being asked to play as a virtual high pointer. He's got to be the equivalent of the likes of Phipps or Robinson for Switzerland, and he's got to do it almost all on his own. So, and he's been out there for the full 2 quarters thus far, so I think fatigue might be setting in for him.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on substitutions. But Phipps goes through again, and quite rapidly actually. Great Britain has stretched to a 5-point lead, 22-17 with just over 2 minutes to go in the half. So Christian Harnell gives it to Janelle, and then Harnell off on the move. He's not one of Switzerland's quicker players though, so it's a bit of a decoy. MZ into Frey. Phipps will come across to Frey, and there is Harnell left all by himself. So you can see how the players' movements off the ball are not necessarily to receive the ball at that particular moment. They're to receive the ball a couple of passes later on down the move. And Phipps stuck by Harnell, who's trying to stay with him, but Phipps gets the ball away to Ross, and that means Britain will have an overload, but the referee has pulled play back for something. Timeout, in fact, has been called.
So there was a GB player by the referee who's just called timeout, which I think it was Kieran Flynn. I think he realised that the 40-second clock was on 30. They only get 12 seconds to get over the half, so his teammate's looking out for his team. He's called timeout because he knows they're not going to get it over.
It's interesting that the players take the responsibility for that on the fly, as it were, and just explain to us, the 2 referees on the court aren't having to keep track of all of these timings. That's what the table officials are for, isn't it?
Yeah, we have 4 people on the table as well, and they keep score of everything. So they've got the score, the timeout, everything, and the ref and table always talk together at the end of quarters.
So much for the officials to keep their eyes and ears on, actually. Robinson, the space is made for him by Phipps and Coggan to come through. So 23-18. Harnell short to MZ again. Harnell this time stays in that defensive area, doesn't fly up the court, and that's a loose pass, really. I think the mistake was the pass rather than the fumble by Frey. The ball was very high for Frey to grab. So, at a crucial moment in the match, Great Britain have possession late on in the half.
The Swiss
it's exactly what happened, isn't it, in the first quarter?
Yes, the Swiss get tired towards the end of quarters and the end of halves. It's been a big, long half there, and you think, well, why are they sitting back? You can see the shot clock there ticking down to 16-15. GB are going to want to score on around, they usually like to score at 55 seconds, so I think that Stu's going to get over sooner rather than later now, and there we go, he's left 51 seconds. So that means that a maximum of 40 seconds for the next possession for Switzerland. And here there's the turnover. And now it means that GB are guaranteed to get 1 more possession and they'll be able to run down the clock on that one, and it's worth an extra point in terms of the possession. That's a great, oh, look at that from Phipps getting all the way back.
It was a great get, wasn't it, from Frey, and then Phipps was there in his face, and it forced the mistake from Frey looking for MC. So again, another crucial moment where Switzerland really should have pulled one back there.
Well, it's tough. It's got to a two-pointer in Roger Frey, who hasn't got the perhaps the upper body skills to be able to corral the ball in and then wheel himself over the line quickly, ball in lap safely. So now we're seeing the time management. There is no possession clock because it's the same as the match clock, and Robinson and or Phipps are going to wind this down and score as late as possible.
So there's a real patience about this. And they'll be looking closely at the clock. He'll put the handbrake on here. And an infringement has been called, Hannah.
As you can see, referee's got his hand up. He's got an equipment, so the Switzerland team mechanics will come on. He put his hand on his shoulder, so Switzerland put his hand on his shoulder and called an equipment. It's looking like his tyre's completely flat, so now the mechanics will take that off, change the tyres, and they've got spare wheels at the side.
So
do you think that Dave Ebsey waited for the precise moment to make it more awkward?
Yeah, definitely some of
has.
them do that. It's very tactical, this game.
And Robinson desperately trying to get over in the last couple of seconds. Yeah. So Ebsey's wheel damage and the timing of his revelation of that wheel damage cost Great Britain an extra point there. But Britain lead at half-time. There is the tyre being replaced. The wheel being repaired, but Great Britain lead at half-time, 24-18. So a 6-point lead, and this is a good performance from Great Britain against a stubborn Switzerland side. Looking back at the best moments of the half. And we've seen some good scores from both sides. Attacking players, one or two mistakes in there as well from Switzerland. And we've seen plenty of crash bang wallop as well. That was a great steal from Robinson, two great steals from Robinson that led to tries. Janel's been good for Switzerland. So pretty even, Stevens, but Great Britain do have this decisive advantage. And Hannah Aldridge alongside me, Wheelchair Rugby referee. Thanks for all your help in that first half. And Hannah, how did you get into refereeing this sport?
Must have been about 8 or 9 years ago now. So always had a background in sport, done my degree in sport. I've seen wheelchair rugby. My mum also tabled the Paralympics when it was in London. I watched her do it, and then about 8-9 years ago I said, you know what, I'm going to do this for myself. So I started on the table, doing all the score sheets, doing that, and then I thought, you know what, this is not for me. I like to be up, I like to be running. So I decided to stick a whistle in my mouth and have a go, and it's a bit scary, but to be fair, you get used to it. You're right next to the action, and it's really fun.
And the sport must have taken you to some interesting places.
Oh, definitely. You get to travel the world. Some of the teams take you away, even like GB, have training camps all over this country as well. And to be fair, even just our league weekends in GB, we get to travel the country. So it's not even like you just stay at home. It's all over the UK. And a lot of these referees that you see here today, they've been all over the world. So I'm hoping maybe one day that'll be me going all over the world with wheelchair rugby.
Well, we'll hear more from Hannah in the second half of this one. Great Britain currently leading Switzerland by 6 points, but down on courtside. Drew Lilly has left the commentary box to head down on courtside, and let's see who he's going to be speaking to.
You're familiar with Cardiff and the Principality in the Millennium Stadium. A lot of good memories here, but now you're making more memories and seeing what's probably a new sport for you. How have you been? How impressed are you by wheelchair rugby?
I've been really impressed. It's my first occasion at a live event. I'm here with a good friend who's organised this, Dave Pond, and just understanding the intricacies of the game and the tactical nous that goes into the game. It's a fascinating game and a really exciting game to watch.
And wonderful facilities here, and your friend Dave Pond has done a wonderful job organising it.
Absolutely, and you know, thanks to the Royal Rugby Union for making this iconic stadium available for this. And this stadium within a stadium, you know, just must lift the players because of the crowd.
Great crowds here as well, and it is, as you say, a wonderful sport and one you'd probably like to see more of in England as well.
Oh yes, look, you know, this game can go from strength to strength. It's all very, as I understand it, very strong, but clearly, you know, they want to build on this throughout Great Britain. You know, it's an Olympic sport in the Paralympics, and the more they can get publicity for it and the crowd interested in it, the more it will grow, and you can then get better players because they'll get interested to come and have a go.
We'll rely on you to spread the word. Thanks for coming. I hope you enjoy the second half.
Thanks very much indeed. I'm looking forward to an Great Britain victory.
Nigel Gillingham there betraying the red rose on his jacket there, the RFU president, and definitely wanting a Great Britain win rather than an England one. Thank you to Drew for speaking to Nigel. We have had some action already this morning though, this Great Britain match, the second match of the day. The games come thick and fast. We had a Pool B match earlier on between Denmark, here in the red, against Israel. Denmark eventually beating Israel 68 points to 43. Denmark came fourth at last year's World Championships. And they are playing with great confidence, great skill, and a great attitude. So Denmark will feel like they could beat anyone. And it is Denmark-Great Britain tomorrow night at 7:30, which you absolutely will not want to miss. That will be an absolute corker. You can see the state of play in Pool B at the moment before this Great Britain match started, so it doesn't include, it's not an as it stands table as such. This is after the Denmark-Israel game. So if Great Britain hang on to this lead against Switzerland, they'll join Denmark at the top on 4 points. Meanwhile, in Pool A, we've had the 2 matches yesterday and 2 matches to look forward to this afternoon. Drew will be staying on for the Czech Republic against France. France are defending champions. Paralympics in Paris next year as well for them to look forward to. And Netherlands against Germany at 5:30 this afternoon, local time. I'll be back for that one. While we don the headphones as the music rattles out around this Principality Stadium, let's get some French reaction to yesterday's win against French reaction to the win against Netherlands yesterday, but looking ahead to the match against Czech Republic this afternoon.
You've got Czech Republic up today. They had a really close game against Germany, especially in the first half. How do you see your match going today?
Yeah, we know that Czechia is a big team of the pool, so we have to be focused to win the game. We really want to win this. So yeah, we have to fight. We will fight hard to beat them, and that will be a cool game and hard game.
And you're not top of the table of Pool A yet. However, you said it's a must-win game. Are you looking also to score lots of tries and get those crucial points?
Yeah, we really have to be at the top of the pool. So we have to beat Czechia first, and we will see the game against Germany. But we are really focused on the Czechia, and we know that it will be a hard game, a tough game.
And as someone who played rugby union, you said it would be a dream to play out here in the Principality Stadium. What was it like when you came onto the court yesterday?
Yeah, it was a dream before, and now it's really amazing to play here. We know that a lot of people will come to see games, and hopefully one day the full stadium will be full. So yeah, it's really amazing right now, and maybe on the future it will be nice. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. All the best for your match today.
Thank you so much.
Merci.
So France take on the Czech Republic. Our coverage starts at 3:15 on this Channel 4 Sport YouTube channel. The match itself starts at 3:30. We should give a word to Molly Roberts, who's singing very beautifully in the background, but our commentary box is I'll let you into the secret, our commentary box is positioned right under a speaker, and I feel like I'm at the Molly Roberts concert rather than at the Wheelchair Rugby at the moment, because I can't hear an absolute thing, but Molly is singing very nicely, and she she performed at the opening ceremony yesterday. She's a local singer from Cardiff. But let's get back to France. Drew, you commentated on the French win against Netherlands yesterday. What kind of information could you take from that, and how did France look?
Sorry, what was that? I've got Molly in my ears there.
I'll do it in semaphore.
Exactly, yes. And so, yeah, put it on the WhatsApp group and I'll reply. The French had a decent performance against the Netherlands in the opening match. They went through their bench. They got a lot of players to get a fair bit of game time. And they were looking pretty good, but there were times when the Dutch pushed them really close, and their captain, Jonathan Ivernat, was required to play probably a little bit more than coach Bob Van Acker would have liked. So it was a really good run out for them. I think the Dutch could push Germany all the way. Obviously, the top two in each group make it through to the semi-finals, and then there are 3 places up for grabs at the 2024 Paralympics. France have got 1 because they're the hosts, so anyone else who can get through to the semis, all of a sudden, even if you don't make the final, if you win the bronze medal match, you can make it through to the Paralympics as well. And that means so much in terms of personally for the team, but also for the development of the sport. If you make it to the Paralympics, you will get so much more support and funding within your country. So it could be absolutely crucial. The match, Germany versus Netherlands, particularly since it's a local derby as well, that could be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, so just to back up what Drew was saying there, the top 2 at this tournament will get a qualification spot at Paris 2024, but if France are one of those finalists, then the team that finishes 3rd will also qualify here for Paris. So hugely significant, and as Molly Roberts comes to a finish, well done to her, and thank you for the entertainment. And now we are back underway on her final note. No mucking around, we are back underway, and Great Britain lead Switzerland 24 points to 18. Switzerland in the white, Great Britain in the blue, and that's a nice move which will result in Jeremy Janal crossing the line for an early score. And you can see there in the top left-hand corner of your screen, up by the score, there are 3 little beige squares above the Union flag. That means that Great Britain have 3 timeouts left, Switzerland have none.
You reckon they're beige, do you? I was going for gold.
Yeah, no, actually you're right.
Come on,
right.
sell it a bit better.
Going for gold, what a programme that was. So anyway, quarter 3, 40 seconds gone in it, and Switzerland are 5 points down. 4 points down now as Frey goes over, and Switzerland will feel that they still have an opportunity to turn this match around. As long as they can keep that margin down to 3, 4, 5 points, they're very much in this, as Kieran Flynn of Great Britain comes forward, wearing the number 11 on his back and the goggles.
Yes, speaking of goggles, Roger Frey, he usually wears glasses, but he wears contact lenses when he plays. So maybe the 2 of them, if they get into a little tussle, they can discuss the pros and cons of playing in glasses or playing in contact lenses.
Christian Marnell gives it to MC, who's been out there for every minute, I believe. MC, good long, direct, bouncing pass to Janal. And a reminder that there is a shot clock of 40 seconds. The team has to score within that time. MZ gets almost to the line and decides to take the safe, sensible approach of passing it inside to Janal, who has an easier path to the try. Great Britain wasting no time in getting underway again, and this is David Ross, plays for London Wheelchair Rugby Club, and a nice lobbed pass forward for Robinson. The West Coast crash, man.
Robinson just dropping the ball on the floor afterwards and getting the referee to come and pick it up. You don't prefer it when they come round and actually tap it up to you?
Well, we do love it when they come round and tap up to us, but sadly everything's about tactics again. So he puts it on the floor, so there's no quick inbounds. As a ref, we get the ball in as quick as we can, and he does not want us to do that.
Hannah Aldridge, the voice of Hannah, the Wheelchair Rugby referee, with Drew and I for this match.
Yes, I've seen Riley bat when he's desperately trying to allow, I think, either the defence to set up or someone to try to get out of a block. He's accidentally rolled it and it's gone in between the boards at the corner of the court, and it's given them about 10 seconds.
Riley Bat is very good at that, accidentally rolling away, always in every game.
Who would you say the biggest character in terms of a player you've ever officiated?
It's probably actually got to be Riley Bat.
Yeah.
He's everything is always accidental, and I've refed one game with him in it, and it was accidental. We speak to him, we tell him about it, and then he looks at you as if it's like, it wasn't me.
Well, Riley Bat is going to be playing against Stu Robinson in about a month's time, because Stu is going down and playing in the Australian Championship from the 1st till the 4th of June on the Gold Coast. He's going to be playing for Victoria, with Riley Bat playing for the New South Wales Gladiators. Chris Bond as well coming back playing for Queensland. So it's a star-studded lineup down there, and it's great to see Stu Robinson going down there.
Yeah, that'll be quite some team, won't it? 5-point gap here between Switzerland and Britain. And the inbound has been made. Robinson again working on a pre-planned move here that they will have worked on. Comes round the back of Ross. Is the gap there for him? Not quite. Good defence from Switzerland, and Janal gets the hand in.
The same line. Inbound there, number 6.
That was good defence again from the Swiss. Watch this again. You'll see Janal's hand pop up ahead of David Ross's there, so it will be a put in from the side for Great Britain. And he has been one of Switzerland's best players, not just today, but so far this week. Janal.
Great thing from Janal's defence there is that GB maintained possession, and now they're running out of time to score because it doesn't reset the shot clock.
Now Ross was doing the old T sign with his hands there, calling a timeout, but I don't think he got it in time, did he there, Hannah?
No, he didn't. As you can see, the 40-second clock had already buzzed, so because he didn't even realise that they were down that far, they get no timeout, even though he signalled, because it was after the buzzer.
So he's really making the T sign there almost out of desperation, sort of hoping that...
We didn't listen.
You're a harsh bunch, you referees, aren't you?
Well,
you and your rules.
Imagine letting this lot just do what they want.
Robinson showing great strength again. The size of those arms is just quite something. Robinson again stealing the ball. And in fact, we have a sin bin situation here with Roger Frey going in. Again, was that a clash of arms?
Another clash of hands. And the majority of fouls we call are illegal use hands. They want the ball, they want that turnover, especially Switzerland being 5 down at the moment. They need that ball back as much as possible. So they'll take that chance and put their hands in and try and get that ball back.
Wholesale changes for Great Britain, and Coral Beatty is amongst the players who have come on. Plays for the North East Bulls. Went to the Rio Paralympics with Great Britain and then took a break from the sport. Not a break in life, she had 2 children, but a break from the sport. And Beatty was also part of that Women's World Cup winning team in March. So with a female player on the court now, Drew, that means that Great Britain's points can total 8.5 rather than 8, which actually is a significant difference, isn't it?
Certainly is, yes, and it's great encouragement we see. She's a 2-pointer who is worth 2.5 to her team, because it enables Great Britain to go for a slightly higher pointed lineup there. We've got 2 female players for Germany, and they were actually on the court at the same time, Mascha Morsel and Britta Kripke, so they were allowed up to 9 points. But she's not just there to give them the extra 0.5, she's there to do a job, and that's a job that she's doing very well.
Absolutely, and she goes about her business with like a real sort of feisty air about her. It's great to see. She actually made quite a difference. Okay, the match was already won against Israel yesterday, but at a time when Israel were getting tired yesterday, Beatty came on, was not afraid to tussle with Keransi and the like for Israel. Phipps trying to get his hand on the ball without giving away a penalty. And Emsey doing well to find Janal. So Janal, Switzerland, sorry, just trying to stay in touch here. There is this 5-point deficit for them to overcome, though. Time is ticking away in this 3rd quarter. instead, the number 12, easy up to Phipps. Everybody committed forward for Switzerland. 30-24 is a healthy lead for Great Britain. You can see the blocking going on well off the ball. I mean, that's happening right up by the centre line. That's why you've got to have eyes everywhere on this sport. Even when you're watching it at home on TV, it's well worth looking across the whole court and not just at where the ball is.
Well, it pays tribute to Dave MZ, because now you can see him on your screen there. The number 7 finally gets out of the block, but there were 2 people trying to block a 2.5 pointer. That's how important he is to Switzerland, Dave MZ.
Switzerland really do need to launch a nationwide search for a 3.5 player, because it would transform this Swiss squad. Beatty goes in on MZ and Phipps goes in. So again, it looks easy there. It looks as though Phipps has done that himself, but he absolutely hasn't. He hasn't. He's been aided by his teammates blocking off the Swiss defenders.
And Beatty, I think, has been brought on to do a personal marking job on Dave MZ. Wherever he, there we go, wherever he goes, she goes as well.
Doing a, what in football I guess would be a sort of man-marking defensive midfielder job. There she is, just moving away from the ball as well towards you now, enabling Jonathan Coggan to score a try. Not usually one of the top scorers in a match, but Coggan taking the opportunity. I think I mentioned when the teams were coming out as a timeout.
You wouldn't necessarily have Johnny Coggan in your fantasy team, expect him to score a lot of points, but as a 0.5 pointer, he's worth his weight in gold to any squad. And here we're seeing some of the, there we see Coral Beatty and Dave MZ, and then once MZ's taken his eyes off Beatty, there she goes, fires her way up, doesn't actually need to, and then she does a little bit more shepherding as well on Jenal coming back, and that enables Coggan to score. So it's off the ball as well. You say that in so many sports. What's your movement off the ball? How good are they without the ball? See it so often here, it's so often in soccer, and it's really true in wheelchair rugby as well.
Adrian Moser, the Swiss coach, he is a player coach. He hasn't played himself at all yet at this tournament, but he is listed as a player, a very experienced one at that. His first European Championships as a player was back in 2009, but he is happy to do the coaching duties at the moment from the sideline. He's got the tracksuit on, he's not dressed to play though. And Switzerland right up against their own try line. We've got Daniel Kellett on for Great Britain, and Jack Smith. Phipps chasing Janelle. Robinson will help him out here, but Janelle swerves inside. What's the referee seen here now, Hannah Aldridge?
Right there, he's only got 10 seconds and he has to dribble the ball within them 10 seconds. So as he was coming up, the ref was counting with his hand, you'll see him putting his hand out, and he's counting. He's also counting the 12 to get over the halfway line, but he's counting a player. So as you can see now, Phipps has just bounced the ball. That's within his 10 is 10 seconds to start.
And Jenal was just thinking about the 12 to get it over the halfway line and forgot about the 10, didn't he?
Happens quite a lot.
And again, would that be one of the table officials timing all of those counts?
Oh no, that's a referee. So if you watch the referee as they're walking up or they're running up, if you watch his hand now, he's counting out, he's putting it out there, and that's him counting. We have a lot of counts as a referee, and we have to be counting all the time.
Wow, so that's all going on as well as keeping an eye on infringements and things like that.
Yep, you've got to be on your toes.
And running from one end to the other, but you're also putting your arm out as well. It's an all-round body workout.
You've got to make sure that your seconds are not going as quick as your feet as well.
So he is, and you're saying he's timing it with his hand and his brain. He's not got a stopwatch or anything.
Nope, we've got nothing on us. We've literally got ourselves and our whistle on that court.
Multi-skilled.
And so every so often you just pop one of the tyres so you can have a break.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, so
get a bit tired.
You've got a whistle and then you've got a needle or something to.
Yeah. The old safety pin in the pocket routine. Here is downside feeding the ball forward to Schwarz. Schwarz bashed by Aaron Phipps, who had a big grin on his face, I think, after that hit. He was really enjoying the crash bang wallop. But Doughty, who we haven't seen for a little while in this match, crosses the line. But Great Britain's lead has been growing and growing and growing. Watch this, I'm sure Phipps, if we run it on a bit longer, he's grimacing there, Phipps. I'm sure that's a smile in the end there from Phipps. He enjoyed that one. on poor old Samuel Schwarz. 1.5 player for Switzerland. Here's Robinson coming forward as well, and he has that man Phipps, who will just glide onto things. He's just making sure, well, we're into the last 2 minutes, he's also just making sure his team are well set up behind him, but he's also keeping an eye on the clock and just doing this business where they count down the clock as much as they can. So 90 seconds to go in this third quarter, and Great Britain now looking in a pretty convincing lead against the Swiss, who have given it their all, but I think the changes they've had to make because of fatigue and the lack of the high point player beginning to show now. Big hit again from Phipps in on, I think that was Schwarz again.
Robinson having a quick turnaround and look at the clock, so he might want to take as many as 20 seconds off and score around the 55-second mark.
Yes,
to make sure he doesn't do an over and back and go into the backcourt.
20 seconds now on the shot clock. And I'm assuming teammates, and actually on with a home crowd, I guess people are counting to him as well as him keeping an eye on the shot clock himself. I'm sure from the touchline they're getting instructions. That was a nice hit from Phipps on Schwarz. Take two. Schwarz losing control of the ball with the power of the hit. So Switzerland into the final 45 seconds of the quarter, 30-odd seconds on the shot clock, and it's the man you would want to have it here. Doutai gets the pass away, and Schwarz loses control of the ball. I mean, the pass was a long, long way ahead of him.
There's a wince and a grimace there from Aaron Phipps because he got a hand to it, and he's the one who's knocked it out, I do believe, and he's very frustrated about where it went because it maintains possession for Great Britain, and there we saw the hands on the shoulders sign, and that was from Samuel Schwarz saying that he needed an equipment change.
Samuel Schwarz has taken, what, 3 big hits in the last minute? It's no surprise his wheel needed changing.
It'll be black and blue at the end of this. There's a little German pun for anyone who speaks German out there. Schwarz meaning black.
Very good, very, very good. And here is Schwarz crossing the try line. So 26-35 down as we approach the conclusion of this third quarter. Jack Smith here, the Leicester Tigers player.
I think he's just calling equipment there. I think Aaron Phipps, as you can, like, a lot of the time when it's an equipment, they'll do a big circle with the hands like you can see he's doing now. It just means he's signaling to his team that he needs a wheel. An equipment can be for wheels, it can be for gloves, it can be a sleeve falling down, it can be for anything that they need sorting out. So they signal to their team just to make it quicker because they only have 1 minute. The table's actually counting that minute for them.
Well, the big hits on Schwarz came from Phipps, so both of those men have now had to change their wheel in the last few moments. I wouldn't have thought that's a coincidence. And into the last 20 seconds, Phipps does well to just reach out for that put-in. Wants to get it out of his own corner, and a high lofted pass aiming for Jack Smith, but taken really well by Doutai. And Switzerland waste the possession. Frustrating for the Swiss.
It was frustrating. It was a little bit of a Hail Mary, but not too far. And I think the main thing for Switzerland is they haven't conceded another point. So it's going to be very difficult for Great Britain to score here. I've seen it done, but it's going to be difficult for them to score there. So at least they have prevented Great Britain, theoretically, from scoring.
Well, we've got wheels everywhere at the moment. Phipps having a second wheel change. I think that's a different wheel as well, isn't it? Both wheels have been changed in the last minute. Yep. So he is...
For a man who's climbed Kilimanjaro and did it in a wheelchair and then did it on his hands and knees towards the top, you'd have thought he could have carried on for another 3¼ seconds.
Yeah, wheelchair rugby on 1 wheel would be an interesting spectacle, as Robinson does get in for that all-important score that Drew was talking about. With 3 seconds to go, Switzerland really should have kept a shutout there. But Robinson, at the end of the third quarter, gives Great Britain a 10-point lead. And Switzerland can't come back from this, Drew, can they?
I'm disappointed in your lack of faith here. And no, it will be very difficult for Switzerland to come back. When you look at the how close it was at the end of the first quarter, and it really has got away from them, in particular in this third quarter. When you've got the absolute luxury of two great high pointers in Stuart Robinson, Aaron Phipps. Mix and match. Cole Beattie came on and really did a one-on-one marking job on that man there, Dave MZ, who managed. His way of retaining possession is absolutely wonderful. Never gives it away, always seems to be able to get a pass out even when he's boxed in. Beattie did the one-on-one marking job on him, and that seems to have taken the wind out of Switzerland's sails.
Anna, what do you make of it from here in the commentary box? Because I guess when you're out there officiating, are you really taking in the ebb and flow of the match in terms of who's playing well and who's not? Are you so focused on your own job?
A lot of the time we're so focused, we have really no clue on what team's winning, what team's doing this. We focus on what's happening in the moment. I know a lot of the time I've gone back to the table in like the end of the third and I've looked at the score and gone, oh wow, it's close. And I've not even noticed, so a lot of the time the refs will look at the score now, they'll have a little chat about what's going on. I think the thing that we look for really, we're just looking at who's doing those illegal use hands, who do we need to keep an eye on, and that's what we focus on. We don't really know who's had a good game until after the game.
That's really interesting, and I guess that all plays into the whole sort of neutrality element of being the officials. You're not meant to favour one team or the other, so actually not knowing the score just makes that...
just saying that.
Not knowing the score actually helps you do that, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Exactly why I'm not on this game right now. I'm from GB, so I'm not allowed to ref.
Yes,
GB at all.
I detect a sort of Merseyside twang to your accent there, so I guess coming to a European Championships just down the road in Cardiff has been quite convenient.
Been quite exciting for me, nice and easy. Don't have to travel like the teams, got here quite quick.
Well, just as well the tournament's over before Eurovision.
Oh, definitely.
Well, we
definitely looking into that.
We won't get into Eurovision. That'll take us down a whole different avenue, but we've got 2 minutes until the fourth quarter begins. There are still running repairs happening. Oh, there you go, you can see us. There we go. Wave, give the camera a little wave there up to our top right. We're in the corner of the court, away to the left-hand side as the camera looks there, just by the Great Britain dugout there, as you might call it. But the fourth and final quarter is about to get underway with David Ross to Jamie Stead. Nice atmosphere in here at the Principality. Now is a good time to remind you that the first semi-final on Saturday and the final on Sunday will be live on Channel 4 television if you're in the UK. Stead held up. The referee not happy with something, Hannah?
The referee's just called a penalty try, so Jamie Steed had the ball and was trying to go through, and Switzerland had 4 in the key, so on defence they're only allowed 3 in the key. So that red part on the floor that you see right next to the try line, they are only allowed 3 in that space. So as we see, I think it's 24 that just creeps in.
Well, that's such a good spot though, because when you look at that in slow motion, it only has to be a wheel. It's not like the 4 of them sit there full chair inside the key.
No, just one wheel. It can even be their caster at the front. If it's touching that floor, they are in the key.
Quite a marvel really at what the officials are having to keep their eyes and ears open for in this. Now this is the Swiss number 4. We haven't seen anything of him up until this point. Fabian Krauer tries to go around the outside and instead looks for Janelle, but that's a loose pass. Careless from Krauer, but in fairness to him, he has only just come on, possibly not into the rhythm of the match yet. But it's quite a difficult sport, isn't it, Drew, to overturn a big deficit like this. It's not an easy sport for one team to dominate in such a way that you can come back from 9, 10, 11 points down.
You can come back from 3 or 4, but 9 or 10 is very difficult. 3 or 4, well, Team GB know that because in the third match, their third match in Denmark 7 months ago at the World Championships, they were 3 or 4 clear of France and ended up snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And it was a real heartbreaker, and it completely and utterly deflated them. Not to make a tyre-based pun there, but they just had they lost all momentum at that point, and I don't think they won a match from that point onwards. They could have topped the group, and it ended up being France topping the group. France managed to come back. If you can keep it close when it's 2 evenly matched teams, then you get teams who get nervous and they're 3 up and they think, well, all we've got to do is win and keep our possessions. But you start playing not to lose as opposed to playing to win, playing not to have a turnover as opposed to playing to score.
Unfortunate here for Coral Beatty as we watch the pass go up here. She was just trying to clasp it in between both hands, ended up knocking it over the line, which of course is not a try by any means, as the long ball put forward for Krauer, who had a wheel replaced just a few moments ago. Krauer with Dautai supporting him. Dautai Genau in there as well. The number 22 is out on the court for, I think, the first time in the match. Patrick Gostelli there, the young man on the right-hand side with the reddish hair. The mechanics are busy on the touchline here, look. This is all going on right in front of our commentary position. And there is just constant activity on that work bench. And a huge number of wheels and tyres and tools and all sorts there. Looks like your dad's garage. And Great Britain in possession again with 6 minutes to go. Instead, with Flynn being blocked by Janelle ahead of him, and there were arms in there from Dautai. You can see here that Dautai, watch this, there's a bit of a clothesline action here as the left arm comes across.
Andy's doing your job now, Hannah. He's picked it all up.
He's got it all, hasn't he?
Have you got the fitness to be out there, Andy, and be running?
You're going to do the bleep test with us later then?
I think I'm more of a table official. And an easy score for David Ross. Do players actually, I mean, I use the term clothesline from the old, WWF wrestling, but you must get it occasionally where players are completely taken out onto
definitely.
their back.
We've had a couple in different games actually, league games, international games. There is an arm flung from somewhere and it does completely take them out, and it's not on purpose, but you know.
So if it's accidental, the punishment is no different to just the ordinary sort of contact. But I mean, it's obviously a very well-spirited, sportsmanlike game, but surely some players must lose their rag sometimes. You would have deliberate clotheslines going on, and then you have a different punishment available, do you?
So we don't have as many deliberate clotheslines. They don't put the hands in as deliberately. They won't exactly punch anyone in the face, but we do have some on the try line. So there might be a deliberate hit on the try line, and they can be called a flagrant. So whereas you see the fouls, they only get 1 minute out. A flagrant, you can have 2 or 3 minutes out. Or you can have a disqualifying foul if it's that bad, and they will not, after 2 disqualifying fouls, they're not allowed to play in the next game.
What I'd really like to see, I think, is 2 players joining hands, clotheslining an opponent together, like, you know, going through the middle of them. Switzerland in possession here, 12 points down. And has the ball been knocked out of Dautai's hands there by Flynn, or did he just lose it himself? Not quite sure from this angle. But
referee's called a white ball, so I think Flynn must have hit it out.
Flynn was very sharp there, because I thought Dautai was, let's see on the slow-mo here. Watch Flynn here, number 11. Yeah, he just punches the ball out of Dautai's grip. Great stuff from Flynn.
Contact before a whistle, first warning.
So 39-12, 5 minutes 25 to go. Great Britain will be joining Denmark at the top of Pool B. Just trying to do some maths in my head to work out the overall points difference as to whether Great Britain will be first or second, but let's see this one play out first of all. Denmark beat Switzerland 60 points to 46, and then they beat Israel this morning 68 points to 43, so 2 healthy wins for the Danes. But GB are going to join them. Dautai into Krauer. Krauer brings it back to 28-39 down for the Swiss. No timeouts left for Switzerland. Here's Kieran Flynn, another Leicester Tiger. Oh, good play instead to Ross. And Britain's number 6, he's a big guy. You can see his legs really folded up, virtually up to his chest there in the chair. That's how tall he is. Paul Shaw there on the left-hand side with the grey hair, calling on some substitutions, including the likes of Nick Cummins, and Aaron Phipps is back out there. Daniel Kellett getting some court time as well. Daniel Kellett only made his international debut at last year's European Championships, and he won gold actually with Nick Cummins last year in Alabama at the World Games. It was the low point tournament at the World Games. For low point players only. Ested goes over under the challenge from Doutai. Bit naughty there from Doutai, would you say?
A little bit. As you can see, he's hit him behind the axle. So what that means is you can see the wheel, and in the middle of the wheel there's an axle which connects it to his chair. He's hit him behind the axle, so it's on the back end of him, which is classed as a spinning. So you see the ref with two closed fists and he pushes it across his body, and that's a spinning. It's still just a minute in the bin, but it means he's off.
So Stead is going to be helped back up by the team staff. I always think, I don't know if you might be too young, Hannah, but the old TV programme Robot Wars.
Oh,
sometimes these chairs remind me of Robot Wars and the way they bash into each other and flip each other over and round.
We just need some flames coming out of them, don't we?
Maybe that could be for the celebrity match or something. Celebrity match tomorrow.
I hope not, because I'm going to be doing on-court interviews, and I can imagine them being on-court while the match is actually going on. If you happen to be refereeing that, then please don't.
I'll definitely be sticking around to watch.
You'll be saying flagrant foul, off you go, and
we'll have no one left on the court.
So this match going the way of Great Britain. It's just a case of the margin of victory now with 4.5 minutes to go. Jeremy Janau, look at the way he's using both hands to get real speed on the wheels.
And he remembered to bounce at that time.
Janau's really good, isn't he? I think he's one of those players that would really benefit from Switzerland having a 3.5 player, because Janau would be a superb teammate for him, wouldn't he? You are gesturing again, Drew.
No, I was just looking at the arms. I was gesturing. It was the Swiss in me coming out, because you'd got Krauer almost leaning around there, desperately trying to get a hand onto the ball, but making sure he didn't commit a foul.
So 4:14 on the clock, and the ball will eventually come in from Cummins over there on the far side, right over there by the scoreboard, and the referee with his hand in the air goes inside to Phipps. Phipps with 1, 2, 3 men around him. Roger Frey is having some issues staying upright, but the ball eventually comes forward to Jamie Stead. And that is 42-29 now to Great Britain, so keeping this really nice cushion over the Swiss with less than 4 minutes to go now. Langhart's baby-faced Yves Langhart plays for the Blue-White Eagles in Switzerland. They've got some great club names over in Switzerland for wheelchair rugby.
Well, it's a reasonably modern sport over there, and they all like English names. And the fact that getting interviews earlier from the Swiss team, they had to go to the youngest player, because it used to be that if you lived in the German-speaking part of Switzerland, you'd learn French as your second language, and then Italian after that, and all the vice versas. Whereas now, wherever you live in Switzerland, the first language you learn at school, the first foreign language you learn, is English. And so it means that French, for example, is taking back seat, and all of the youngsters now speak very good English. So we had an interview with a 19-year-old.
Yes, the 19-year-old who actually looks as though he could still be at school, certainly at college. Yves Langhart with the blonde hair here, being forced out over the line. Yeah, the Grizzlies, the Blue-White Eagles, the Snakes.
Yeah,
fantastic. The fighting snakes, aren't they? The fighting snakes, the fighting Grizzlies.
Yes, the Blue-White Eagles, that's in Zurich. Blue and white is the colour of their canton, so the region that Zurich is in.
Our Swiss correspondent, Drew Lilly, backing Switzerland in Eurovision. No, let's not go down that route. With three minutes still to go in the match.
Well, I now live in Australia, and they're allowed in because they're part of the European Broadcast Union somehow.
That's right.
So that's the criteria for allowing countries into Eurovision.
Fabian Krauer here for Switzerland, trying to find Doutai, but the ball has gone out on that far touchline. So it will be a British put-in. Dautai not happy with himself there, chuntering away. Because in the first quarter, this lead was around the 3 or 4 point mark, then it crept up to 5, 6, 7, and now look at it, 14-point margin. It's exactly the margin that Denmark beat Switzerland by yesterday. Denmark, though, managed to get to 60 points against the Swiss, so the Swiss have tightened up defensively.
Yes, a mere 44 points. It's about to be 45, and Robinson's come back out. Probably to pad the scoreline a little bit, and also because he'll be looking forward to a bit more court time. He's the kind of person who doesn't sit on the bench very easily, but Switzerland managed to box players in on defence, and they also, we were talking about it earlier, taking their time in scoring, but they don't lose a whole lot of possession. Dave MZ, not on the court at the moment, but he will regularly keep hold of the ball and not just throw out a speculative pass, and they quite often take up a lot of time, which is why Great Britain have only scored 45 points with 2.5 minutes to go in this match.
Great bit of defensive work there from Stuart Robinson, who was miles away from Yves Langhart when the ball was played towards Langhart, but Robinson managed to get back and force him wide. Dautai, Arnaud Dautai goes over, wearing 24 there. In actual fact, that was a mistake by Robinson, really.
Well, yes, Robinson and Phipps, the two high pointers there, not combining very well, and that's the kind of thing that Paul Shaw, the coach, is going to be looking at the moment. And you can see the frustration on the faces. They've got this match in the bag, but and there we have Paul Shaw looking around at our camera at that precise moment to see where the ball went. Yeah, with your coach right there as well, they're going to be desperate to put in a good performance and make sure that when it really comes down to it against the likes of Denmark, maybe France, fingers crossed for the tournament as well, that they will play France at some point, then they want to be making sure that they're the ones out there when it really matters.
So Robinson deciding to slow things down once more. There have been a couple of fumbles from Robinson in the last few moments, so he's probably quite relieved to have an opportunity to just handle the ball nice and safely here for a few moments. There is 20 seconds now on the shot clock. So this is all about winding the clock down to give Switzerland the least possible time to get a score themselves in a moment.
Well, it's going to be a sin bin. It's Armin Dautai who got an arm in there and made contact. So that resets the shot clock.
Coggan in a bit of a queue there. Coggan and Frey. Look at that, they're facing the touchline with Kellett in behind. So they've got Frey sandwiched. Look at Coggan giving out instructions, even though he's facing away from the play. That was a pre-marked signal.
Coggan's just put his hand up, as you could see, and he's called an inbounder, so he shouted inbounder. That means Switzerland have got to let him go, and they've got to, Johnny Coggan can go and inbound the ball. If he didn't do that, they could just keep him there forever.
Good spot, Hannah. And here is Phipps. So they do, as Drew said, they had the reset shot clock, so we're down to 25 seconds on that now. That was Robinson actually looking around at the shot clock, which is over there in the far corner. He looks at it again.
Stu Robinson also looks back. It's not in your picture, but Johnny Coggan's right next to the sin bin, and he's there for a line trap. He's going to try and hold him there when he's allowed back on.
Yeah, so much going on out there on the court that inevitably we can't see it all from the one camera, otherwise we'd be miles away from the court for you.
Yes, so Dautai out of shot. He's going to appear in a little while to the right of your screen. He was boxed in, and the only way he could have got out, there he is boxed in. The only way he could have got out was by saying, I want to be the inbounder like Johnny Coggan did. But that takes out one of Switzerland's, they haven't got high pointers, but one of their high mid pointers, and you don't want them to be inbounding because they're the skill players you need further up the court.
So it's going to be 2 defeats in a row for Switzerland, world ranked number 12. But building at every tournament they take part in, and if they can just find that 3.5 player, they will be a different proposition in the future, I'm sure. Crowett in towards Langhart at least, but it's Johnny Coggan over there who grabs the ball and virtually passes it to Robinson. I mean, actually passes it hand to hand, and Phipps will put the brakes on here and just roam around inside the Switzerland half, because we are into the final 10 seconds of this match. And he will go across that line with as little time remaining as he possibly can. And that could well be the final score of this match. Let's see what Switzerland can do. Well, they're not going to score from back there in 2 seconds. The ball hurled up the court, and it means that Great Britain have beaten Switzerland 47 points to 31. That 16-point margin could be very useful indeed as they play Denmark tomorrow night in what was inevitably going to be, I think, the group decider. And Switzerland will be pleased, I'm sure, with the way they played. I think, as with Switzerland's game against Denmark, Drew, they started very strongly, and then naturally fatigue and their lack of options started to count against them.
Exactly that lack of options. Towards the end of the first quarter, there was just 1 point in it. It ended up being a 2-point margin at the end of the first quarter, but to keep within 2 points of the host nation that currently are Paralympic champions, that's absolutely amazing for Switzerland. But as you say, after that, they can't really dig deep on the bench. They've got no outlets as well. Their outlets are the likes of Dautai, Dave, MC and Chenal, and they're only high-ish mid-pointers. We see them combining there, but they can't be out there for the full 32 minutes. And they're not the kind of outlets you have when you've got high pointers who can absolutely show a clean pair of wheels like Stu Robinson's doing there. And that's one of the main differences for Team GB.
So Great Britain just having a final tactical chat and reflections on how that one went, and some motivational stuff in there as well, I'm sure. Couldn't really ask much more of Great Britain at this European Championship so far. 2 convincing wins. And we can go down to the touchline now and get some reaction from Aaron Phipps.
Aaron Phipps, that game was electric. How do you feel about the home advantage?
Yeah, it's definitely making a difference. All the kids in the crowd cheering us on, having our family and friends here, it's making a big difference and puts a bit more air in your tyres when you're pushing around, you know what I mean?
What went well for you today, do you think?
It was a good professional performance, but we need to tighten up in quite a few areas. We're a little bit sloppy towards the end. I think, we had a lead, but we can't give away turnovers like that when we get into the big games, the next few. So, got to tighten up ready for tomorrow.
And a huge game awaits tomorrow against Denmark to see who doesn't face France.
Yeah, Denmark, absolutely massive. Last group game. We'll just get lots of rest in today, ready for that tomorrow. They're going to come out firing. We need to be on top form.
Thank you so much.
Well, an acknowledgement there from Aaron Phipps that Great Britain will have to iron out some of those mistakes and play better against Denmark. But look at that, I hadn't quite realised when I was trying to do the maths during the match, but the points differential for Denmark and Great Britain is exactly the same. They are both on plus 39, both on 2 wins out of 2, both on 4 points. So it means that match between the two tomorrow night at 7:30 local time in Cardiff is going to be an absolute cracker. Who will finish top of Pool B and almost certainly avoid France by doing so in the semi-finals. But you're never far away from another wheelchair rugby match starting at these European Championships, and the Czech Republic will take on the aforementioned France, the defending European champions, in Pool A. Our coverage will begin at 3:15, so around about 45 minutes time. Hannah Aldridge, thank you so much for being with Drew and I. Fantastic insight.
I want to know from Hannah how she thought the referees performed. How did Mateus and Diego go?
Oh, fabulous. To be fair, they'll go off now, they're passing us now, they've got smiles on their faces, they're happy.
We've asked her that question as those officials walk by.
As they're walking past us, they've got smiles on their faces. It was a nice game.
They were reading your lips. Yes. How do you think they did? They did very well.
But no, Hannah, thanks very much for being with us. I'm sure we'll hear again from you before the week is out. Thanks
Thank you so much.
You too, Drew. Drew will be back with you for that Czech Republic-France match in around about 45 minutes time. So Great Britain, 2 wins out of 2. Can't ask for any more than that.
Hello and welcome, or probably welcome back. I'm sure you've been watching throughout the day and indeed throughout the tournament. This is day 2 of Euro 23, the Wheelchair Rugby European Championships here in Cardiff. And this is what we've had, this is what we've enjoyed so far. Day 2, Mark Peters of Denmark there getting over the line, and Denmark getting over the line, pulling away from a gallant Israel team. Israel, who qualified via the qualification tournament in Norway, and then it was up to Team GB. They were taking on the Swiss, one of the outsiders at this tournament, getting down to the bottom of the top 10. Switzerland at the moment, they didn't have a good World Cup last year. The Brits looking to turn things around. They also didn't have a good World Cup this time last year, so they are very much hoping to top Pool B. And look how tight it is. Exactly the same points difference for Denmark and Great Britain in Pool B. It is neck and neck there, and they will play on Friday to see who comes top of the group. Turning our attentions now to Pool A, and here we have Germany and France, who each won their opening games against Netherlands and the Czech Republic respectively. And this is what we're going to be watching in around 10 minutes time. Czech Republic taking on France. France looking to make sure they finish top of their group. Top 2 in each group going through to the semi-finals. Top in A will play second in Group B and vice versa. And this is how it works. Semi-finals on Saturday, winners of Pool A and runners-up Pool B. Vice versa in the second semi, various placement matches, and then the final on Sunday as well as the bronze match to see who finishes third. And it could well be that the winner of that also qualifies for the Paralympics. Top 2 qualify for next year's Paralympics. But France are already there as the host nation, so if they make it through to the final, then the winner of the bronze match will also get through to Paris 2024. So that's incredibly important as well. So France, this is how they did against the Netherlands. They were pushed all the way by the Netherlands, and I'm sure the Netherlands will be desperate to have a good match against Germany. And here's Germany. It was an opening win for them against the Czech Republic. So France with a win, Czech Republic with a defeat thus far in this particular group. So we got to speak to the teams who are going to be battling out here in around 10 minutes time. We spoke to them earlier today.
You've got Czech Republic up today. They had a really close game against Germany, especially in the first half. How do you see your match going today?
Yeah, we know that Czechia is a big team of the pool, so we have to be focused to win the game. We really want to win this. So yeah, we have to fight. We will fight hard to beat them, and that will be a cool game and hard game.
And you're not top of the table of Pool A yet. However, you said it's a must-win game. Are you looking also to score lots of tries and get those crucial points?
Yeah, we really have to be at the top of the pool. So we have to beat Czechia first, and we will see the game against Germany. But we are really focused on the Czechia, and we know that it will be a hard game, a tough game.
And as someone who played rugby union, you said it would be a dream to play out here in the Principality Stadium. What was it like when you came onto the court yesterday?
Yeah, it was a dream before, and now it's really amazing to play here. We know that a lot of people will come to see games, and hopefully one day the full stadium will be full. So yeah, it's really amazing right now, and maybe in the future it will be nice. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. All the best for your match today.
Thank you so much.
Right, you've got the defending champions France up today. It's going to be a tough match, but are you looking to cause an upset?
Yeah, it will be a very difficult match, and I'm excited on it.
And you had a great game with Germany yesterday. It was really close as well, and but Germany had a strong second half. Lots to take away from that match.
Yeah, it was two really tough match, and Germany have a very good team, strong team. It was tough for us.
All the best for today.
Oh, thank you.
So good to hear from both teams there, and let's have a look at the teams. And we have the starting lineup for the Czechs: Mikeška, Vasa, Varton and Oppenauer. As you can see there, the highest classification they've got is Mikeška, who we heard from a little bit earlier, and he's just a 2.5, so they've only really got mid-pointers. No high pointers, no 3.5 players there for them to call on. So it's going to be interesting to see how they set up in defence. Will they do a high press? Will they come back and defend the key? That's what the Czech Republic have got to call on. And Lukáš, number 2, he's only really a coach as opposed to a player coach. You can see him at the top there, says head coach. Unlikely he will play, so they've only really got 3 subs to call on. The French, on the other hand, well, they have an absolute embarrassment of riches. They're starting off with the captain, Jonathan Ivernat, the 3-pointer, Cédric Nankin, perhaps the best defender in the game, a 1.5-pointer, Rodolphe Jarlon, 2.5, and Jordan Ducré. That is their lineup, but we may see a fair bit of number 9, Riyad Salem coming in there, Sébastien Verdun. He is definitely going to be involved in that one. Someone else who's going to be involved in this as my co-commentator is Nigel Goddard, who is a referee. We've had a couple of referees alongside us in the commentary position thus far to give us their insights of the match. Have you been enjoying the tournament so far?
Oh, very much so, Drew. Thanks very much. The games have been interesting. Now we're approaching the sharp end of the pool. The games get more interesting and more tense for the teams.
They certainly do. Very intense here as we look at the French coming out. And there he is, Cédric Nankin, 38 years old from Paris. He'll be looking forward to playing in his home Paralympics next year, no doubt. Adrien Chalmin, 36-year-old from Montferrand. Rodolphe Jarlon, number 7, Mathieu Thirier. We'll see a fair bit of him. France will go deep into their bench. I'm sure we will see a lot of the substitutes. Riyad Salem, he is bound to be out there. 3.5 points at the highest classification player they've got. Brice Morel, 34-year-old from down in Montpellier on the south coast. Jordan Ducré, his family are here. I can hear them cheering on in the crowd. I'm sure we will get to see them a little bit later on. Sébastien Verdun, he was over in the United States a couple of weeks ago playing club wheelchair rugby over there. Corentin Le Guen, the Breton, he was the one we heard interviewed a little bit earlier. The Czechs are keeping the French waiting. A little bit of gamesmanship early on. Keep them out there, get them a little bit cold. It's a little bit chilly here. They'll get very hot and sweaty as soon as they start moving around. And here they are, the Czechs, finally. Number 4, Jiří Pleško, 35-year-old, plays for the Prague Robots. How about that? David Lukáš, 0.5-pointer. I think he'll be keeping his tracksuit on. We won't see a whole lot of him. Walter Ronisch, he will definitely be involved. Mikeška, that's who we heard from earlier in the interviews. Very kind of him to give us a little bit of time earlier on. Marek Vasha plays for the Sitting Eagles. What a great name for a team that is. 10, Peter Oppenauer. And then finally, Tomas Moravik plays for Ostrava. 30 years old and 1-pointer. So not a lot for the Czechs to call on. They'll be running their starting lineup. And then maybe a couple of subs, but that is about it. to hear the French national anthem, La Marseillaise, and the Czech one as well. So fist bumps all round. I've just noted alongside us, Nigel, that we've got quite a few Team GB players coming to check out future opposition.
They'll be hoping to play the French in the final, I expect, so they need to have a look at them today.
They'll be hoping to play the French in the final as opposed to the semi-final, I think, is the
yes,
the
I
long
think
and
that's,
short of it.
that's definitely right.
Both teams in their huddles. French on the left. Czechs a little more disparate there. As we've taken a look at their starting lineup. Mikeshka, Vasa, Varton and Oppenauer. We'll see a bit of Pleshko, Ronish and Moravik a little bit later on. I don't doubt. And then the French starting off with Yvernat. Just the one high pointer, but they can call on another couple. Sébastien Verdun definitely come on sooner rather than later, and they might try to go high-low along with Yvernat. Riyad Salem, we'll see a fair bit of him. Nankin didn't play a whole lot in their opening match when they beat the Dutch, and but he's probably the best defender in the game.
Centers, please. Please walk the line, circle line. Get ready, guys.
The stadium announcer getting the crowd here.
Red will then score this
Principality
way.
Stadium
White will
ready
score
to
this
count
way.
down. One of the two referees in place. And the crowd does indeed count it down.
Stay out of the circle.
The all-important first tip-off, who can win possession, and as expected, it's the French, and it's immediately gobbled up there by the number 21 and captain Jonathan Yvernat, and he goes pretty much coast to coast and sets the tone for the French. Scoreboard at the top of your screen there. You can see the time counting down. We're going to have 4 quarters of 8 minutes each. And the 4 goal bars you've got at the top are the timeouts. 4 30-second timeouts that the players can take, as well as 2 timeouts that the coaches can also have as well, that take 1 minute. And Yvernat with the first turnover of the game, and that's 2 points already for the French. I think they're coming out of the blocks and looking as if they're trying to show the Team GB players watching on that they absolutely mean business. Vassar picks this one up, and he's got company. Jordan Ducret, but Ducret at one point struggles to keep pace with him, so that is the Czech Republic finally on the board.
Imander.
Early running repairs there for Rodolphe Jaulon, 2.5 pointer, and he's the one who gets it on the inbound. Goes this way and that, and it's knocked out. Who's it going to end up with? Nankin tries to get it into his lap, and once again it's Yvernat, so that's twice that he's picked up on interceptions.
Watch your contacts, guys.
3 already. He was leading the way for the French in their opening match. And the inbound there goes absolutely flying out. So much so that the referee's been forced to retrieve the ball. As a referee, you quite often end up as a ball kid as well, don't you?
Yes, though we're playing rather smaller. The games I referee in rather smaller venues than this, so the ball doesn't go very far. I think Christine had to run halfway down the tunnel to get that one.
Yes, you have to be very fit to be a referee, and you have to be very fit if you're going to be a high pointer at the Euros. Yvernat 4 out of 4, and a nice little bump there from Varton. says, don't you go setting up on defence. Varton it is now, trying to get the ball over the halfway line. You have 12 seconds in which to do that. He's got it to Oppenauer. And some excellent hands there from the Czech Republic. Mikeska is their highest pointer, 2.5. Ball given to Ivelna. Has to bounce once every 10 seconds. He does that with a little bit of backspin that puts it beautifully back into his lap. So at the moment, it's Ivana 5, Czech Republic 2. The referee counting down there, saying, as you can see, the clock on the right there that says 29 seconds. So there was 1 second left for the Czechs to get it over the halfway line. They weren't going to do that, so a timeout has been called. Not ideal to use up a timeout as early as this, but needs must for the Czechs. And also it's going to give them time to, well, reset, refocus. I think David Lukesh, number 2, their player coach, will have been telling them to try and get back to the basics. They've given the ball away a couple of times already. Not ideal for them. Well, you just got to get the ball over the halfway line. Doesn't matter if you're doing it forwards or backwards. And so that's the first thing for him. He's going to have to bounce the ball quite soon. That's surely more than 10 seconds since he's bounced the ball there.
Timeout. Red. 8.
So 2 timeouts in a row, called by number 8, as you can see from the referee there. So that's 2 in a row there. You can see the Czechs have lost 2 of those gold bars up at the top, and looks like they're also making some substitutions as well. Walter Ronisch has come on to the left there, replacing Mikeska. So that's a very early substitution. Make as many substitutions as you like. But the Czechs very much under the pump at the moment. He's got 7 seconds left in which to score, and thrown away there. And Nigel, I think the Czechs are looking a bit overawed by the occasion at the moment, playing the reigning champions.
French defence is very good. They're blocking, they're keeping the pass away, and they're not allowing the Czechs any space at all to either to roll into or to pass the ball into.
Ivana makes it 6 from 6. And there we have another score for the Czechs. And a reasonably straightforward score for them. That's going to cheer them up a little bit.
Yeah.
Jaulon going this way and that, and then pops it over to the top. And it's 7 from 7. If you've got a fantasy team, then I'd pick Ivelna as a 3-pointer if I were you. Nonquin showing his defensive skills once again. The 2 of them there trying to push the Czechs out of play, and they push the Czechs into a poor pass. And some beautiful blocking up the front there from Ducret. And Ivelna wipes his brow, and well he might. We were saying earlier that the Czechs were trying to keep them cold out there and waiting before they came down the tunnel, but I think he's worked up a sweat by now, Ivelna.
He's attacking at that end and defending on this end. He goes backwards and forwards.
An all-court player. That's why he's their captain. Once again, these Hail Mary passes, they've already used 2 timeouts. So they don't want to burn a third one, and they end up throwing forward speculative passes. Now, what kind of hit was that? Was that a spinning foul?
That was a spinning
was that
foul. You can see that was a hit behind the axle, causing the wheelchair to spin in a dangerous manner. So Christina's given the foul, and that will be a minute in the bin for the whichever player it was. I can't see. Number 8.
So it is indeed Vartan who goes to the bin, and he'll be there for a minute or until France score a try.
And that
what's your money on? I'd say France scoring a try in
yes,
less
France
than a
to
minute.
score a try. Shot clock gets reset to 40 seconds after a foul.
Now there is also a technicality.
Where did they go over?
If there is a penalty try, then the player stays in the bin, does he not?
Penalty try is when, if there's a foul in the act of scoring.
But if a penalty try happens while the player's in the sin bin,
then the player stays in the sin bin.
Yes.
Player stays in the sin bin at that time. But they're quite unusual for that to happen.
Yes.
In a game like this, for these international players, to allow that to happen.
You can see the swarming defence from the French there, playing a full court, front court press, if you like. They're all very close to the key there, and once again, Yvernat racing through for another point, for another try. Look at him, incredibly busy. They are not letting the Czechs get an inch of space here. That one's going to have to be passed over the top, and that's the thing, if you can spring the trap, almost like an offside trap, really.
That was Verdun then, I didn't see him come on. Their other high pointer.
Yes, so they've had a few changes there. You can see number 44, Corentin Le Guen at the back. He's the low pointer, and he's come on, and Verdun there to the front of your screen, number 33. So playing as near as they can get, more or less, to a high-low with a couple of three-pointers. Yvernat no longer perfect. He's only got 10 out of 11. Someone else, rather annoyingly for him, popped him there and scored. Le Guen up front doing the blocking.
A technical foul now. What happened there is that the French player didn't allow the inbounder to come onto court. So that's a technical foul. To come onto court, he has to bring all his big wheels in. So he blocked him, so that's a foul that Christine has given. So that's Christine Hempfling, who's the head official in Europe, I believe.
So the normal rules apply. You've still got to get the ball over the halfway line within 12 seconds, and they ended up throwing out a speculative pass that Pleshko couldn't reel in. So the French, even though it's 3-on-4, they are going to have possession.
Yes, it was, I don't want to say only, the low pointer from France that went off. So France had all their high point players.
Very good point.
High function players on.
Yes. Now this only counts as one. It should count double, really, shouldn't it? When you score with a player in the box, short-handed, as it were, in ice hockey terms. So Le Guen still in the bin, but France have managed to score. And for once, it might be the 1 minute here that...
that is even more unusual. There we go.
Yes.
He's going to get in now.
There we go. Big applause from the Czechs as Ronish goes over. And Le Guen is finally released from prison. He's had a nice break there. He's had a good minute off. Watched his guys score a point short-handed. And now it's Verdun, the gun for hire, who's been playing club rugby over in the United States. It's wonderful to see so many people playing all around the world. We've got Stu Robinson, high pointer for Team GB, who's going to go down and play for Victoria in the Australian Championship in less than a month's time. Likes of Zach Medell from Canada, he'll be down there as well.
Jim Roberts used to play in the USA as well, the former GB player.
Looks around, makes sure that he can coast over the line, and does so. So Nigel, when you're refereeing club rugby, do you insist on the players handing the ball or tapping the ball back to you. And
no, what I insist on them doing is not rolling it away.
not deliberately doing it as far as possible, and so you can set up on defence while
Yes,
you're busy
indeed.
retrieving the ball.
I won't let them do that more than once.
Yes, yes.
If you watch the GB players, in fact nearly all of the teams, they just put the ball down without rolling it away.
Exactly. It's rare that you'll get one that's polite enough to pop it up for the ref.
I'm fairly sure the GB players are told to do that.
Exactly. Yes, they'll get into trouble with
the
tears
ref.
and ball, sure.
So the ref just has to move to the ball and pick it up. This gives you an extra couple of seconds for the defence to get in place.
Barton trying to build from the back. Needs to get the ball over the halfway line, and here comes another. It's not over the halfway line yet. And here is a third timeout in the space of 6 minutes and 6 seconds. It's been very tough for the Czech Republic thus far. More than doubled, and the thing is, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Jonathan Hivernin getting 10 of the first 11 points for the French, and then they bring on Sébastien Verdun. Perhaps at some point we'll even get Riyad Salem. Can't have all three of them on the court at any one time, because that would be more than the 8 points you're allowed in terms of classification. Now they still need to get the ball over the halfway line again. Pass or a bounce every 10 seconds, so there's the bounce. Boxed in though, the French defence, as you say, has been absolutely spot on thus far, swarming, not giving them an inch.
Another timeout before the 40-second run out. So now they get an extra 15 seconds on the shot clock, the 40-second clock.
A mere 15 seconds in which to score.
Yes.
And maybe you as a referee, you might want to pop down to the Czech bench here and say, I know you've got 4 timeouts, but it's not 4 per quarter, it's 4 for the entire match. So
the table officials will usually inform the bench that they have no timeouts left. Well, the referee will probably also do that. Better that they both do it rather than neither.
Unless you've got a few spare ones in your pocket from previous games, you can give them out.
Sadly not. You don't want to do that.
Well, that's the thing. If you're going to use a timeout, then you need to use it well. You need to score those points. Now, taking his time is Hivernin, because the shot clock was reset as soon as possession swapped from one team to another. And if I know the French, they're going to wait until it's around 55 seconds to cross the line.
Usual time. In fact, he's going for that. Any moment now. Leaving the court. No goal. Quite sure who left the court there.
So did
Obviously,
Verdun go.
Was it Verdun left the court? In which case it's a turnover.
Well, that's again. It's like the.
Yes, that was a little bit careless of him.
It was. Yes. So Hivernin is
see
waiting.
from there. Oh look, no, got hit from behind. He was facing the goal line, and he got a big hit from behind, push him over.
So clever play from the Czechs.
It was, yes.
Little small victories for them.
It was a little bit careless to actually get caught facing the goal line, and then France pick it up again.
Yes, Verdun picking it up and making sure he didn't pick it up in the offensive half of the court and have his momentum roll back.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that would be an over and back.
That's the phrase, yes. It's got several names, but that's one of them.
Yes, front court violations for basketball fans.
That's what the players call it.
Winding the clock down, and
I guess going to score at the last second.
Remember to bounce. Remember, make sure that no one's going to get knocked out. And there we go.
8 seconds. You can score in 8 seconds.
You can, yes, but The Czechs have struggled to score even with the full 40 seconds.
They have, yes. I think it's going to sit on this one.
Plus a minute's worth of timeout. So yes, discretion is the better part of valour. They are not going to. A few smiles there, and it's going to be, come on, putting an arm in the way and going, commit a foul. But no, it doesn't happen, and we get to the first break, the 3-minute break, with France leading 16 points to 7. And Nigel, it's been a consummate display from the French, hasn't it?
Very good defensive play from France, blocking the inbound, blocking the once the ball is inbound, blocking the progression into the front court. So Czechs have had to throw the ball long, have had to somewhat speculatively in a number of times, and in fact have lost the turnover in that way.
Yes,
So,
that's why it's always good to have referees, coaches, players, because they're the ones who tell us to have a look at the defence. Not just the people like Ivalna who scoop through, and those are the ones it's easy to have your eyes drawn towards, because that's it. When they show a clean pair of wheels, it's more spectacular. But all of the work, a lot of the work is done.
Watch the players off the ball, blocking the defenders, so he can just go through the centre.
Much along the lines of the NFL, when you've got the offensive line blocking for the running backs and indeed the quarterbacks. It's a lot of the work is done there.
Now 1 p.m. and the Czech Republic back in action against Netherlands. At 3:30, France takes on Germany. And at 7 p.m. the host country.
Brice Morel warming up. 2.5-pointer. He'll be keen to get out there. When you've got such strength and depth, 12 of them, all of them can say that they deserve game time, and then you see pretty much the A lineup get out there and score 16 points to 7. Then you're always dead keen to get out there and say, well, coach, give me some playing time. Difficult for the coaches to decide who to pick, and the French have got an international flavour on their bench.
Yes, that's right. Bob Banneker is a former Belgian international and Paralympian, and Justin Frischberg is a former GB international and Paralympian.
And there they are on the right, Van Akker, and then on the left. So there we go, getting the best of. It's a good thing for the Van Akker as well, since he can speak Flemish, so he could listen in on the when they were playing the Dutch the other day, and see if he could pick up any tips from what the Dutch coach was having to say.
I don't know if he's that sort of Belgian. Some Belgians only speak French.
Yes, but with a name like Van Akker.
Yes, you're probably right.
Van Akker of the Fields. He would be a.
I don't know if Justin Frischberg has learned French. He certainly learned the word. He certainly learned the words of the Marseillaise.
There we go. Good for him.
I saw him singing it.
Good for him. Yes, it's a cracking thing to sing. There's some complicated words to learn in there. You've got blood running through impure fields, and people having their throats slit, and oh, it's wonderful.
It is rather a bloodthirsty anthem.
It is, yes. And well, let's get from the bloodthirstiness, let's get back to the murder ball, as it used to be called. And we are into the second quarter. Czech Republic with possession, and well, they were with possession. As soon as I said that, the ball goes free over the line, and it's a turnover. French with a few different players out there. Verdun is still out there. I can see Adrien Chalmin, the number 4. That's been inbounded by Valentin, the number 1. Brice Morel, so going with a very balanced lineup.
Watch your contact.
Unusually taken Jonathan Ivanhoe off. You won't see that happen very often this weekend.
No, he, well, it's probably keeping Ivanhoe's powder dry. He went off against the Dutch, and the Dutch kept it very tight, and all of a sudden things started getting a little bit nervous for the French, and then, surprise, surprise, back on he came.
Yeah.
Watch your hands.
So the French, I think, are trying to make sure that they can indeed win without Ivanhoe. Vasha back on for the Czech Republic, and he's been the one responsible for the lion's share of their points thus far. There's Verdun, the main high pointer for the French on court at the moment. Morel fires it forward to him. A lot of work done for the referees, isn't there? Sprinting from one end to the other on a quick breakaway.
Yes, for these international players, they break so fast. Yeah, the referee really has to run from one end to the court.
Yes, when I was a touch rugby or touch footy referee, then it was always better to referee a lower standard of game, because all of a sudden when there was a
go so fast.
turnover, it's hang on, and yes.
It's white. This side.
Valentin with the inbound after the turnover. Gets his bounces in early. You can see the possession clock there, 25 seconds. Plenty of time for him. Oh, that's good defence. But there we go, good eyes as well. Valentin.
Not over yet. Yeah, good push there by number 10. Push him over.
So Mikeshka in there with a block, but in came Brice Morel. You'll see him. There he is doing the blocking now, but he was the one who pushed Valentin over the line. So very much gets an assist for that try. I thought we were going to have another turnover then, but Vasha, he's been the standout player for the Czechs thus far. Fires it forward for Varton. Czechs looking a bit better on defence at the moment, but Morel is managing to pick the lock more often than not.
Jordan is such a quick player. He's getting away from there. And they push forward.
6 inbound. Number 6 asks for inbound.
So the stadium announcer there just telling us that Verdun is now up to 10. So that's 10 for Yvernin, 10 for Verdun. So it doesn't matter which one of the two you've got in your fantasy team. You are cashing in if you're back the French today. Verdun fires that one forward, and it's going to be... Oh, it's great blocking work from Morel. Did not let Moravik get an inch of space there. Valentin from the Montferrand club in Clermont-Ferrand, central France. Verdun more from, well, he's not that far away from Clermont-Ferrand. He's in Dijon, in the Burgundy area. More to the east of France, not far from the Swiss border. All smiles from Valentin, and no harm, no foul.
No, just fell over.
And he says, right, I'll have a lie down. I'll catch my breath. Someone will be out with a mat, and there we go. Straight back up, and we have a good look at his chair here. So different types of chairs. That's more a defensive chair. Used for the blocking and the pushing. You can see the front of the chair there. Very good view of it there. And there, Verdun, totally different type of chair. That's the more attacking ones for him to be able to drop the shoulder and dink left and right. Close-ups from our camera operators there to see the differences in chairs. And what's been whistled here?
4 in the key. 4 of the Czech defenders in the key at a time. Only 3 are allowed. So in that case, Paulina has not given the penalty try. She's just sent one of the fourth one into the bin. I think that is Paulina Smith.
French will take the time. Setting up all ready for the next play, much along the lines of basketball. As soon as you score, you're back on defense. Now comes Mikaska out of the sin bin and with the inbound. Gets the give and go, but how quickly can he go? Not as quick as Verdun. Farton comes in to try to get a pathway for him. But once again, the French boxing the Czechs in. Change of balls as one of those has rolled well out of play. So that ball went out of play, and it's a turnover. Morel, once again, he seems to be able to weave this way and that. Seems to be able to thread the needle, does Morel. And that's exactly what the Czechs would like to do now. Farton remembers to bounce the ball, but he's stuck in. They've got no timeouts. Oh, that was a great pick-up from Bussa.
Yeah.
Verdun is having none of it. He says it may have been a great pick-up, but no charity here. Czechs down to 10 seconds on the shot clock.
Very good block by number 11 to keep the corner free.
So a hard-earned point there for the Czechs. And then the French make it look so easy. Get it to Verdun and watch him cruise up the other end.
See, France are waiting to put Riyad Salim and Cedric Nankin on.
The all-Parisian pairing. Nankin and Salem ready in the substitutes box.
I'm not sure if Riyad isn't the oldest player here.
I think he's 52, and there's probably, was there Kurt Busk?
Kurt Busk is 56, that's
yes,
right. So
exactly.
I think that last time, but
the under end of the scale, we've got a few 19-year-olds. Yves Langhart of the Swiss, Masha Mosel.
So they're going to switch now.
So here we go. Number 9, Riyad Salem. Number 3, Cedric Nankin. Salem, the highest of high pointers for the French. So he's got the most ability. He's a 3.5. So he has the least level of impairment. Cruises up. Morel still on. And Chalmin has come on as the low point at number 4 and pops that one through beautifully there from Morel. Tough for the Czechs. You know, they've seen off Verdun and Iverna, and on comes Salem.
I know, that's hard. They're Nankin, that a great defending player.
Yes, Nankin as 1.5. He's, I've said it before, he's probably the best 1.5 that you will get in the world. Well, he's won countless best in class.
He has, yes.
Pretty much every tournament you can ink him in when you get to the final dinner, the gala dinner after the final on the Sunday. You pretty much know that the team of the tournament is going to be involving Nankin. And there's another turnover there. Ronish, a two-pointer, not able to get that ball over the halfway line. The French to inbound, Nankin to inbound. And the ability he's got to inbound, despite his upper limb impairments, is incredible. Nankin, the way he can get the ball under control as well, when you really wouldn't expect it of him. That's why he is the best in class. Salem weaves through. Moves pretty well for a 52-year-old. Same age as me, so I'm allowed to say that.
I think he's been playing ever since France started playing wheelchair rugby. Back in 2006, I think. Maybe 2008.
You have to go on court here, come back, and you have to be on court.
Plenty of them with lots of experience, likes of Adrien Chalmin, number 4, who's come on for his first bit of court time in this match. He started in 2009, Norquin in 2012. Now we're down into the last minute and a half, so the French are going to be looking at those all-important timestamps. Even if you're 16 points clear, you know that you're going to be coming up against fiercer opposition later on in the tournament, with all due respect to the Czech Republic. So you want to start working on formations, on defence, on timestamps, and you also want the coaches and the co-coaches to see that you are putting in the effort, even when it's lesser opposition.
Emander.
Chalmin, another veteran, with the inbound, and beautiful little give and go. So they've got 34 seconds on the shot clock. So as we saw at the end of the first quarter, they'd ideally like to score with 55 seconds to go, and that lovely pass over the top means that Morel is going to do more or less exactly that. Call me a liar for 0.98 seconds. I think you'll give me that one, won't you? Even you refs are intransigent, but will you give me that one?
Under a minute to go until half-time.
Boxed in again, fired forward, and it turns out to be a great pass.
The low pointer is in trouble now, though. No, he got it. It's clear.
So it's David Lukesh who has actually come on, the player coach.
Timeout white.
So was Morel pushed over the line there?
He put a timeout there, didn't he?
Timeout white. 4.
He was just about to be hit over, I think.
Clever play from Brice Morel. Even when you're 17 points clear, it's the kind of thing the coaches want to see, doing the right thing.
Yes, you don't want to drop your guard, or you want to play your best at all times.
Salem, 17 seconds to go, as you can see, just to make sure, A, that he scores, and B, that he leaves the Czechs no time whatsoever in which to reply. And around the outside, oh, that's great blocking.
1 minute.
Leaving the court by one of the players. They haven't given she's not given a penalty try. So still 5 seconds left. Probably number 5 was pushed out by one of the French players.
There we go. So Lukesh, the player coach, is not going to be playing for the next 5 seconds. He's stuck in the bin, and there's a quick score. And
low pointer.
Yes, nice for Chalmin to get there and get his name on the trouble of scorers, as they say. So they're going to be a huge Hail Mary from the Czechs. No, there isn't. Discretion again, the better part of valour, but French are pulling away here, and at the big break, they lead 30 points to 12. At the story of the half, it's been all French all the way, right from the first tip-off. And we're going to see a lot of highlight reel tries, but as is often the case, it's really what you've got to look for. There's been some great defence from the French. And the Czechs very much on the back foot. Used up all 4 of their timeouts within the first quarter, and that meant that they were in real trouble from that point onwards, and started throwing out some rather, well, hopeful, I was going to say casual, but no, it wasn't casual at all, because they were really put under pressure from the sheer strength in depth of the French team. Riyad Salem, on he comes, and so the French They've got 12 players that they can call on at any one point. They are currently level with Germany atop that group, but they will be looking to pull away sooner rather than later with a big win here. And then
they've all been on now.
Versus Germany, that will be on. It's going to be the last match of the day in about an hour and a half's time, again in Pool A. Well, Group B, we were in action earlier, and it was Team GB taking on Switzerland.
Great Britain's second match of the European Championships underway. And what a tip that is from Stuart Robinson to Aaron Phipps. Janau for Switzerland, showing great strength to get past the first block to MZ, and MZ makes no mistake. Robinson deep in his own half, cuts inside MZ, and now puts the afterburners on. Look at him go, Stuart Robinson. Long looping pass up to MZ, big hit from Robinson, but MZ has Langhart there, and Langhart just squeezes in over the line. MZ now going past Stead, looks for the long pass, and what a touch that is from Robinson. Stuart Robinson being triple teamed, manages to find his way through, and a nice easy pass up to Jamie Stead, who will take his time here, looking to count down the clock, make sure his team are in line behind him as well for the next Switzerland attack. And Stead waiting, and now scoring. Doughty for Switzerland, making it look easy. Janau twisting and turning to get away from Ross. Now a little bit of space for the Swiss co-captain, Janau. I thought he was going to go to MZ, but goes to Frey instead. Kieran Flynn all the time in the world here for Flynn. What's he going to do? He's going to go himself. Kieran Flynn over the line. It's Ross for Great Britain. Look at who is making the move for him. It's Stuart Robinson, that man again. Great Britain with the lead, looking to extend that lead now with Robinson. Goes past Frey. And again, Robinson will just slow down and cruise over the line. A real struggle going on for the ball. Over on that far side, Kieran Flynn just hurls the ball down towards Coral Beatty. And Beatty will score. Robinson over by that far corner. What a pass that is, like an NFL quarterback to Aaron Phipps. Phipps again will just turn back and count down the clock as much as he can. The man with the famous headband will wait right on the line until now when he crosses over. And Great Britain beat Switzerland 47 points to 31, and it all comes down to the Denmark match on Friday night.
So that was hard work from Switzerland, but ultimately came up short. And then that was also the case for Israel. Found themselves up against an incredibly strong Denmark team. Schuttlelau, didn't see a lot of him in the opening match for the Danes, but he was involved today. Fredriksson got so many points for Denmark in what was a very comfortable win for them the first thing in the morning. Fredriksson scoring tries at will. 68-43, they defeated Israel. And that means in points difference, well, look at that. Denmark and Great Britain level at the top of Pool B, and they will play on Friday, as you can see from the graphics there. How about that one? 7:30, book that one in your calendars, and it can't be a draw. It will go to overtime if necessary, and that may well be necessary, and we will get a winner on the day. Whoever comes first in the group plays whoever comes second in the other group, and most likely avoids France. So this is virtually a quarter-final, that one, between Great Britain and Denmark. A quarter-final in all but name. And then the semi-finals, 4:45, and then 6 o'clock on Saturday the 6th of May. 1 against 2, 2 against 1, and then those winners will go through to the final that is 3 o'clock on Sunday. The losers go to the bronze medal match, and a reminder that France are already through to the Paralympics because they are the host nation. So it could well be that the losing finalists, well, the losing finalists or the winning finalists will also get through, and if France get through there, it will be that the winner of the bronze medal match also qualifies for Paris 2024. So a lot at stake here as well, of course, as trying to win the Euro. Not out of the question. Exactly, yes, Germany, Netherlands, pretty much to see who comes second in that group.
I wonder where that fire is coming from.
Indeed, and we can hear from them now.
You had the defending champions France yesterday. You really pushed them, especially in the second half. Only 9 points in it at the end. How proud are you of that performance?
Well, yeah, we're quite proud as a team. Unfortunately, due to some personal errors from me in particular, the gap was still quite big, 9 points, like you said. It could be, should have been a little bit closer, but yeah, we pushed it all we could, and you know, I'm very proud, yeah.
And you've got Germany now, who were top of the table yesterday. They finished top of the table last night. Are you expecting a close match today?
We're expecting a fight, yeah. But yeah, we're gonna give it everything. We need to win this one, so we're gonna do our best, and yeah.
Yves, impressive performance yesterday. You really came back into it in the second half of that match against Czech Republic.
Yeah, and at halftime we have to change some things, and yeah, finish the game strong. I think it was okay.
And you finished the day at the top of Pool A. How much do you want to stay top?
We hope to stay on top, but it's the first day, it's all open, we have to keep on and play our best tournament, so we can stay on top.
And you've got Netherlands next, and they played really well against France. Do you see this as being a close match?
I don't know. It will be a difficult match, I think so, but I think we can win this. We have to focus on our performance, and we have to do our best, of course, and see what happens.
How important is it to get a win today?
Well, it's very important for the mental state of our team. I think it gives us a little bit more rest, because as a team we started at the bottom of the world ranking when I started playing rugby, and we pushed it, and now we're here at Euros A in this amazing building, and yeah, we're trying to see how far we can come with it. You know, we're really trying to make the Paralympics, so yeah.
All the best for today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Emilio Moos with that unmistakable mop of hair, and Yves Maubach from Netherlands and Germany respectively, and what a matchup that is going to be between those two countries, and that's going to be on right after this match, so in about an hour and a quarter's time, and as we were saying, that's pretty much a quarter-final as well. Whoever wins that likely to get through to the semis.
The minor place is also important, because the 4th and 5th placed teams here are also can book a place in the Paralympic qualifying tournament, so that they have another bite at getting to the Paralympics.
So absolutely everything to play for.
Yeah, at any game.
So back to the action on the court. 30 points to 12, the French are leading. And the referee's getting involved already. You guys just can't keep out of it, can you?
Penalty try there, but the player just rolled onto the line.
Yves will be disappointed. He's back on the court, but doesn't get the point, but he gets the point for France, and that is all that counts at the end of the day. Yves out there with Rodolphe Jarlon, the number 5. 14 is Jordan Ducret.
looking for some space and find
7.
Let
Tiré.
him on.
That's all the French players have been on now then.
Yes, they've gone for almost their starting lineup, not quite, because they began with Nankin, and he isn't on at the moment. We've got Mathieu Thirier, who's on.
Watch contacts.
But we're almost back to the starting lineup. We're almost back to the way it started, which is Yvernat scoring tries for fun. Hand off from Ronish to Vasher, who then gets it over to Varton. So they're keeping pace at the moment. Pleshko is the other player on for the Czechs. Both teams reverting to almost their starting lineups. Jolon mid-pointer, 2.5 points. Cruising over the line there. 34 years old, plays for Stade Toulousain down in Toulouse. As does Thirier, as does Yvernat. Pleshko did very well there to get that into his grasp. Varton needs to remember to bounce or pass. There we go. As if he heard me there. That was neither a pass nor a bounce, really. And meat and drink for Yvernat, particularly since there was a good block being put down there by Ducret. Are you sure you haven't got any of those timeouts left in your pocket and we can give 1 or 2 to the Czechs? Because I think they really
That
need
was a
them.
bit speculative there too. Is it Nikeshko, was it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, timeouts often used when you're not going to get the ball over the halfway line within the 12 seconds. Struggling to inbound here as well.
They've got 10 seconds to inbound, so they could just try and wait another couple of seconds to get a... Well, it's easy from here, isn't it? Trying to find somebody to pass it to out there is not so easy.
Yes, exactly. Those that can do, those that can't coach, and those that can't even do that. Well, we're currently sitting here, and having said that, you're a ref and a father of a coach, so I'll just have myself in the category of those that can't coach and those that can't even do that, just talk about it. Well, it's not over yet. It's a great pickup from Vassat, but Yvernat was always going to be there. And then there's some excellent defence from Jarlon. Trying to get it to Vasher, because if anyone can pick up a speculative pass, it's Vasher on that Czech team, but even he couldn't come up with a miracle this time around.
Just missed the ball and went out of court. Good way the turnover. France have come out fast, haven't they?
They have indeed, and the Czechs being forced further and further back and struggling to come up with any answers at the moment. It was swarming defence from the French in the first half, plenty of that also in the second, and unrelenting attack. Ronish picks up the ball and is immediately blocked, but manages to get a pass away. But even when they do, the Czechs, look at that, Yvernat absolutely everywhere. Mentioned it earlier, Nigel, he seems to be covering every inch of the court out there.
Trying to throw it over Jarlan there. He's got very long arms, hasn't he?
He has indeed.
4.5 minutes to go in this third quarter. 14, Czech Republic, France 39.
Coach's timeout red.
Red.
I think they really do need to reset. It's been an An absolute avalanche of points for the French
It's just
in the third quarter, even though we're barely even halfway through it. Just 2 points in 4 minutes for the Czechs, 7 of them for the French. So a little time to catch their breath for the Czechs. Made a change, Mikeška, number 5, has come back out. Verdun also on for the French. There is Mikeška with the inbound. Fires that one forward, and that bounces off the chair of Jarlon.
Yeah.
So the Czechs finally get a little bit of luck. They finally get a fortunate bounce. I think with all these speculative passes as well, you watching this as a referee, you're
leaving the court there, so again one of the Czech players was pushed out, and so the turnover comes to France.
The Czechs firing all of these passes forward, the referees being kept very busy going from one half of the court to the other.
Yes.
Well, the timeout seems to have worked for the Czechs. That's a couple of, well, one turnover, one not quite turnover, but it takes a few seconds off the clock, and they're competing. They have, haven't they? Yes.
The French were scoring very freely when they came out.
Verdun on the left spins around. Varton for company. Varton it is with the inbound, fires it into Ronish. Ronish across to Mikeška. Another long pass forward to Pleško, so it's been through all 4 laps in the Czech team. And there we go, Ronish rolls it in.
Good block on Jarlon there to open the corner up.
Valentin is back on, pops that one over to Verdun. Well, they've got possession of it. They now need to get it over the halfway line. Easier said than done, and there we go. But they've lost possession. Being made to work for absolutely everything, the Czechs. French showing no quarter in this third quarter.
Another penalty try. And a foul on the end.
Once again, the Czechs boxed in.
That's a good pass.
Well, there we go. They've got the ball out of their own half, so that's the first part of the equation. Varton remembers the bounce once again. 10 seconds to go. Oh, beautifully done. Very in nice. The end. Czechs have been better since the coach took the timeout. Lukesh, their player coach, back on the bench and calling the timeouts. He gave himself a minute or two at the end of the first half. A little bit of playing time. 15 tries for him. I think it's almost as many for Hivernin. The rest being shared out amongst the likes of Riyad Sanem. And a few for the low pointers. Occasionally we've seen Chalmin and Le Guen pop over for a point. Once again, the Czechs being made to work to get it out of their own half, and once again it's a turnover straight into the lap of Jarlon. And it's a pick 6, as they say in the NFL. It's an interception that's run back for a touchdown.
Oh, right.
It's picked off and you get 6 points for a touchdown. So the ball out of the way just in time. Well, we've seen some speculative passes. That one landed absolutely perfectly in the path of Verdun. A little bit of spin on it, sat up nicely. That was like a nice little 9-iron with backspin.
That was a measured pass, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it? Yes, we've had speculative from the Czechs, and that was measured, as you say.
Knew exactly where that was going. France have got tired of pressing now, so they're going to do a bit of key defence.
It's a good way for them. At times they will need to use the key defence, and they need to use it a bit better than that. So it may come.
Did leave a bit of a gap there.
It was the Reds who parted the sea rather than the Red Sea, and there we go. That was got the hand in there and did so legally.
Yep. And as the ball came off the lap, it bounced onto the chair, or onto the knee. So it's they get the turnover for it.
Small victories for the Czechs, who find themselves 45-18 adrift with 90 seconds to go in this third quarter. Vartan remembers to bounce it. Vartan to Ronish is working well when they find themselves boxed in. Inbound from Valentin to Jarlot, who does a 360, needs to get it over the halfway line. Well, things getting a little loose for the French towards the end of this third quarter.
Oh, red inbound. Yes, that was a...
Czechs upping their game in the final minute of this quarter. They won't particularly be worried about time management.
No. Just want to score a couple more tries, maybe.
Vartan tries to get it to Mikeshka this time around. He was looking for Ronish, who wasn't in there. He was blocked out.
Blocked by the France low pointer. I can't see who it is.
Verdun was in there in the thick of it, so they get the inbound, but it doesn't reset the shot clock.
No. He left the courts there before he got the ball, and turnover to France.
So Mikeshka just putting a caster or two over the line, but he's out there. So the French to inbound with 41 seconds to go. 40 seconds is the shot clock, so they're pretty much of a muchness at this point. Once again, good swarming defence, but if you can get it to a high pointer, and that's what they've done in Verdun, then that should get out of jail free card. Back comes Vasher to keep him honest. They're going to try to run down the clock here. Good blocking from the French there. So, Verdun, which way are you going to go? Chooses the long way home, or has it chosen for him, but then scoots through. And leaves the Czechs a mere 3 seconds that they most likely will not use. There's the inbound, and yes, keep it in the lap. And the buzzer goes at the end of the third quarter, often known as the championship quarter, because that's where matches are won and lost, and the French have certainly pulled away there, winning that particular quarter 14-7, and they lead 46-19 overall with just 8 minutes to go. So we get the story of the quarter, and it's going to be all French all the time. Ivernat cruising through Jarlot. Saw plenty of him, the 2.5, so the mid-pointer, getting involved left, right and centre. There he is again, working well with Ivernat. And he got a little bit loose towards the end, and the French, it does tend to get a little bit loose when Ivernat isn't on the court. Verdun, a very good replacement for him though, but I think with Ivernat both up front and at the back in defence, He's an absolute... He's the star player for the French. Their captain, the number 21. Got some of his family here with him. Travel all around Europe to watch him. Jordan Ducré's parents are here as well. I know that. There's quite a French entourage here that travel around. There we have, well, that looks like it'll be the starting lineup. A very highly Parisian one. You can see number 9, Riyad Salem, the high pointer, about to come back on. And all smiles from Cédric Nanquin, enjoying himself out there.
I think he looks like that nearly all the time.
He does, I've never seen him not smile.
No.
Yes, yeah. So all smiles there from arguably the best defender in the game. Approaching his 40th birthday, he'll be turning 40 around the time of the Paralympics. And they're guaranteed a spot because they're the host nation, but I think most people would expect them to qualify anyway. The top 2 qualify from Europe, and then France are there already as the host team. A 1.5 pointer, but he's worth so much more than that to that team. Number 10 as well, Brice Morel. He's out there, and Adrien Chalmin is the low pointer. So they're going 0.5, 1.5, 2.5. And 3.5. Top 3.5 is Riyad Salem. So it's going to be Basha with the inbound. The possession arrow is in favour of the Czechs. Can they convert that possession into a point? That's what they'll be hoping for. And the answer is no immediately. Picked off by Brice Morel. He wants to score this one on his own, and Riyad Salem's going to hang around in the background and let him do it. Setting up already on defence. Ball goes out of play, but it will be a check inbound. Vorton trying to get it out, and Nanquin not giving him an inch of space.
Yeah, trying to get past Cédric, that's not that easy.
I think that's what's termed an understatement, isn't it? Trying to get past Cédric Nanquin. The inbound from Morel to Riyad Salem over the halfway line. Clean set of wheels, coast to coast. There he is on defence. The 2 Parisians teaming up there on the blocks. And once again, these speculative passes, as we've chosen to call them. I think that one's a euphemism as well, isn't it? We've had the understatement, and that one's the euphemism.
They rushed that a little bit, but then the French are making them do it, making them rush it. By good defence.
Sheer pressure from the French, coming up against a team that is ranked a long way below them in the world. In the Czech Republic, they're ranked number 23.
France,
French,
5,
France are currently number 5. Despite the fact that they didn't make the quarterfinals of the World Championship in Denmark 7 months ago. They had their pockets picked by the Danes in the quarterfinals.
Yes,
they came back, and yes, that was a real turn up for the books. The Danes absolutely played out of their skins in front of their home crowd, and what a loud home crowd it was. And Ikeshka didn't quite have the wheels to reel that one in. A 2.5 pointer, he gave it the best he could, but couldn't reel that one in. But yes, the French, 5 in the world, playing number 23 in the world, and you've got to take care of business. And they've certainly done that. So there's been a couple of minutes here and there where they've showed less intensity. But other than that, they really are showing that they've got the game faces on, and they are here to win the entire tournament, not just their group.
Salem's still very fast. He's been playing a little while.
He's young, he's only 52.
Put you in a chair next to him, Drew. See how you go.
Yeah, that'll be.
How about running against next to him?
But even then, I've seen. If you look at the your colleagues, the refs out there, and I'm thinking, yep, they're keeping pace very well. That's why they're all so svelte, the referees. I'm looking at all the refs, and I think I've got the build to be refs. I've not got the long legs that refs seem to need to have to cover the entire court. There we go. Cedric flips it into the hands of the referee. If anyone was going to give it straight back to the ref after a score, it's Cedric Noncan. Have a smile on his face and having a chat with the referee as well. He's probably saying, you didn't expect to see me down here, did you, scoring the points? Over the half century already for the French. Down there from Chalmin. Chalmin, who plies his trade for Montferrand. Been playing for 14 years now, been playing as international for 14 years. Bested only by that man there, Riyad Salem. Weaves his way through, camel through the eye of a needle. And once again they're boxed in by Noncan, by Chalmin. Can they get it free? Well, they can, but at the cost of a turnover, and Salem lets that one run out of play because he knew that it was going to be a French ball when it comes back in.
Sub, go away, please.
So the Czech make a few changes. I wouldn't say it's shuffling deck chairs on the Titanic, but it might feel like that to them. French sticking with the lineup that started this quarter and sticking with the intensity as well. And how about that for control from Salem? He's got a point to prove, and I suppose when you're in a squad that's got Yvernin and Verdun, then you need to make the best of whatever court time you're given. Ronish finally gets a point, and a big smile on his face, almost ironic. I can't remember the last time the Czechs had scored a point. They've only got a couple in this quarter. Salem's going to have to go coast to coast, make sure he doesn't go out of play. Morel knows that Salem's got the wheels to get that one and the control. Here from the stadium announcer probably, that's Salem up to 8 points as he pushes his opponent out of play. Disappointment for Ronish, but Salem, he's got his game face on at the moment. He'll be looking to get into double figures and join Yvernin and Verdun. Also showing great prowess on defence.
Yes, he's getting some extended minutes in this game.
Noncan with a couple and hands it straight back to the referee. He must be your favourite player. I think he's a lot of people's favourite player because, as you say, he's got that infectious smile on his face. He's got a grin all the time. Close from Salem there, and it bounced off his wheel. So it's going to be a check ball, but he's showing great intensity.
Timeout.
Why? Timeout, France.
Well, as the saying goes, you can't take them with you, so you might as well take one now. And I wasn't having a look at the subs box before, but might be a change or two.
Quite common for coaches to change around the 4-minute mark and a quarter. Put in is that even now going back on? Looks like it.
Yes, we've got Le Guen 44-21 is Yverna. Salem's still out there, so they're going as high-low as they can possibly go.
Just over 4 minutes remaining in this match.
Elsewhere, they've gone back to Jordan Ducret, so his family will be pleased to see him getting a little more game time. His mum and dad in the stands. Top of your screen there, you can see Le Guen blocking in. Maybe Lukasz, who's come on for the Czechs, the player coach. Was reeled in very nicely by Offenauer. Pretty much a 3-on-3 with Le Guen and Lukasz blocking one another. And speculative, Yverna gets it, and Salem, he's going to cruise over. Le Guen still blocking Lukasz, and
yeah,
I do believe, has Lukasz said that he wants to be the inbounder? No, what's happened here?
No, trying to get away from the low pointer there, he travelled down the line, so I think Paulina gave a leaving the court foul, which is a turnover in this case.
And here we have Ducret. Someone who hasn't always got an infectious grin on his face is Yverna. He's always got his game face on, hasn't he?
Yes, it's a serious business playing international sport.
Oh, straight into the lap. How about that?
Particularly if you're captain, and a lot of expectation is in your lap.
Indeed. It's serious business when Salem is on the ball.
It's bearing down on you.
Yes. Bronish boxed in, gets it to Oppenauer, but it's not over the halfway line yet. And that one was, well, the toss of a coin, but it was a coin that was 80% sure that was going to land heads for Yverna. Quick inbound from Lukasz, that's what they needed. Battling away is Salem, and the control that he shows, the upper body flexibility that he's got. And then slamming the ball down on the floor, getting back to do his defensive duties. 61 for the French. They've absolutely run away with it in this fourth quarter, make that 62. And they are certainly sending out a message to everyone else in this tournament. We are the defending champions, and we intend to defend our crown. Bronish, but he's got that man Salem for company. And there we go. You think, well, I've thrown it past Salem, and who appears in the background? Yverna. They're going to have nightmares tonight, the Czechs, aren't they? They're just going to see Salem and Yverna.
That buzzer can't go soon enough for them.
So,
the ref's got those mics. I don't think I could do that. Right, I probably was muttering to myself on call.
That's it. I suppose, yes, they have to be very careful and make sure that they're not talking amongst themselves, and particularly during a timeout like this.
Yes.
They're not saying to one another, good grief, number 21, he's getting his arms in there, and I'm going to call him for a...
They must have an on-off button.
Yes, they do indeed, yes.
I would, for certain, I would forget to press it at the right
yeah,
time.
they'd be off all the time. It'd be, Nigel, you've not switched your...
Nigel, you're broadcasting.
Nigel.
One of those on-mic moments.
Indeed. No, I'm sure yours would all be off, Mike. You just switch it off and go, sorry, I can't hear you. And make sure you weren't looking at the producer or the floor manager.
Foul.
Your colleagues here doing an absolutely grand job, both in this match and throughout the tournament.
They're both very experienced.
They are indeed, aren't they? As befits the European Championships, we have the best players, the best teams, and we have the best officials as well. Commentators are a bit average, but you can't have everything. 2 minutes to go, and it's an inbound from Oppenauer. Once again, boxed in is Vorton. Gets it over the halfway line. Once again, it's Salem. Once again, it's the handoff to Ivalna. It's an easy job commentating. I'm just going to record myself saying Salem intercepts.
Yeah, Salem intercepts. Yeah.
And it's a try. A better inbound. Varton just gets it over the line, and there we go.
That was good.
Warm applause from the crowd here at the Principality Stadium. 97 seconds to go. A chance for the French to work on a few formations, a few timestamps. Well, who's he found there? Corentin Le Guen knew he wouldn't have the wheels, but he knows he's got a friend who does. Hemmed in once again is Vorton. Manages to pick the lock. Gets the quick pass out. And that's two in a row. Made to work for it. He was close.
Did he get it? Yes, he did. Nearly. So I'm looking at the court. You're looking at the screen. You can see it. Yes, he just got in there. Yes, he had even and Selem coming down on him.
And yet managed to score a try. That's another one that we were saying that the French, when they scored one short-handed, that should count double. When you've got Ivalna and Salem bearing down on you and managed to score, that should count double as well. 70 seconds to go. Ivalna spins this way and that. Focus in his eyes. Gets in between absolutely everyone. Holds it up for a couple of seconds, gets over the line with 55 seconds to go. To the very 100th of a second. That's going to please Bob Van Acker in terms of the time stamps that the players like to play with when you've only got a couple of minutes left and you want to have the last possession. It obviously won't matter in terms of handing over possession because there isn't a quarter after this, and it also doesn't matter if you can get an interception, yet another interception for Salem. I'd like to see if he's in triple-double territory. Has he got double figures in terms of points, assists? There's another one, not quite, and interceptions. 20 seconds to go. More or less the same on the shot clock. 10 seconds to go. And they're counting down in French.
Extremely good defence by Czech. It's over,
And that's the way it ends,
very
with
good.
credit for the Czechs for managing to hold off the combined might of Jonathan Ivalna and Riyad Salem in the last minute. But it's the French who win the day.
No, it's not. There's still a second to go. I think they must have called a timeout.
There we go. So
they called a timeout while it was
Watch your contacts, guys. Take it easy.
just before they went out. It went out of bounds.
So it's desperation stuff.
Can he get it?
Yes, they can get over the line with a quarter of a second to go, and the final score goes to Jordan Ducret, to the delight of his parents in the crowd, and that is full time, and it is a convincing victory for the French, 68-24 over the Czech Republic, the defending champions, showing that they intend to take this Euro trophy back home with them. They had to bring it here for the trophy ceremony, and they intend to take it right back with them in their carry-on luggage on Sunday night. The story of the match, Hiverna, what a captain he is, leading from the front and leading from the back, scoring at will and showing incredible defensive prowess as well. It was tough for the Czechs, the like of Marek Vasha, the number 6. Didn't let his head drop at any point. Varton struggled after a while. They used up all 4 of their timeouts in the first quarter, and that's tough against a team that can call on the likes of Sébastien Verdun. And then later on, we saw Cédric Nankin at the back, and then Riyad Salem up front. He made the most of his court time, and it was tough, oh so tough for the Czechs when you had Hiverna and Salem. A couple of high pointers when they went high-low towards the very end of the French, and it was a great performance, a champion's performance from them in front of the Danes and the Brits watching on. The Danes and the Brits hoping that they don't have to face the French in the semis, and hoping that it's only in the final when they get to play them. So here is the table, the French on top, and look at that, plus 53. They have padded their points difference good and proper. Germany will come up against the Netherlands very soon, in about 35 minutes time, in a virtual quarter-final. So a wonderful victory for the French, and now we're going to hear from one of their players right now.
How do you feel after such a dominant victory?
The feeling is we are pretty happy to have beaten Czechia, because we really wanted to beat them. Not easier, but we knew that we can do this, so it's done, and now we have to be focused on the Germany.
Do you expect a similar result from Germany?
No, that will not be the same result, because Germany is better, so we just know that we have to beat them to be the first on the pool. So yeah, we're gonna win, I hope to, and yeah, we have to work hard now to be ready to play the game.
How far do you think you can go in this competition?
Hopefully we can win the competition, but yeah, we just want to take game after game. So tomorrow will be Germany, and we will see after.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup to Corentin Le Gouen. He seems to be the team spokesman, so he's the one who speaks the best English, the low pointer. He got himself on the board today, and we do have a smile from Hiverna. He can actually relax now that he has his captaincy duties are over for another day. I was trying to listen in to see what they were saying there. I'm going to have to
I didn't catch that. Did you get it?
I'm going to ask the parents and the entourage. Nice to see Adrien Chalmin is here with his family. Seen his wife's here, and he's got his nipper there sitting on his lap. Lovely to see. So that is the French well and truly top of Pool A, and who is going to finish second is the question. Well, will it be the Netherlands? Will it be Germany? We will find that out in around, well, it'll start in 20 minutes time, and I really hope you can join us for that. I'd like to thank Nigel Goddard for sitting alongside me and coming out with
Thanks,
some...
Drew, and looking forward to the next game.
Indeed, yes.
And tomorrow.
Yes, you can watch that one as a spectator and enjoy it, and so can you at home. It starts in 20 minutes time, Netherlands versus Germany.
Good afternoon. We are coming towards the close of day 2 here at the Principality Stadium, the Wheelchair Rugby European Championships in this spectacular location on the River Taff in the Welsh capital. And it's been another big day of action inside this amazing arena. First of all, Denmark this morning saw off Israel 68 points to 43. Jorgensen heading over the line there in the headband, so Denmark have 2 wins out of 2. Then it was the turn of Great Britain, wearing the blue here. Stuart Robinson, as per usual, running the show. And Robinson and co helped Great Britain to a 47 points to 31 win. And if you were with us in the last hour or two, you will have seen France demolish the Czech Republic. 68 points to 24, and France looking red hot in this tournament so far, the defending champions, with the carrot of that home Paralympics on the horizon next year in Paris. So if we look at the way those results leave the pools, you can see straight away that in Pool A, this Germany-Netherlands match, which we're about to watch, is a biggie for both sides. If Germany win, then they guarantee themselves a semi-final spot, and of course, by contrast, if Netherlands lose, they miss out on a semi-spot. France totally dominant in this pool, and you might expect that to continue when France play Germany tomorrow. So it feels like Germany and Netherlands playing for second spot in Pool A. And Denmark and Great Britain locked together on 4 points, 2 wins out of 2 for the both of them in Pool B, and it means tomorrow night's match at 7:30 local time. Do not miss it. Great Britain-Denmark will determine who finishes top, who finishes second, and that will have a big impact on which team they play in the semi-final. And both Denmark and Great Britain will be, of course, looking to avoid France. So we're concentrating on the Netherlands against Germany. The Dutch against the Germans, always a big fixture in whatever sport you play. This was the Netherlands' first match yesterday. They lost 52 points to 43 against France. So running France pretty close, it would have to be said. And then Germany here in the grey against the Czech Republic. It ended up Germany 60, Czech Republic 44. So we've had some pretty high-scoring matches in this pool. Josko Vilka is a player we're going to be speaking a lot about, and Germany have 2 female players in their squad, and we'll discuss how that affects things as well in terms of classification points in a little bit. So we have supporters of both teams here inside the stadium, which is good to see, and everyone enjoying themselves, of course. Let's hear from players on both sides. We'll hear from the German Yves Maubach, but first the Dutchman Emilio Moos.
You had the defending champions France yesterday. You really pushed them, especially in the second half. Only 9 points in it at the end. How proud are you of that performance?
Well, yeah, we're quite proud as a team. Unfortunately, due to some personal errors from me in particular, the gap was still quite big, 9 points, like you said. It could be, should have been a little bit closer, but yeah, we pushed it all we could, and you know, I'm very proud, yeah.
And you've got Germany now, who were top of the table yesterday. They finished top of the table last night. Are you expecting a close match today?
We're expecting a fight, yeah. But yeah, we're gonna give it everything. We need to win this one, so we're gonna do our best, and yeah.
Yves, impressive performance yesterday. You really came back into it in the second half of that match against Czech Republic.
Yeah, and at halftime we have to change some things, and yeah, finish the game strong. I think it was okay.
And you finished the day at the top of Pool A. How much do you want to stay top?
We hope to stay on top, but it's the first day, it's all open, we have to keep on and play our best tournament, so we can stay on top.
And you've got Netherlands next, and they played really well against France. Do you see this as being a close match?
I don't know, it will be a difficult match, I think so, but I think we can win this. We have to focus on our performance, and we have to do our best, of course, and see what happens.
How important is it to get a win today?
Well, it's very important for the mental state of our team. I think it gives us a little bit more rest because as a team we started at the bottom of the world ranking when I started playing rugby, and we pushed it, and now we're here at Euros A in this amazing building, and yeah, we're trying to see how far we can come with it. You know, we're really trying to make the Paralympics, so yeah.
All the best for today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So good to hear from Yves Maubach of Germany and Emilio Moos of the Netherlands. We can take a closer look at the two squad lists. We'll start with the Dutch, led by head coach Martin van Hinter. And you can see a couple of three-point players in there. Davy van den Dop on the right-hand side and Rezel Karabalut, both of them three-pointers. That means they are the most mobile, agile, the quickest players, whereas the 0.5 players have quite a severe degree of impairment and act as defensive players and blockers. And the Germany squad looks like this, with the two female players there, Britta Kripke wearing number 7 and Masha Mosul wearing number 24. But plenty of players, male and female, to get excited about in that German lineup. So the officials and flags are out. The world ranking of these two teams: Netherlands world rank 14, Germany world rank 9, and Germany came 4th at last year's Euros. So that gives you some idea of the state of play. And we are almost at the point where the players will be brought out onto the court. You can see some of the flags down there in the bottom of your screen in the crowd. And Germany to begin with in that grey kit. So number 1 is Marco Herbst, a former water polo player. He is one of their main try-threats. Josko Wilke here, 21 years old, a massive future for this lad. He was best in class at last year's World Championships. Christian Riedel. Well, that's Christian Riedel coming through in 6, and Britta Kripke wearing 7. Stefan Becker, number 8, very, very speedy player. Watch for him having massive bursts of acceleration. Mikhail Folter, who has come back to the sport, having had a little break away for a couple of years. Yves Maubach, who we were just hearing from in the interview, he was a former handball player before his accident. Jens Sauerbeer here wearing number 12, 36 years old, and he actually has quite a role within the world of wheelchair rugby, which we'll talk about in a moment. Florian Bongard plays for the Koblenz Speedos back at home in Germany, and Masha Mosul, the second of the two female players and the youngest member of the team, just 19 years old, Masha Mosul. So Bongards and Mosul complete the lineup, waiting for the German anthem. And I think you'll recognise the Dutch when they appear, wearing, what else could they be wearing but that famous Netherlands orange, led by Raider Houam. Made his debut in this sport way back in 2008, and he's back to full fitness after a cancer scare. Scott van Polen with the Ed Sheeran hair and headband, plays for the Amsterdam Terminators. This is Rezel Karabalut. Fascinating story with him and Emilio Moos, which I'll tell you about. Number 4, Ruben van der Laar. Ben Bezaan wears number 7. Job van der Laan, 25 years old, wearing number 8. The 9 is Hugo van Heersel. Emilio Moos here, best friends with Rezel Karabalut, who we saw earlier on. Number 14 is Davy van den Dop, another Amsterdam Terminators player. Arne van Egmond wears number 15. He is 21 years old and coming out with a big smile on his face here, Hector Lomar. Oh, he looks fired up for this one, doesn't he? Looks delighted just to be here in Cardiff, and why not? So some good players on both sides here, and we are expecting a really intense clash here. But before the actual sport, we will have the intensity of the anthems. That is brilliant, isn't it? Hector Loma. We could all do with a bit of his enthusiasm. Now it's time for the anthems. Singing of both anthems, particularly by the family and friends of all of these players who are in that stand. And we'll take one more look at the lineups for you. And remember here, the players highlighted in gold are the quartet that will start the match. So Karabalut will be the Dutch three-pointer that starts the match. Ruben van der Laar, Job van der Laan and Hugo van Iersel. And for Germany, head coach Christoph Werner has gone for Herbst, Wilke, the exciting youngster, Christian Riedel and Stefan Wecker to begin the game. We don't expect to see Sebastian Kleim at all this afternoon, or Justus Heinrich. But as I said, this is always an intense occasion in any sport, isn't it, when the Netherlands and Germany take each other on. You get the impression Hector Loma is going to continue smiling regardless of what happens in the next hour and a half, but this is a huge match for both these teams. Germany can seal a semi-final spot with a victory. Germany have finished runner-up at this European Championship 3 times, also 3 bronze medals as well, 4th last time out. And one thing to look out for with the Dutch side, there are more players with cerebral palsy than with spinal injuries in the Dutch squad, which is actually quite an unusual thing in wheelchair rugby. Alongside me to guide me through and spot the things I miss is wheelchair rugby referee and table official at this championship, Simon Starr. Evening to you again, Simon.
Evening, Andy, and great to be alongside you again.
Are you as excited about this one as I am? Because I really think there's going to be a bit of an edge.
I am, because I think this is the closest match-up on day 2 that we're likely to see. All the games tomorrow are going to be tight because that's when the match-offs happen, but this is the closest contest on day 2, and yeah, the Netherlands will be looking to upset the form book without a doubt.
And it's all to play for in this Pool A in terms of these two teams. So I think France, everybody accepts, are going to win the pool. But off we go. It will be a good match to referee this one as well, I imagine, with a bit of intensity out there. And here is the German number 1 then, Mario Herbst. And this is Josko Wilke, who we're going to be seeing a great deal of. It's a very exciting future ahead of this player. As I mentioned, he was voted best in class, best in his 2.0 class at last year's Worlds, and actually at the Quad Nations tournament that happened here in Cardiff last year. And before he acquired his disability, Josko Wilke was a hockey player. Here comes Wilke. He was sizing up Resul Karabalut for a big hit, but Karabalut managed to get away from him, wearing number 2 here for the Netherlands. Good defence from the Germans, and Karabalut's going to have to think again. He ends up going at least halfway back at that end of the court. Karabalut eventually gets the pass away to Joop van der Laan, and again the Germans hold him up. There's not long on the shot clock, but eventually Van der Laan shows great strength to get across. Well, that is a taste of what's to come, hopefully. Meanwhile, at the other end, Marco Herbst gets an easy score, but that was great defensive play down at our end here.
That was brilliant, yes. They really made them work hard for that that try. And Karabalut there with a little tap on Van der Laan's wheel just forced him over. But then Wilke took a very quick inbound, and play was straight down the other end.
There was a moment there where poor old Van der Laan was that's careless, that is careless. So play and possession is going to be back with the Germans here. Sorry, the ball with the Dutch, I should say. I was just saying that Van der Laan, there was a period there where he was pushing and pushing his wheels and they weren't going anywhere. It was like a cartoon, but Herbst makes it 3-1 quickly. And this is a great start for the Germans.
It's exactly the start that the Germans will have been looking for. Coach Christoph Werner will have come here looking for nothing less than 4th place and hoping for even better.
And again, in an action replay, Herbst capitalising on an error, and it's 4-1. We've only just played over an hour. Maybe a few nerves amongst the Dutch. That was Hugo van Ursel giving the ball away. And no wonder, really, a timeout has been called, because that's a disastrous start for the Dutch.
Yes, I always tell my table officials, be aware that you're likely to get a coach's timeout request coming in after there's been 2 and almost definitely after 3 quick turnovers. And there we saw it, Martin van Hinter trying to calm the nerves.
So Joop van der Laan battling for it. The Germans really in the faces of the Dutch players. Here's Karabalut to try and take a little bit of the pressure off if he can. Karabalut muscling through. That's a great try for more than one reason, really. It just alleviates all that German pressure for a few moments at least. And Herbst up against Karabalut again. Karabalut is helped by van der Laan. And coming in from behind, was that Simon?
That was a holding foul by... it's Joop van der Laan.
Yeah.
We've got Joop van der Laan and Ruben van der Laar. And they look very similar. This is a very young Dutch side. A lot of them were seen by the classifiers earlier in the week, partly because of the number that have CP, and CP's a whole new world for classification. They've got a very bright future, I think, the Netherlands. Yes, you can see the hands going in there from behind.
Yeah, just a bit of holding going on there, which was the Simbin offence, but back to 4-on-4 now. And it's Van der Laan, again, just outside his own key. Now finds a little bit of space. And Van der Laan.
With an assist from Van der Laar, blocking out the German defender.
There's a really high tempo to this match already, and here's Josko Wilke You can sense the excitement amongst the German supporters when he takes possession, wearing that strapping on his right shoulder. There they are, some of them at the least, and they've got all the gear on, which is good to see. And here is Van der Laan again for the Dutch. An easy passage to the try line this time. So the Dutch have stabilised, you might say, settled down after that frantic start where there were mistakes all over the place. Vilke to Christian Riedel, and back to Vilke again. It's 31 years difference in age between Vilke and Riedel, who just passed it to each other. And that was very easy, wasn't it, for Vilke? Too easy from a Dutch defensive point of view.
Yes, they won't have been happy with that. They only had the 3 defenders back at the time. The Germans had kept the 4th Dutch player high up the court, but even so, they won't want to concede tries as easily as that.
Van der Laan, a 2.0 player. Remember, the higher the points classification, that means the less severe the degree of impairment, and that goes hand in hand with maybe being a bit more agile, a bit more mobile. It's a good pass across to Vilke, who takes a bash from not one but 2 Dutchmen. And there's a chance now for Herbst to get in, and Herbst gets in past his teammate Riedel. Well, this is all action, isn't it? It's exactly what we were hoping for from a clash between Germany and the Netherlands. Everybody really pumped up for this one, not just out on the court, but on the touchline as well. There's a real edge to the atmosphere. And Karabalut here, he is a jeweller by trade, and he's good mates with his teammate Emilio Moos, who we heard from in the interview, as Karabalut goes through for an easy score. But yeah, they're good mates, they went to school together, and Karabalut actually made Emilio Moos's engagement ring, I am told. I dare say Moos will have that ring taped up, so we won't see it later, but you can take it from me. It was made by the number 2. Big hit from Ruben van der Laar, plays for the Nijmegen Mavericks. Herbst really struggling for the ball, and there's got to be hands in there, surely. Yep, even I now recognise the gesture for that, Simon.
Yep, referee Yun Ho Kim from Korea there, spotting that. Didn't have to spot it, it was that obvious, wasn't it?
Look at that.
A little bit clumsy.
So that was fair, the collision between the chairs was fair, but then in here, when they all sort of pile in and there's hands everywhere, you're not allowed sort of hand-to-hand contact, are you?
You're not.
I almost said hand-to-hand combat, but you're not allowed that either.
That's a pretty accurate description, to be honest. This is rugby, after all.
True. So here is Vilke, and his movement is so smooth, so silky, that he made good progress there. Penalty try?
Well, no, he could have had a penalty try, and they could have awarded a penalty try, and then Van Eersel wouldn't have been able to come out of the box. But what the referee has decided is to put the second player in the box. So great play by Vilke and the German team, and very poor defence by the Netherlands, because only one player will come out when Germany do eventually score. It's a golden rule. You don't concede a penalty try when you've got a player in the box.
So this is 4-on-2, so this should be an easy scoring opportunity. Herbst is just making sure his team are in the right positions defensively for when the Netherlands get their, well, one of their players back.
That's it, so they've still got a power play. So the inbounder, Van Eersel, has still only got 2 players to find. He's done brilliantly well there.
What a pass. What a pass from Van Eersel to Van der Laan. Wow. Oh, that's one of the passes of the tournament, I think.
That certainly was. Great action.
Germany come again, and Vilke should get there. Well, he's given a bump in the back by Karabalut, but it is a try. So the lead is back up to 3.
Yeah, and Christoph Riedel was about to put a trap on the penalty box for Ruben van der Laar, but van der Laar told the referee early that he was going to be the inbounder, so Riedel saved himself a trip. But the Netherlands again with that long pass downfield, finding van der Laan.
Yeah, it's quite a deliberate tactic, which we'll need to watch out for, and well, never mind us, the Germans will have to look out for, because it's worked a couple of times
the cameramen will have to watch out
Yes,
for it, because
yeah.
they've got to swivel quite quickly.
Here comes Marco Herbst, taking the direct route, but being blocked off by at least 2 Dutchmen. But that is a good looping pass to Stefan Wecker.
So it doesn't look as if the fact that Germany have lost Sebastian Klein and Justus Heinrich for this game, it doesn't seem to have affected them, either from a morale and a playing perspective. Herbst goes tumbling there.
Well, what a chase that was between those two. Herbst has come off worse. I'm sure he's okay, but this was Herbst and Van der Laan fighting for the ball, and then it ends up with Herbst. That's quite a nasty fall, actually, isn't it? And you can see he bends right over on his back, but I can see that he is back upright now, and he is okay. Maybe a little bit shaken, but he'll be carrying on. There's no doubt about that. Just making sure everything is okay. He has the glove on that left-hand side, and then his right arm or right stump is really taped up, but he can still push the wheels with both arms. But yeah, he goes over really awkwardly there. So glad to see he's okay. And here he is in possession again. No messing about these guys and girls in wheelchair rugby. And I say guys and girls deliberately because Germany have 2 female players who we're yet to see, but they are waiting on the touchline. And Herbst again, usually the one who tries to be the battering ram. And is it 4 in the key?
It was indeed 4 in the key, yes.
So 4 defensive players in that painted area, not allowed.
8 metres by 1.7 metres. The width of the try line they've got to score over is 8 metres wide, and it's just under 2 metres in depth. But yeah, only 3 defenders allowed in there, and the attackers can only spend 10 seconds in the key whilst they're in possession.
There you go, you can count them just about. It doesn't have to be the whole chair inside the key. It's just the wheels of 4 players. That's enough for an infringement. Van der Laan again, he is a scoring machine in this match so far. 25 years old. And you can see there number 13 with the afro hairstyle. That is Emilio Moos, who's now on the pitch for the first time, but it's Herbst for Germany. Again, he always seems to be the playmaker when he's on the pitch. And off the ball, we've had an incident further down the court.
Fallen player there, but Marco Herbst called a timeout there as well, because Josko Vilka, who would have been his that's a hit.
Wow.
That was a big hit. That must have been very close to the back axle there, but no blood, no foul.
Yeah, well,
determined by the referee.
Well, I mean, listen, you're the referee, Simon, out of the pair of us, but that looked a little bit naughty to me from
that was tasty.
Emilio Moos.
That was tasty, certainly. But yeah.
Can Germany score again here? Stefan Wecker getting on the end of that one. The chair-to-chair contact, of course, is allowed, providing it's not from the rear of the chair. Is that right?
That's right. Yes. You can hit behind the rear axle as long as it isn't dangerous and doesn't cause a spin. And you can have a vertical spin as well as a horizontal spin. If somebody comes right up behind you, and that can be very nasty because you can fall back and land on your head.
Herbst for Germany making a real burst here. He's going to twist and turn Van der Laan. Is he going to get round? Yes, of course he is. Great play by the German number 1. Very much the number 1 in this match so far. A little bit more needle here. Herbst is fired up for this, no doubt about that. And we are enjoying a really hard-fought contest here. Certainly one of the hardest-fought matches I've seen in this opening 2 days.
Yes, and I don't think any of my penalty timekeepers have been as busy as Jana has in this game.
Emilio Moos there acting almost like a spring, to be honest, with the way he leaned back and then sort of let go of the spring to pass it forward. Watch this here. Moos leans all the way back and then swipes it forward for Van der Laan to pick up. So 14-11 to Germany. We're coming into the last 2 minutes of the first quarter, and this is where players start to look at things like the shot clock and how much time is left on the quarter. So Ernst again goes right into the centre, and he's wriggling around. Now the decision has been made, and the Dutch coach was furious there, Simon. What do you make of that?
I didn't quite see it. The Germans are still contesting it. Whether somebody got forced over the line or whether it was 10 seconds in the key, not quite sure. I didn't spot the signal.
Because the Dutch coach was up on his feet there, yeah.
A great turnover by the Netherlands, certainly.
So the Netherlands with the put-in. Van der Laan has Carabelou behind him if he can throw it behind him. He tries to go for Moose instead, and it's careless. It's gone to Riedel. Look at Riedel just trying to grip onto the ball. You are not taking this ball away from me.
But they did get a hand in there, and Riedel, although he wouldn't let them have it, he couldn't move it himself. So the referees have called that as a held ball, and it'll go with the possession arrow. So it's still German possession.
That was the earlier one that caused the Dutch coach there, Martin van Hinten, to be up on his feet and gesticulating to the referee. Still quite tricky to see what went on there, but
it's all happening now. We've got an
injury as well.
An equipment timeout. Emilio took a real hard crash in the training sessions up at Phoenician Leisure Centre earlier in the week. His arm swelled up massively within seconds, and they had to rush around and find a load of ice for him. It was strapped earlier in the week, but he's taken that strapping off now. So it's still German possession.
Well, he's had to be patched up again, Emilio Moose. Josko Wilke. He just manoeuvres the chair around so smoothly, this young man. Complete 360 there, but again, hands in there from the Dutch.
So that's about the third, maybe fourth reaching foul, illegal use of hands or holding that we've seen against the Netherlands. That's clearly a tactic that they're trying to use to upset the Germans and try and force those turnovers.
And within reason, can they keep doing that as many times as they like, or will eventually the referees be able to dish out a bigger punishment for repetition?
No, you can be a serial offender. One of the Swiss players in an earlier game today, we thought we were going to have to issue him with a season ticket for the penalty bin.
15-11 to Germany. Here's that big, long pass like a quarterback. Can Moose get onto it? He can. He's given an absolute bash by Stefan Wecker. But yeah, definite tactic here. What a spin that is from Moose. Using his body to spin the chair, and what a score that is.
Yeah, and that's a massive assist from Scott van Polen, the Netherlands 0.5 player, who put a great pick on and secured that corner and got enough room for Moyes to get in.
And the pirouette there from Moose was something special as well, just using his body to spin the chair around. Here is Wilke. Oh, Wilke's got over and he's knocked into the chair of Ressel Carabelou.
And illegally, because it was behind the axle, as we'll see here. He's come at him there, bang, he's hit him behind that axle, and that's caused him to spin, and also he, as you say, hit Ressel Carabelou's chair as he crashed to the floor. So Moyes going into the penalty box, not deemed to be a flagrant foul. If you see a thrust of the hips and somebody spinning, particularly near the try line, then you're more likely to see a flagrant foul called, and the penalty for that is a lot harsher.
And let's not be coy about it. The big crashes like that, and even the illegal crashes, as it were, are part and parcel of what people come to see wheelchair rugby for. It's part of the appeal of the sport, both for spectators and the players, I think, as well. The players like to be playing a properly physical and aggressive sport. So Wilke just slowing down to cross the line with only 3 seconds remaining. That means that the Netherlands won't have hardly any time at all to score before the end of this first quarter. And there you go, there is the hooter. Well, what a really enjoyable quarter of wheelchair rugby that has been. Germany lead the Netherlands 16 points to 12, but we've had a bit of everything in there in that first sort of 25 minutes or so far in terms of when we started the match. Let's look back at, I'm sure this is going to include some great scores, but also some big hits. And the slogan of the tournament is big hits, big stakes. Well, this match has typified that slogan, definitely. There are a couple of early mistakes by the Dutch, sloppy, and it enabled the Germans to get a 4-1 lead, I think it was, right at the start of the match, but the Dutch did eventually get themselves together after these mistakes. And this man, Cardiff, is hard to stop. And we've had players going over all across the court. And this was, I think, Josko Vilka right at the end. So it's been some good stuff. And the players you can see out on the court at the moment are the substitutes just warming up, including Yves Maubach, who we heard in the interview before the match. But yeah, it's been everything we were hoping for, hasn't it, Simon?
It certainly has, yes. We've had thrills and spills galore. A lot of fouls. Germany have been very disciplined, and they haven't retaliated in any way, shape or form, but the Dutch are certainly getting in amongst them and trying to upset their rhythm, and I think they've clearly employed this as a tactic, as to try and upset the German rhythm and the efficiency of that German machine. It's not completely working because they're four tries down.
Yeah. But the physicality is really good to see, isn't it? And as you say, it's a tactic as valuable as any other.
I know the players from the Netherlands quite well, and they are all really lovely guys.
Oh, don't tell us that.
I have never seen them. I refereed them at a training camp with the GB development squad last month, and they're fabulous guys, and I've never seen them play in this style before. I'm really shocked. But it makes for fantastic spectacle and great rugby.
Certainly does. They've been pretty aggressive on the court, but lovely guys off it, according to Simon. I don't really want to believe him, to be honest. I would rather think that they're all baddies, but here's Emilio Moose. And
certainly blasted his way through there. There was nothing going to stop him.
So it'll be interesting to see how this second quarter starts, because actually the Netherlands shot themselves in the foot at the start of the first quarter, really. They were down by a few points almost straight away in the first minute of the first quarter because of mistakes they made. But it feels like they are settled into the match now. Cardiff picks up that inbound from Van der Laan. Cardiff having to go round Britta Kripke, who has come on for Germany. Now, the fact that Germany have put one of their female players on, Britta Kripke, allows them to have half a point more on the total classification score that they're allowed to have on court at any one time. So each player has a classification score. The 4 players on court, the total is not allowed to go above 8 unless you have one of your female players out there, and that means it can go to 8.5. So it gives the coach a little bit more flexibility about the combination of players he can have out there at any one time. Cardiff spinning and making space and turning and managing to hold on to the ball. And I think he's held onto the ball too long. In fact, no, there's a timeout. Timeout called. You do have to bounce the ball, don't you, or pass it at least once every 10 seconds, but I think he was okay on that score. It's just that the Dutch have called a timeout. What do you think this timeout would be? Is it because he was getting stuck in his own half?
He was. There's 30 seconds remaining on the possession clock, and they were still only halfway up their own half, their own backcourt. So they weren't going to get over within the 28 seconds required, or sorry, the 12 seconds required. So they used up one of their get-out-of-jail-free cards.
So they use up one of their timeouts. So both teams now with 4 timeouts left. Emilio Moose has the ball again with Karabalut in front of him as a battering ram. But Moose can't get through. German defence is solid again, but they've left Van der Laan in behind, and he reverses over the try line. So 15-18. Germany have just got to be careful here, but Herbst on the attack. He has Wecker next to him, won't need him. Wecker operating as the blocker. If you watch NFL American football, it works in a very similar way to that, where the, I don't know, the wide receiver or the running back will be bursting through, and there'll be tight ends and goodness knows who else ahead of them blocking the defensive players. Here's a more free-flowing move from Van der Laan. Oh, he almost got taken out by a reversing Marco Herbst. Quick reactions from Van der Laan to avoid that reversing wheelchair. Watch this. Oh, he could easily have ended up on the deck there.
He could have done, yes. Yeah, very, very aggressive backward move there from Marco Herbst. But yes, good evasive chair skills from Joop Van der Laan.
A little bit lucky for Josko Wilke. But now he's making his own room. Great pass to Herbst. Oh, textbook try from Germany.
It's a simple game when it's done well like that.
And every time the Netherlands kind of creep back at Germany, Germany extend their lead again, keeping this pretty consistent 4-point lead. Oh, there's a fumble in there from the Netherlands. Can Karabalut pick it up? Oh, he desperately tried to keep the ball from crossing the line, but he didn't manage to do it. And this could be a key moment, not just in this second quarter, but in the match as a whole. Britta Kripke, by the way, the female player on court for Germany, 45 years old, made her debut in 2015 from Hamburg, which is where she plays club wheelchair rugby.
Let them come on the court.
The Netherlands making some changes. On comes Hugo van Ursel and Davy van den Dop. First time we're seeing him. Also on is Ben Bazan. Ben Bazan plays for a team called the Quad Fighters. Some good club names out there.
Yes, the Amsterdam Terminators, and yeah, wheelchair rugby is great at making up classic names.
I always think some of these names, like the Terminators, are great if you're top of the table, but if you're bottom of the table when you call yourself the Terminators, it's sort of a bit egg on your face. But
yes, yeah, there's a team in Ontario called the London Annihilators. And if you're relegation fodder, it doesn't sound so great, does it?
The London Annihilators have lost again.
Been annihilated, sadly.
So 21-16 to Germany. Oh, the Netherlands maybe trying to be a bit desperate there, I think. And they've given the turnover ball to Germany again, and suddenly Germany have a 6-point lead. Out of nothing, really.
It's court pressure. They could try to contain them in a very tight area, and they're doing it very, very effectively. The Netherlands are now using that long ball to free up Karabalut, which is a tactic that's worked well for them. They need to try and do that a bit more.
Karabalut, 3-point player. I'm right in saying I think that Hector Loma, the gentleman who was smiling all the way through the preliminaries, is a 3.5-point player, but we've not seen him. We've not seen him on yet.
No, I was chatting to Hector last night after their game, and yeah, that smile never seems to leave his face. He lights up everywhere he goes, and he was just so happy to be here, and wanted to use this whole experience as a learning one, and to grow as a player and to improve. He's still very new to the international scene.
So we are, 5 minutes away from half-time. Germany have a 5-point lead, and remember, a win for Germany would see them seal a semi-final spot. And it's going to be a score for Wilke. Karabalut won't catch him. Got a very calm demeanour, hasn't he, Wilke? He just puts the ball in his lap and he just sails away as if he's got no care in the world.
No, he does that very well. Although he can be agitated by the opposition. He doesn't react well when people are in his face. So yeah, when he's free and clear, it's like a swan on the water. But if teams put the youngster under pressure, he can become agitated. I saw it firsthand refereeing at the Quad Nations, where the Canadians and the French got right in his face, and yeah, he didn't like it.
And do you have a responsibility as the referee out there to sort of have a word, calm down, young man, that kind of thing that we might see in football?
He was, to some extent, yes. I was telling him more to get on with the game.
Yes, right.
Don't keep asking for fouls for incidental touches that aren't disadvantaging you in any way. Yes, they made contact, but you've still got control of the ball. So don't try and draw a foul for something that isn't worth calling one. As referees, we've got a duty to keep that game flowing as well.
Yeah.
If we blow for every single piece of contact that happens, we'll be here till midnight.
There's a nice move there from Davy van den Dop, which led to another Caribaloot score. There is Josko Vilke with all sorts of blocking going on ahead of him, but Vilke managed to get it to Herbst, and Herbst gets it to Kripke. But Kripke has Caribaloot in her face immediately, and it's left to a nice bit of work from Herbst across to Stefan Becker. It looks for all the world like Kripke might score, but watch this nice bit of team interplay here. And it is Stefan Becker who crosses the line in the end. A good example, actually, where Britta Kripke wasn't able herself to get to the try line, but the move didn't break down. They kept it going.
No, she remained calm under pressure from Rachel Caribaloot, who's just scored there. But she made sure that she got the pass in as early as she could to Marco Herbst, who then unselfishly played it across to Becker. A lovely passing move.
And again here, some good interchange of passes in the German ranks. And they get themselves to 27 points, again a 6-point margin. And it's just beginning to look a bit worrying for the Netherlands. It feels like the Netherlands have brought on one or two of second-string players, perhaps, don't wish to be unkind, but they've made changes, whereas Germany have been able to stick with pretty much a similar team to the one that started. And Van den Dop goes through, the number 14 there for the Netherlands. Team NL on the back of their shirts.
I think we've also seen the Netherlands calm down a bit from that frenetic first half, where there was hits and hands going in everywhere, and that's not been a feature of this second half.
Yeah, that's a very good observation, actually, because the game has flowed more because of that, hasn't it, in this second quarter? Timeout called.
Certainly, yes. Germany calling a timeout. Looks like they're going to ring the changes as well. That's the first timeout that they've had to use. The earlier timeout that I thought Marco Herbst had called in the first quarter, the whistle for the fallen player must have come before that down court, so they weren't charged with the timeout in that first quarter.
The Netherlands won the qualifying tournament in Norway last year. That's how they have got themselves here, world ranked number 14.
Yeah, they were very strong that September in Norway. They went undefeated. Nobody could really live with them.
The ball is flipped up for Vilke to finish. That was good play because it was very tight in there, real melee in the key. But somehow Herbst manages to flip this ball up, and there's Vilke to finish off. Nicely done. Caribaloot this time goes for the long ball, and Van den Dop is going to gobble that one up. So still using that strategy. And it's going to be the number 12 for Germany, Jens Sauerbier, who comes for this inbound. And Sauerbier is an athlete representative, isn't he, on the World Wheelchair Rugby Board of Directors.
He is, but he's just about. I was chatting to him on Monday, and he's about to stand down. I think he's served a couple of terms now. He took over from Ross Morrison, the GB London 2012 athlete, and Jens has done a great job in that role, but feels it's time to hand over to some younger blood and fresh ideas.
We've seen this kind of situation before with Germany forming a defensive line, but on that occasion I think 4 of them were in the key.
They were, yes. Britta Kripke, the last one to enter the key. That's the first time we've seen a German player in the penalty box. But I think we're halfway down the sheet with Dutch names.
So it's 4 on 3 now for the Netherlands, and Kripke will stay there in the sin bin either until Netherlands score or until a minute has passed, whichever comes first. We'll just take another look at the offence. So count the German players in the key, and that one is an obvious one this time, not just a case of 4 sets of wheels in the key, but there were 4 actual full wheelchairs in the key on that occasion.
Yeah, sometimes you're not in there because you've made a mistake. You're in there because one of the other teams hit you there.
Right, yes, yeah.
As we saw, Davy van den Dop knocked back over his own try line there for a penalty try.
Here is van den Dop. Gives it to Van Ursel, gets it back. He's got 3 Germans on him. Great pass to Kerry, and this should be a Dutch score.
Yeah, I really like this Dutch lineup. Having the 2 3-pointers, Kerry and Van den Dop together, you've got 2 really good ball handlers there, and the 1-point players, Ben Bazan and Hugo van Ursel, give it that high-low flavour.
Yeah, the high-low combination does seem to be favoured by quite a few teams, particularly when they need to try and score points and are behind in a game like this one. So we're familiar with this now, aren't we, where players won't necessarily score quickly at this point in the match. They will wind the clock down as much as they can to stop their opposition being able to come straight back at them. So we're into the last 52 seconds of the first half. The shot clock, as ever, will be 40. So the Dutch will try and use all 40 of those seconds, I would imagine.
Yeah, teams will always look to score around 50-55 seconds on the clock if they can, meaning they should definitely get at least one more possession and hopefully the last possession.
So Van den Dop hasn't stopped as such. The quarter isn't over yet. We still have 25 seconds to go, but there are now 10 seconds on the shot clock. So you'll suddenly see Van den Dop decide to call a timeout, which is one of the 2 things he could have done there. He could have either tried to score himself within that 10 seconds, or, as he has done, call a timeout, which will reset the clock, won't it, to a certain extent?
It will. They'll get 50. They would get 15 seconds back on the clock now for that. If you call a timeout with less than 15 seconds on your shot clock, it gets reset to 15, which gives you a second chance, and gives them most of the game clock as well, which only has 16 seconds remaining. So by burning a timeout, you can manage the clock and not give the opposition too much time left to score. But it's a risk, because you've only got 15 seconds in which to get in.
Oh, like a knife through butter. Kerry, although he has scored with 9 seconds left, so time here for the Germans, if they can get the ball forward. Look at that pass from Herbst. Oh, what a take. What a take from Josko Vilker. He's only got 3 seconds. This will be an incredible score. Oh, one of the best scores of the tournament so far.
That was tremendous finish, and the German bench, those who were able, were jumping up in the air and punching their fists, because they were so delighted with that last try of the quarter.
Absolutely sensational all round. It was Jens Sauerbier who had the glory of finishing it off, but from Herbst right at the back to Josko Vilker, who somehow managed to get free, and then Sauerbier finished it off. So the score at the end of the first half, is Germany 32, Netherlands 26. That was a huge score at the end of the first half, really significant. The story of the half looks like this, and we've had some great scoring, but also some big hits in that first half. Netherlands really made a bit of a hash of the start of the match. This is a series of mistakes which enabled Germany to get a quick lead, and it's a quick lead that they haven't actually given up ever since. And even though the Dutch have settled into the match and played much better, those early points still vital.
Yeah, absolutely. And significantly, had Jens not been able to grab that ball and cross the line, there would have only been a 1 point difference between the sides in that second quarter. So the Netherlands coming out all aggressive and playing as hard as they could in that first quarter, they finished 4 tries down. In this quarter, it was only a 2-try deficit in the end, but they played a much more controlled and much more of a flowing game with the 2 3-point ball handlers. That gave them a lot more fluidity to their play.
Well, we will be back shortly for the second half of this fascinating Netherlands-Germany clash. It's really been riveting, but let's look back at the highlights of France, Czech Republic in this pool earlier on. France, the defending champions. And they are looking very ominous, the French here in Cardiff. They beat Czech Republic 68-24 in that one, so it leaves France top of the table, and you feel sure that France will beat Germany tomorrow as well to make it 3 wins out of through. So you would imagine they are through, and Germany and the Netherlands here fighting for that second place in the table, which will qualify them for a semi-final spot. And we had 2 big games in Pool B this morning. This is Denmark with Mark Peters, their star man, bashing his way through against Israel. It was another spirited performance by Israel. You have to take your hat off to them, but Denmark are lethal at the moment. Fredriksson, wearing number 10 there, is one of their star men, and Denmark beat Israel 68 points to 43. So it was over to Great Britain to try and match what Denmark had done. Great Britain's second match of the European Championships underway. And what a tip that is from Stuart Robinson to Aaron Phipps. Janau for Switzerland, showing great strength to get past the first block to MZ, and MZ makes no mistake. Robinson deep in his own half, cuts inside MZ, and now puts the afterburners on. Look at him go, Stuart Robinson. Long looping pass up to MZ, big hit from Robinson, but MZ has Langhart there, and Langhart just squeezes in over the line. MZ now going past Stead, looks for the long pass, and what a touch that is from Robinson. Stuart Robinson being triple teamed, manages to find his way through, and a nice easy pass up to Jamie Stead, who will take his time here, looking to count down the clock, make sure his team are in line behind him as well for the next Switzerland attack. And Stead waiting, and now scoring. Doutai for Switzerland, making it look easy. Janau twisting and turning to get away from Ross. Now a little bit of space for the Swiss co-captain, Janau. I thought he was going to go to MZ, but goes to Frey instead. Kieran Flynn all the time in the world here for Flynn. What's he going to do? He's going to go himself. Kieran Flynn over the line. It's Ross for Great Britain. Look who is making the move for him. It's Stuart Robinson, that man again. Great Britain with the lead, looking to extend that lead now with Robinson. Goes past Frey. And again, Robinson will just slow down and cruise over the line. A real struggle going on for the ball. Over on that far side, Kieran Flynn just hurls the ball down towards Coral Beatty. And Beatty will score. Robinson over by that far corner. What a pass that is, like an NFL quarterback to Aaron Phipps. Phipps again will just turn back and count down the clock as much as he can. The man with the famous headband will wait right on the line until now when he crosses over. And Great Britain beat Switzerland 47 points to 31, and it all comes down to the Denmark match on Friday night. So when we look at the pool table, straight away you can see that Denmark and Great Britain now confirmed as the two semi-finalists from this group, but in which order? Great Britain play Denmark tomorrow night, 7:30 local time. And that is going to be a huge clash. There it is, we'll be on air on this Channel 4 Sport YouTube channel from 7:15. The match starts at 7:30. Both teams will be desperate to avoid France, so assuming that France win Pool A, the winner of Pool B will avoid them in the semi-finals. So there's a lot riding on that match. And this championships runs all the way through until Sunday. If we start on the left-hand side there, you can see the two semi-finals on Saturday afternoon. And then the bronze medal match at lunchtime Sunday, and the big one, the final, the gold medal match at 3 o'clock local time here in Cardiff on Sunday. Do not miss that. And if you're in the UK, then that final will be live on Channel 4 television, as will whichever semi-final Great Britain play in. It will be the first one, in fact, 3:45 on Saturday. And in the background to all of this as well, not just about this tournament, but the top two will get a place at the Paris Paralympics, guaranteed. And if France make the final, well, they already have a spot at the Paralympics because they're hosting it, which seems very fair and reasonable, and it means that the team who finished third here will get the qualification spot for the Paralympics. So those semi-finals are even more meaningful than just this European Championship. But it's good to see lots of fans in from all over, some local and some who have travelled, obviously at the moment here watching Germany, Netherlands, people who have travelled from those countries, and you see friends and family, and this morning we had groups of school children in, and clearly the crowd increases when Great Britain are playing, and I'm sure tomorrow night, Friday night, there'll be decent numbers in here for Great Britain against Denmark. As you can see, the score in the bottom right-hand corner, Germany currently lead the Netherlands 32-26 at half-time, and we're only a few moments away from the second half beginning. And we've got a few new faces out there for Germany. Number 21 there in the foreground, Florian Bongard, who plays for the Koblenz Speedos, and we're seeing Michael Folter. So Becker and Wilke, what a pair. 8 and number 5 for Germany. So yeah, turning to faces there, the two new players onto the court, but over on the far side, Wilke and Becker. They've played virtually every minute, and you can see Wilke has some marks there on his left arm. I don't know if that's been picked up during this match or not, but Wilke passes the ball across to Michael Folter. Folter goes through, 31 years old. He took a break from the sport back in 2020. He's only taken the sport back up again last year. And here's Karabalut, who's a familiar figure now. Here's our man, our smiling man, Hector Loma, and what a pass that is. Wow, a brilliant first contribution from Hector Loma.
That'll put a smile on his face and everybody else's face, but if they're from the Netherlands, certainly.
Well, could he be their secret weapon coming on in this second half? That is a great pass right into the path of Emilio Moose, who didn't have to slow down or adjust his direction at all to pick that pass up. But coming the other way now, Josko Vilka across to Folter. Loma doing some good defensive work this time. And now we've got a player down, haven't we, on the centre circle?
Yeah, Florian Bongard took a tumble, and the referee only stopped the game because Michael Volter, in possession, turned away from the Netherlands try line. Had he continued going forward towards that try line, because Bongard was well away from the play, there was no need, there would not have been a need to stop the game.
Just, yeah, you saw it there in the top right corner of the screen, way off the ball. Folter being pushed over. That is good, isn't it, Josko Vilka? You're anticipating, you're waiting for him to pass it to somebody, and he just sort of goes, no, it's okay, I'll just wend my way through myself. Karabalut, perilously close to his own try line. Oh, but he gets through brilliantly there. And look at the options in front of him.
Good refereeing there by referee Elvira Kaminska from Poland there. There was a swipe went in from Veka that did make contact, but we'll see it here. There he goes. But Karabalut just blasted through it. So don't stop the game. Yes, there was a foul, but it's not disadvantaged him in any way. So let the game flow. Great refereeing.
And Folter, from his own half. Out of nothing really for the Germans, and it's a 7-point lead now. The Netherlands, well, they've got to do something special here in this third quarter. You feel as though they've got to get back to within, what, 3-4 points down by the end of this quarter to have any chance of turning this match around. Karabalut with a powerful pass, but that's a great hand in from Folter, very clean take. And Moose is trying to get it back off him. Moose has got to be careful here that he doesn't give away a foul. Now his Dutch teammate Ben Bazoun is in there as well, but Germany keep possession, and here's Vilka, and that is a great team score again, isn't it? And you saw Vilka applauding his teammate Mikael Folter there.
Yeah, great steal by Volter, and has halted the Netherlands in their attempts to come back and to get that score closer to the German score. Sadly, they're even further away now.
I think Folter managed to get his hand on that one as well, but Karabalut gets it at the second attempt. And a pretty straightforward score for him. He's having a good match. So Folter, who has had a big impact since he came on, another great pass. Sveka, who's going to finish this, takes his time, goes the long way round, but eventually over the try line. And he just looks like he's out for a Sunday morning push in his local park.
He almost went too far there, and he suddenly realised, well, I need to turn and get back in, which he did successfully.
Loma to Karabalut, and back again. Playing it in between the two of them, and now Karabalut puts his foot on the accelerator. He's just forced to turn back though, and we've seen some really strong German defence, haven't we, in this match? Is there a way through? Yes, there is. He had to go round his own teammate as well, Ben Bazoun.
Yeah, good work by Bazoun there, securing that corner. You're always like trying to push the players who are defending the corner into the centre, towards the centre of the key, so you can make enough room for your player to get round.
Twisting and turning is Veka, and Veka has Folter through the centre. And Germany are asserting themselves here. They really are. Fourth at the Euros last year. Only world rank number 9, but this is a strong showing from the Germans. Moose now with the ball in his lap. He needs to bounce it. He needs to bounce it or pass it. He bounces it. He was quite close there to having possession taken off him. Emilio Moose, is there a little gap there? Goes wide to Karabalut, his big friend. Schoolmates together, those two. And it must be so nice to play in an international team with somebody you've known for so long. Moose again using that tactic of, well, he's grabbed out there. It was a bit naughty again from Moose. He's reversed his chair and then he's reached out to grab Josko Vilka. Watch this again. What do you make of this, Simon? So he's reversed into him there, and there's just a bit of, yeah, I mean, there's an elbow in there as well, really.
The elbow. It was quite subtle.
That means he's very good at doing it, doesn't it?
Very well spotted by referee Kim from Korea.
Yeah. Emilio Moose has had one or two little mischievous moments, if I can call them that.
He has, and because he's back on court, the Netherlands clearly started reverting back to that more aggressive style that we saw in the first quarter.
Or maybe he's just unilaterally decided to go for that himself, I don't know, but he's frustrated. He's frustrated, you can see a bit of temper there in him, just chuntering away.
Coach's timeout called, so maybe a change of tactic.
I mean, Moose is, you can clearly see there, Moose is a very vocal player as well with his teammates. I know the coach is there, but actually it's Moose seemingly leading that team meeting.
Yes.
I mean, the body language, just looking at the two team timeouts going on here, the Dutch are, you know, agitated, they're having to get something going. The Germans sort of leaning back a lot more, they're much more relaxed with this, what is it, 8-point lead now.
Yeah, the Netherlands clearly need something to happen, and against a team as strong as Germany, you've got to work hard to make those things happen. Germany won't give it up. You've got to snatch it from them. So that's why they're adopting that more aggressive style again.
Here's Loma, only one letter away from the great Jonah Lomu. Karabalut picks up the loose ball. Loma helping him out on the inside, doing his fair share of blocking. Can Karabalut get across? But actually there was a hit in from behind there, wasn't there, from Loma?
Loma did very well there, yes. It was Volta who'd cut off Karabalut's progress, and Hector came in there with a great hit from behind and forced him over the try line. Stefan Becker had the same idea, but he was just too late on Karabalut. The damage had already been done.
So it's possession for the Netherlands, and Loma maybe working on something in the training ground, instead goes for that simple pass to Karabalut. And I tell you what, this German performance doesn't half whet the appetite for their match with France tomorrow. I think we're all talking as if France are going to win that and win the pool, but actually the Germans could give the French a real game tomorrow.
I think they could. I think it's very similar to the situation here. As Germany are the form horse here, France will be tomorrow, but the Netherlands we thought could be capable of an upset, as we see a contact before the whistle. I think against the Netherlands, we'll see when a cone goes up. Yeah, against the Netherlands, you're not allowed to make contact chair to chair before the whistle blows, but you do get one warning if you're caught.
Oh, look at this guy go. Volta, he's been brilliant since he came on, hasn't he? So no sin bin for that offence?
No, not the first time, but if somebody else now commits a contact before the whistle, on the Netherlands side, then they will find themselves in the bin, or they will lose possession if they are the team in possession. So they've got to be a little bit more careful, and we'll see a little bit more, when there's a dead ball, we'll see the players moving away from each other rather than seeking that contact. It can be quite balletic, you know, that movement before the ball comes in and the whistle blows.
Karabalut again, coming from deep, makes it look easy. A little bit of a drift on the chair as well there, helped him.
But no try there, because Emilio Moyes has been held in the key for 10 seconds by two of the German players, Florian Bongard and Michael Volta, celebrating there.
Again, good defensive play from Germany, and you can see Karabalut sort of looked at his mates and said, "What are you playing at?" Well, he couldn't get away, I suppose, is the answer. And here is Florian Bongard, who's come on recently, the 29-year-old. Let's just look at this no try again. So you can see Moose in the key already, and he just gets trapped there, doesn't he?
He does. He can't get away. Maybe he thinks he's got a little bit more time, but clearly the referee didn't think so.
And there's a big celebration from the German players at managing to pull that off and get that try chalked off. So a Dutch timeout, I imagine, here.
Timeout. Orange.
The Germans don't really have any call to do a timeout at the moment.
They were putting great pressure on the Netherlands and forced them to burn their penultimate timeout there.
Can I ask how the officials are decided for the later knockout matches? Is that already set in stone, or is it down to performance in the tournament?
Down to performance. I've programmed the table officials for the first 3 days, the pool fixtures, and then we'll look at what matchups are happening later in the tournament and which teams will work those. The referees get their appointments the night before, so there are 2 evaluators here from the US and Sweden, who are watching every referee performance, and they will get feedback after every single game, along with the feedback from the game commissioner, who sits at the score table. And yeah, points mean prizes in terms of who gets the good games. Obviously, there has to be, in terms of the referees, not so with the table officials, but the referees, we have to have that neutrality.
Yeah.
So Kristin Hempfling will not be refereeing Germany.
Well, it'll be a big honour for whoever gets to officiate and referee the final, for example, on Sunday.
Very much so.
So Wilke into Wekke. Wekke can, but he chooses to go down the centre, and why not? Because he has Michael Folter.
It's like deja vu, isn't it?
It really is. That has been such an effective combination. Wilke to Wekke to Folter has resulted in a try a few times. Davy van den Dop is back on. Then Dop to Bazin. And Van den Dop will go one way, then the other. Can't quite get to the corner. So has to turn 360 and try something different. So Van den Dop, the shot clock is counting down. You can see it in the distance there, 9 seconds, and Loma gets over. And Hector Loma scores what I think is his first try of the match. So they did well there under great time pressure.
Yes, he'd done very well. He'd freed up space for Davy van den Dop higher up the court just a few seconds earlier, and then got himself into the key, into a position to take that scoring pass.
10.
So another timeout.
This time by Germany, who were feeling that pressure of the clock as they tried to get over halfway. What we don't know, or what the players often don't know, is that the referee is counting those 12 seconds in their head. It's not going off the clock. So, and the referee's count only starts when the player has full possession. So if that ball bounces around when it's inbound, the possession clock might be down to 37, and the referee's then starting their 12-second count. But people always go off the clock.
I do marvel at how much there is to remember for the referees out on the court. I know they're helped by the table officials for some of the things, but there's a turnover here, and Emilio Moose will go all the way.
Great hand in there from Ben Bazin that came up with that turnover. Good work by the young man.
There it was. Yep, good spot from Simon Starr. Bazin's hand in there, creating that try for the Netherlands. But back come the Germans, and it's Sauerbier who scored that fantastic try in the first half. Hands in there again from the Dutch players. No foul spotted by the referee, so play goes on. And we're into the last minute of quarter 3.
Near the court, offensive, orange this side.
So, leaving the court there by one of the German players. We were all focusing on the battle for the ball.
Yeah.
And out of shot, Hector Loma forced one of the German players over the Netherlands try line, and they've come up with another turnover.
How does the referee spot that?
Well, because we've got 2 referees in a lead and trail formation. So the referee now, Kim from Korea, is in the lead position, and is watching off the ball and managing the try line. Elvira Kaminska from Poland was the trail referee. She's watching what's happening on the ball. She's doing all the counts and so forth. So yeah, so you're working completely in partnership.
Yes.
And you need well, we have got people suggesting we need 3 referees on court, and in the Judgment Day game, we're going to put three referees on court,
as
which is happening on. No, we've done it quite a lot in GB. Basketball has 3 referees in many games, and you do sometimes need 3 pairs of eyes, and you share the court, and the players know that they can get away with a lot less, so you see far fewer penalties as a consequence.
And where will the 3rd referee be stationed then in that match?
You work as a pivot. Lead and trail stay on the same side, and then the 3rd referee is a pivot on the other side.
Interesting stuff. It'll be good to see how that pans out in the Judgment Day match between 2 regional sides, isn't it?
Ospreys and Dragons.
Anyway, we're back underway here with just over 10 seconds to go in this 3rd quarter. The shot clock is counting down as well. He's got to be really careful here, Herbst. Oh, he managed to call a timeout, didn't he? He knew somebody must have told him, because calling the timeout resets the shot clock, or really at this point just prevents them having to hand over possession, because there's still only 2 seconds left in the quarter. But it was a big call, that, wasn't it?
It was. He did really well. There was a German players all did very well, because they were all in the box at one point, and now they're trying to get in, but hands in there. How did it end up there in Becker's lap? It was like pinball.
I thought somebody was going to end up heading the ball there for a moment.
Wow. Right on the buzzer as well. That's phenomenal.
Well, we had a moment like that earlier, didn't we? I think it was at the end of the first quarter, end of the second, wasn't it? Sorry, end of the first half.
Yes.
That
Yes, please.
Germany got a score just like that. So did that score count? We're just waiting to see.
Yes.
Simon's nodding at me, so the scoreboard in the arena is showing 44 to Germany and 36 to the Netherlands, which I'm not convinced can be right, because it went from 42 to 44, I think. But there it is, it's just changed. Yeah. So 43-36 is the absolutely confirmed score at the end of the 3rd quarter. We'll take another look at that, Simon. Just help me through this, because the ball is lobbed in. It does actually come off the head, I think, of Britta Kripke.
But it was Josko Vilka who got his hands on the ball and shot it in like a bullet to Becker, who did really well to hang on to it and cross the line. So Germany with literally 2 last second tries, and that again, that would have been an even Stevens quarter.
Yes.
That would have been 10 tries apiece in that quarter, quite a low scoring quarter, but Germany came up to extend their advantage by a further 1 try.
So this is the story of that quarter. And as Simon said, it has been pretty level stuff in that quarter. Netherlands showing some stubborn resistance to Germany, but Germany do still have this 7-point lead. Folter made a big difference in that half, and then this was that crazy kind of bundle score at the end there, which was crucial in the last few seconds. So this is definitely the right score, and it's been corrected in the arena. It is Germany 43, Netherlands 36. There we are. It's like a disco, that scoreboard, isn't it? Anyway, this has been a great game. It's been a great advert for what wheelchair rugby can be. We've had some aggressive stuff out there, skillful stuff as well. And we are nearly at a point where we can start the 4th and final quarter. It's the last match of the day inside the Principality. Day 2 of the European Championships coming to a close, and actually if the score remains like this, or certainly if Germany win, then we will have our 4 confirmed semi-finalists. It's just what order are they going to be in? That will all be decided tomorrow. Emilio Moose, who's been very aggressive in both an offensive and defensive point of view. Loma goes into reverse to get across the line and score a try.
He did very well to pull that ball in. It was overthrown, but he did a great job there, as Germany have done there in freeing up Marco Herbst, their captain.
Yeah, lovely kind of dinked pass there up to Herbst. We'll see it again here. Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? He drew the defenders into him and then passed the ball forward. Van der Laan is back out there. Joop van der Laan, 25 years old. Easy score. Well, they still believe, I'm sure, that they can do something pretty incredible in this 4th and final quarter.
Emilio Moyes certainly believes that. He was firing hands in there at Stefan Becker. But it's Van der Laan that is the one who's adjudged to have offended. And Yun Ho Kim sends him to the bin.
So 7:13 on the clock. Sorry, Simon.
And after there's a foul, the referees swap positions. They swap positions after timeouts, fouls and held balls. That's so you don't get the same referee as you're doing your 12-second count every single time.
Josko Vilka on the charge again. That's a decent hit in on him from Ruben van der Laar.
I think that one rattled his feelings.
Yes. When you refereed your first match, Simon, you must have been quite intimidated at having to remember all this stuff. You know, it's very easy for you're an experienced official now, so you just know how everything works, and obviously the guys out there know how everything works. But the first couple of matches, surely you're thinking, hold on, where am I meant to be? Am I remembering everything? Am I counting everything?
Yeah, positioning is one of the key things. Getting your whistle tone right and things like that. There are so many rules, as in every sport. And, you can't hope to remember them all. You just hope you get most of those calls right, and that you grow in confidence and experience. So, if we're training a new referee, somebody who's only just taken to the court, we'll only ask them to do 3 things: score the tries, do the inbounds, and look after your sideline. The more experienced referee you're paired with will make all the other calls. So we don't put people off by putting too much pressure on them.
There's another great long throw in there for the Netherlands. The try we've seen a few times in this match already. Herbst goes across the line.
Yeah, so where the GBW are, just sort of right inside of.
Moose crosses the line again. So you see referee Kim there on the touchline. He's putting his arm out and in, out and in. That is him counting, isn't it? The 12 seconds that the team have to get across the halfway line. It's fascinating that that's the way it's done.
Yeah, as soon as they cross halfway, his arm will usually drop. And Elvira Kaminska there is marshalling that try line, and she saw one of the Netherlands players forced over that line.
So she will now start doing that motion with her arm to do the count of 12 seconds. So no stopwatch, just using her arm motion to count. 1, 2, and then she comes to a close because the play is over the halfway line, and there's a big fall in there. Josko Vilka, virtually upside down as we look, but he's flat on his back.
I think he's going to need tape on almost every part of his body after the end of this game. He's taken quite a battering at times.
There was a bit of a shunt there, wasn't there? Legal, but it looks pretty rough. But Ruben van der Laar really did make that, as you said earlier, Simon, the kind of motion with the hips. He really did push his chair forward deliberately into Josko Wilke there, but because it was from the side, that's all allowed.
I think the head referee and the evaluators will be looking at the replays of that just to see whether that could have been called a spinning foul
move,
or even a flagrant foul with that thrust of the hips.
It's like a kind of T-bone, isn't it? You might have at a roundabout in your car, you know, somebody cutting across you. Let's have another look at this. Watch the shunt there. There was a deliberate move to take Josko Wilke out. It's all good stuff, isn't it? We like to see a little bit of that, but we just don't want to see anyone hurt.
Holding foul called by referee Yun-Ho Kim there. As Marco Herbst went up with the ball there, he got hit by the two Netherlands players, as we'll see here, and then he goes in and he makes contact whilst in possession of the ball. So that's a holding foul against him, and it's a turnover ball. So he loses possession.
So Netherlands with their possession deep inside their own half. They are 6 points down here as we enter the final 5 minutes of the match. Van der Laan. I thought he was going to go all the way there, but not for the first time. The German defence has been really solid. Can Loma finish it out?
Doesn't need to, because the Germans have been reduced to 3 for having 4 in the key.
So we have a German in the sin bin. Herbst has gone in, and the Netherlands should score from this opportunity.
Germany aren't even contesting this. They don't want to make the mistake that the Netherlands made earlier in the game of giving away a penalty try.
So there is the try. And you see there again 4 German players all in there. Herbst knew it, didn't he? Straight away. He's looking across the line himself, of course, so he could see the numbers weren't right. So the gap is down to 5, but Germany on the attack here, and Becker to Wilke. And there is the 6-point gap restored.
And he took that pass, and his first reaction, this is a young player, 21 years of age, but he's got the know-how, the game sense to take the pass, turn away from the try line for a fraction of a second, to glance at the clock and see how much time is left on that clock, and whether he needs to run a bit more off it before he crosses the try line.
He's mature beyond his years, isn't he?
Certainly is.
Going to be a big star in this sport for a long time. And of course, yeah, he'll be desperate to get to the Paralympics, won't he, where you can show off.
Yes, and
become a real star. Nowhere better than at the Paralympics.
Yeah, and should Germany not manage to qualify at this tournament, there will be a Paralympic qualifying tournament held probably in early part of 2024, where countries that haven't qualified through their zonal championships, of which this is one, will get almost like a repechage, a second bite of the cherry, and the chance to qualify. There's usually only 1 or 2 spaces available at that Paralympic qualifying tournament, but it does give teams extra hope. And you'll often find that the teams that need or really are desperate to qualify will offer to host that tournament.
Josko Wilke with the interception. Possession changes hands, but I think he's going to come back to the Netherlands. There was a funny moment just off the ball a few moments ago where Joop van der Laan, in his attempt to tackle the German player, actually tackled Emilio Moose's teammate, and Moose actually looked across at him and laughed and sort of shrugged and went, "Hold on a minute, what are you doing?" So Moose with possession here, gives it to Loma, who created a good angle for him. Moose has Van der Laan ahead. And Van der Laan even further ahead, but that pass was too short, and Germany are going to make it 50.
And his coach will be saying, "Why did you do that? You've got a timeout left in your locker. Why did you throw that long speculative pass? It wasn't necessary."
That's the replay because it's Herbst's 20th try of the match, I believe. Van der Laan. He can't be too far behind. He was scoring lots in the first half. We've not seen a massive amount of him in the second. 13 for Van der Laan.
So Hector Loma there did great work in forcing Vilka away from the try line, but his momentum took him into the cone, which is deemed as leaving the court, and therefore he finds himself in the penalty box.
Goes to the wrong sin bin as well, Loma, to begin with.
Yes, you go in the side of the bin that's opposite to your bench.
So, Marco Herbst, the German #1, who has had a tremendous game. The 34-year-old used to be a water polo player, and he's got an easy score if he wants it here, which he does. So Loma comes out of the sin bin. This is why he went in, illustrating what Simon was saying. He sort of went skidding into that cone, didn't he?
He did, yes, just couldn't. He'd done all the good work, the hard work, and just had too much momentum.
And the Dutch keep possession here. So Van der Laan, lovely reverse pass. Oh, and Van der Laan couldn't take it, and here comes Herbst again. Star of the show, no doubt, for Germany. Well, it was an extravagant pass. It was one of those that if it had come off, we would have all been praising him, but it looks like a careless mistake now.
And they've got to force the pace. You know, Germany are 5-6 tries ahead, and the Netherlands, you know, this is their last throw of the dice, and those speculative long balls, they either come off and you look great, or you're a chump.
Yeah, and Germany on the attack again. Oh, yes.
Fabulous.
Moose in on Vilka.
He must have, yes, as he came down. I thought he'd done really well and avoided it. That was really clever from Emilio Moise.
So Vilka holding on, really.
He turned into him, so he made sure that he came down on top of him.
Wily old head.
Yeah.
He's only 31, but he's been around a long time, hasn't he?
He has, yes, and played in the GB leagues, as have a few of the players from the Netherlands. Razel Karabalut has played, and also Jens Saubier has played from Germany in the GB leagues, and that always adds an extra dimension, having European players in the GB league.
So 7 points behind the Netherlands. 2 minutes to go in this final match of the day in Cardiff. Moose trying everything he possibly can. And they're going to have an inbound from...
Gray, #1, leaving the court.
Actually, an infringement's been spotted, Simon.
Yep, leaving the court by Marco Herbst, forced over by the Dutch players. And I'm a little bit worried that Jana Slavičková won't have enough paper on, because there's only 20 lines on those penalty timekeeper sheets. I did at the start of the week ask for them to put extra blank sheets over there.
Well, let's hope they're there. Got to keep the records. And so the player comes out of the sin bin now, Herbst, because the Dutch scored. But Germany on their way here to the semi-finals. Oh, lovely touch from Herbst. That was so clever. To Veka. Oh, brilliant, brilliant touch. And he's got a smile on his face, actually. Herbst, he knows how classy that little touch was. So Van der Laan has Moose moving forward for him. Here's that moment again, watch this. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Vilka, Herbst with the touch on, and then Becker over the line. You can't beat that.
Maradona-like.
Yes, yes, except this one was
legal
within the rules, yeah. He's had a great game, hasn't he, Herbst, in lots of different ways. And I'm really intrigued to see how Germany get on against France tomorrow on this showing.
Yes.
It's not going to be one-way traffic at all.
No, France won't have it their own way, certainly not. But both teams have got great lineups. I mean, Vilker here taking the inbound, I think has played every minute of this game. I don't think the coach has given him a rest. I hope he's well. He's young. He's bound to have enough. Yeah, he'll have enough left in the tank for tomorrow.
He'll be fine. Becker crosses the line. So 45 seconds to go.
Stefan Becker's not quite so young, but he's had a lot of court time again, if not all of the game.
There's no point in the Dutch wasting time here. They'll want to score quickly, which they eventually do via Van der Laan. But Germany now will take their time, you would imagine. 54-48 up.
Yeah, they'll just control the clock here. Marco Herbst isn't going to score that try. I mean, he could quite easily have scored that try, and they've got so much time left that they don't need to do it. But this is a disciplined performance that you're doing what you might need to do in another game, which is a lot tighter, when you really do need to control the ball and that clock. So this is now effectively a training drill. They used their last time out there, so they now control the clock for the last 9 seconds or so.
The closing moments here then. And Herbst gives the ball away, but he won't really care, because Germany have beaten the Netherlands 54 points to 48, and they are through to the semi-finals. Germany will play either Denmark or Great Britain. We will know who tomorrow night, but for the time being they're not bothered about who they're going to play. They're just happy to be into the final four. And it was a great match. It was one of the most closely fought matches I think we've seen at the championship so far. Netherlands gave as good as they get, but Germany just had too much quality in the end, Simon.
They did. A very strong, disciplined, efficient performance, as you would expect from a German team. The Netherlands tried to get amongst them and upset them and upset that rhythm, but it didn't come off. And strangely, they played better when they stuck to a disciplined performance of their own. But yeah, it was a great game. Some absolutely fantastic tries, some great action, and some huge hits.
Simon has to put a pound in the swear jar for describing a German performance as efficient and disciplined. But it was. I'm being naughty, because it absolutely was. The Dutch had their moments, but Germany were always ahead. That was the key thing. They were always ahead. And it was a pretty physical encounter, wasn't it, as well? It's great to see. It's part and parcel of what the crowd come to see at Wheelchair Rugby. Volter, let's not actually forget his contribution in the second half. Volter came on and scored plenty of points as well.
Yeah, I think that's the best I've seen him play, actually. I watched him at the World Championships in quite a lot of games, but he was absolutely superb today.
That was a lovely touch, wasn't it? That was a great touch from Herbst.
Sublime, really was.
On to Becker. So both teams going at that one full tilt, but it's the Germans that come out on top, and it leaves us with this situation in Pool A. France and Germany will both qualify, but who will finish top? We will know tomorrow afternoon when the French and the Germans go up against each other at 3:30. The Czechs and the Dutch will play each other at 11 o'clock tomorrow to see who finishes third in the group. And we'll have a quick look at Pool B, because France or Germany will play Great Britain or Denmark. And it's a blockbuster encounter tomorrow night. Great Britain against Denmark at 7:30 tomorrow. Let's get some reaction in a few moments to this Netherlands-Germany match. And Oma is speaking to
Marco,
the German number one, Marco
game. How do you
Herbst.
feel after getting the win?
Yeah, it was a great game. we had, again, a good tactic, and the whole team was on fire, and we had 2 lineups that played very well.
And what do you think about facing France at some point?
Yeah, that will be the next game we play. So tough enemy, and yeah, will be a tough game for sure. And we hope we can get the lead.
And you qualified for the semi-finals. Do you fancy facing Great Britain or Denmark?
I think GB.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, he's being diplomatic, of course, not picking a side that he wants to play, but it will be France next for Germany tomorrow. I mean, in that form, Germany won't fear anyone. But of the 4 that have qualified for the semi-finals, you know, you still have to put Germany at number 4 in that list, don't you? Regardless of how well they played here this evening.
I think you do. They're a great wheelchair rugby nation, but Denmark, France, and GB. Although GB won't be entirely happy with their performance against Switzerland today, particularly that first quarter where Switzerland ran them quite close. But they're the big teams. They are the teams to beat, and it should be between the 3 of them. And so GB Denmark tomorrow is just going to be absolutely massive.
And if we're upgrading Denmark to real contenders, then we'll upgrade Germany to the dark horse slot, shall we?
Yeah,
that's what we'll do.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we do know our 4 semi-finalists. We just don't know in which order they're going to be. We know that France and Germany will qualify from Pool A, and Great Britain and Denmark from Pool B. So coverage tomorrow morning starts at 10:45 local time, and a full programme of matches. But to be honest, the local interest here tomorrow will all be building towards the Great Britain-Denmark match at 7:30. We've also got the celebrity match as well. Celebrity match tomorrow as well. So plenty to look forward to. But there it is, Great Britain-Denmark in Pool B, the highlight of tomorrow's action, and it's going to be bouncing in here tomorrow at the Principality Stadium tomorrow night. But join us in the morning. Thanks for being with us today, and we'll see you tomorrow.